When you're heading down, when it all just sucks, I'll be your choice. Well, here we are back again for the fourth day, Snods. It's the final day of the Elisa Invitational, but this one's not going to end on a somber tone. It still ends in quite an exciting manner because the teams that remain are damn right disgusting, Snods. Dignitas, North, Heroic. We're going to have some bangers on our hands.
Yeah, exactly. When we saw the schedule for the event, this was the day we were really looking forward to. The matches where it combined Group A and Group B, and one would argue, actually, Jack, these are kind of the best teams, minus ENCE, who qualified yesterday after the win versus Apex in their best of 3, 2-0. Very clean for them, very easy for the boys from Finland. But here we are finding out that second slot, and it's between Dignitas, North, and Heroic later on, who play the winner of this first best of 3.
Yeah, our first best of 3 of the day, of course, to get us into that semi-final where we'll see where the last spot is going. And it seems like we're ready to kick this one off straight away as well. No dilly-dallying, straight into some damaging day of Counter-Strike. Let's kick it off then. The veto went down into a little bit of spicy territory. The maps that we've had essentially over the course of the entire group stage, Vertigo, Nuke, and Dust 2. And we're starting here on Vertigo.
Literally the only 3 maps we've seen so far this entire event, but we'll talk about that later, as right now for North, they're going to be sending 4 players towards middle, and there's 2 here from Dig.
Oh, there is indeed, and Dig are doing damage on the pistol. A lot of really quite beautiful shots being landed by those USPs to at least open this up into an advantageous position for them. The only people that remain on North are AZ and Kirby. They're cut off between each other. Kirby's actually gone for a play, an individual push onto the A site. Meanwhile, AZ's all the way back over towards B.
Yeah, easy the bomb here, trying to make as much noise as he can towards that B bomb site. Trying to see if he can find space for his teammate Kiabi, but no. Hauser is ready for it, lands the crisp instant one tap, leaving just 80 now in a 1 versus 4. There's a 1 player, so may try flash, kill him, get the bomb down. That flash is only going to illuminate exactly where he is and just allow for the CTs to rotate in even quicker.
Yep. They try and get the bomb down. As for the fake plant to bait them out, they do make a lot of noise as they push their way back through, but they peak together, they play as a unit, and they do overpower him. Hauserk will get that pick, and that's Dignitas for the opening pistol round, here to start off the best of 3.
Yeah, and thinking about the best of 3 we saw with Kova versus North, it was actually Kova winning the best of 3 versus North on this map. Trying to remember, was it overtime, Jack? That game went on forever.
We did go to an overtime, yeah.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was absolutely ludicrous. Amazing map there, but North, they've had a day to shake that off. 2 days at that, as it exists here, up close versus the non-armored opponents, makes light work of Kirby and AZ here with his MP9.
MP9 frags, raining in. That's a lot of money made. All of the kills going to Hauserk and Exist. That's literally the worst possible outcome. As they're getting that rent money in, Snods. They've gone round and they've sucked it all up with a money hoover.
Exactly, and it's on the right player to Hauserk, your AWPer. You want that cash in his back pocket. So, first buy run here of the first best of 3 of today. As we mentioned before in the preface before the map started, the winner of this best of 3 goes on to fight Heroic. And obviously there's lots of narratives we can build for both of those storylines. If Dignitas make it through, we haven't seen them play versus Heroic yet in the Elisa Invitational. And for North, well, it'll be revenge with that best of 1 they had and the Danish derby. Hauser through the smoke, though, connects the kill onto AZ, and MSL's on low HP, all from 1 MP9.
Meanwhile, Freiburg over at B pushed down to quite an aggressive angle. I like seeing a lot more of push and pull towards B site now with the changes on Vertigo. It feels like you can get so much more information and completely restrict everything the T's get up to. That seems to be what we're seeing as the default go-to for a lot of CT now. However, actually pushing with this, because we're seeing Kirby rotating back around. Could get a little bit messy if he catches him off guard. They then have the read to know that this is really going to be an A play out onto the A site.
Is it though, Jack? The bomb's going back towards B. It seems like, who's got smokes? Okay, so Gade has a smoke, and so does Cajun B. So they can send a fake towards A, but look how far pushed, as you mentioned, Freiburg is up close. He loses the draw early onto Kirby. Now Forrest has to fall back and try hold the site with utility and buy time.
And just with an MP9 as well, so the range game really isn't going to fall in his favour, and the only thing that's really going to fall is his corpse to the ground. Slain by Kirby. Get Right has the drop in, and might cause a little bit of mischief, peeking over the top of the smoke on the plasterboard, and he'll plaster MSL against the wall, taking him down. Kirby gets sent off to the Burns ward as well, and all of a sudden it's left into a 2 versus 3. 10 seconds on the clock, and Gate's play has just saved them the round, potentially. He decimates 2. Cajun B has to plant now, or else the round is gone. He will get it down, but as he peeks up, is he ready to slay? Of course he is. Gets get right. And that is a clutch from North. All really saved by Gate.
Yeah, came in the nick of time. That lurker, 6 seconds left. Actually, it was 10 seconds, excuse me. Oh, the spray transfer as well, amazing. Leaving it down to the 1 versus 1. But Cajun B, experienced as he is, doesn't fluster, gets the bomb down, and wins North the pivotal round. But with that loss, MSL onto a UMP. Galil as well for Gade, who had the heroic play of the last round, and then 3 AKs to round off the rest of the T-side bye. And for Dig, just one fat man besides that full arsenal. Hauser laying it down now, this time without the MP9, has the org in hand. This is 1-for-1 exchange with himself as Gade still pushing for more. He knows where Exist is.
He was revving his engine. He was debating whether or not he did actually want to just go for it. Meanwhile, the player that's going to counter him, though, is a very tall Get Right. Boosted up on top of his teammate, goes for the peek across. Dome's AZ. Now there's only 3 Ts that remain. This has completely thrown a spanner into the works for North's initial push here up towards the A site, and they have to attempt to recalibrate Snods.
Yeah, that's the best way to work it. Group up together, clear the angles as a unit, trade the kills if you can, try to get onto the site, get that bomb planted, and place your bets in an after plant. Smokes in towards the site as well, Molotov in towards the CT positions, but Get Right, he's in front of it. And also run in front of a flashbang too, which lands onto him. Kirby with the entry onto the A site. Into a 3 versus 3 we go, but Cajun B through the smoke gives the advantage now back in favor of North.
That is a beautiful kill to find. Really puts the favor in the camp of North. Kirby playing up close on the site. The rest of his teammates being able to lock off the rotation points. Freiburg thought he was being sneaky, but he was detected. Made quick work out of. Forrest, the only one that remains right now for the CTs. You can see the paranoia is running rampant through his brain as well. Expecting the push to come from behind, but North, they're just sticking to their guns, Snods. They want this round. They don't really want to ever commit to it. He'll peek into them. Gade still just holding the angle, gets the kill with the AUG, and that's another round for North.
And a crucial round as well. That's a 3 versus 4 that Dignitas have just lost. Obviously, as we know, Hauser went 1-for-1. Get Right made it a 3 versus 4 when they were boosted. All of a sudden, North found 2 easy picks. I believe it was Gade as well, or Cajun B, I think it was, through the smoke. That killed the last anchor of the A site for Dig. But unfortunate round for them, and they're now going to be forced onto an eco. As they have called their first pause, North. Versus the Eco Jack, they should be taking the lead here.
You'd hope so. Unless they really fluff their lines quite a lot. It would take a fair bit to throw this round away. Dignitas haven't really invested anything into it. The only man that's actually got an upgraded pistol is Freiburg. Have any ferocity in him with that P250. Standard A play coming out from North at the minute, though. MSL already pushed very deeply up as he's walked his way around through scaffolding, and the timing is fantastic for him. He'll be smiling ear to ear with that one, Snods. Both of them getting the entries, they can now push on towards the site, and hopefully the plan is to just make this as flawless as possible and make the most money out of the round.
Exactly that. Keep as many players as you can alive and build up your economy going forward. It's not always about the kills as well, Jack. This is a big misconception with newer players. They always focus on getting those extra kills versus the ecos to build up money, but in reality, actually just avoiding death is probably the best way to build cash. You get 3.4k for winning the round. If you don't die, it saves you having to reinvest into an AK and full utility, which costs thousands. So, push coming in towards B. Kiabi spots out one player through the gap in the smoke. Does he anticipate Forrest, though, who is below?
Seen this once before. It was Freiburg that got aggressive last time, and he just sat towards the stairs. Talking of aggression, over at A site, Hauser is swinging wildly with that quite elegant-looking AUG, as he will find the early entry frag. Grade will trade it back onto Exist, and Forrest swings. Was able to get the better of Kirby. So across the board, Dignitas at least finding the picks that are destabilizing the early game from North.
Gade, alone towards A. He's trying to make as much noise as he can. He has a smoke he could use as well, but one smoke isn't really enough to sell a fake. He needs kills. That's what he's going to go hunting for. Up close. Ooh. He actually got the kill, but we missed it. We are seeing that Cajun B's coming in for flanking towards CT. But Freiburg towards the B site. He's found himself his first kill of the round, and now it's down to Cajun B. The bomb is dropped. Get Right has to make his way here as well towards A. That's going to take a few seconds. So maybe there's time for a 1 versus 1 between Freiburg.
Issue is, though, Freiburg's just honed in like a hawk, watching the angle, and normally you give him the favour, Snods, but Cajun really shaking this one up. He peeks, gets the headshot, snatches the bomb as well. Now he's got that in his paws, he can sprint his way back over towards B with his tail between his legs and get the bomb down. It's all just about the post plant now. How's he going to opt to play it? As Get Right rotates, making his move timidly, walking his way back over towards the site. He has a kit, got a flashbang as well. Can he win this 1v1? Peering out right now, clearing the angle slowly. He doesn't want to rush it, knows he's still got a little bit of time to work with. Peeking into the site. He slowly pushes up, he'll spot him out. The spam with the M4. It connected, but it wasn't enough to kill. Cajun B is going to slay him. Does clutch out that round. I don't know how Freiburg let him pass, Nods. The reactions on that were just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was almost like an accidental, really good peek from Gade, where he peeked out, spotted Freiburg, went back in a little bit, then crouched, and basically reset the crosshair placement for Freiburg, meaning that Gade had the advantage in that duel. It seemed like he was so shocked to see him there, but it worked out in his favor. Get Right with a scout, trying to land an early tag, potentially an early headshot to give his team the advantage into round 7, but it shall not be. Full eco here, besides the Desert Eagle and HE grenade for Forest, and obviously the scout for Get Right. Those Dignitas have a very slow start so far on their CT side of that.
Nades right now, raining in as the airstrikes are going off all over the map. Gade will be the first one to feel the wrath. Peak comes up on top of the box as well. Get Right was trying to make a cheeky play, but they won't be tolerating any of those mishaps tonight. They do eliminate him. EEST is following suit as well. At this point, it's again been relatively clean for North on their push out towards A. Only 2 men that survive for the Swedish superstars are Forest and Freiburg. They've both got Deagles in their hands. Is there any opportunity to cause a little bit of chaos? Maybe some mischief with them. Cajun B looks back towards ramp. He's expecting the push to come, but I think they're just holding for the exits.
They are indeed. Eagles in hands. Maybe they can try and take out a few of the players here from North and do some economic damage. MSL, so good on these eco rounds at finding out exactly where Dignitas are, but comes back to haunt him as he does go down. 5-2 into round 8 we go. Now another buy here for Dignitas, and Jack, if they don't start fixing things quickly, this half could run away here for North.
North have just found the recipe for success towards this A site. It's basically the weakened knee right now, Snods, and they busted out the kendo sticks from under the ring, and they just keep hitting them.
Get the deep heat now.
Get it on.
Anything to loosen up those joints. Daisy loosening up his aim though as he comes in towards the A site, but it's existed with 2. Was that through the smoke there, Jack? It seemed like it was.
Mate, they're going to need a cold compress after that one, Snods, because they will be aching in the morning. Only 2 players left alive on the T side now. Bombs down in the middle of the ramp as well. They're going to re-smoke it to really just add insult to injury. Cajun's just stuck behind. Talking of coming from behind as well. We're seeing the push up where they'll locate Kirby. Now they're trapped.
Get Right. Has seen the bomb, so he knows there's going to be T players here that are after it. They have smoked it off. It's very hard to keep control of here in this situation towards the ramp, as Dignitas have now managed to fend off the T's. Although the T's have got the bomb, but oh, Dignitas were waiting for it. It's almost if they allowed them to get the bomb, Jack, because Freiburg had pushed. That was some beautiful counter-strike we just witnessed on our screens. Round 9, 3-5, Dignitas, they win the most important round.
A big one to get. It could definitely inflate them going forward. Curious to see what the response from MSL will actually be on North. Obviously, a lot of the rounds we've actually seen them go into have pretty much just been straight up A onslaughts, where they'll take ramp control, look to try and get control of the site. It's been working, especially effective on their ecos, because basically you just have so much more range advantage. But now we fall back into something that we'd seen before. This is obviously what they were using versus Covert to gain mid control, where you peek up on top. You can start to clear out to look towards those elevated angles. Freiburg's going to be getting so much information off the audio cues, though, from that spot.
Yeah, he hears what's going on here. Towards B. With that, Get Right rotates from A. EEST pushes it. And now in a 4 versus 5, and all the info favors Dignitas. They're holding for the push in towards CT into B, but actually, if they can get a kill here towards the A side, maybe they can split towards A, and they found it. Harzuk's gone down.
Yeah, that's the paradigm shift that you didn't want to have happen. As soon as they were actually able to worm their way back in, they kill the A rotate player. Now you've got site control, but I say that, unless Get Right's behind you, the sneaky lurker, always up to his old tricks. Forest will swing as well to revenge his brother in arms, and there's the final killing blow as he'll get the headshot on towards Kirby. There was moments of it looking quite shaky.
MSL was so confused how Get Right got there. You can see he did that 180 and was like, what? And then he turned around in the middle and thought, did he walk through mid? Did he walk through CT? Just Get Right plays.
This ain't the beach.
This is a bathtub. Round 10. Tech 9s, no armor though, coming up from north. So they are opting to go towards the B site. The bomb was towards A, but AZ just sends the smoke out and rotate back towards B. But Freiburg, he may deny it. He may send north back in towards mid if they climb the ladder. And they have.
Shoes on the other foot now as well. North, their economy's finally in a bad position. They're just down to the Tech 9s and the D-Eagles. At least they've got utility to try and aid them. But Get Right, he's warmed up for this one. Jittering back and forth, ready to try and punish them if they come out towards his domain. Smoke goes down to buy himself some more time as well. He's actually got a little gap in the corner of this. But they might just burst straight through. They line up inside the smoke, hoping to overwhelm him. But that just puts him into a position to spray them all down. Snods, Forest is dinked. At this point, you'd imagine he'd retreat, but instead, he fights to the death, falling at the hands of MSL. Freiburg will trade, and now it's all tied.
5-5 as we go into round 11. MSL has got enough for an AWP. He is the new AWPer for North. Playing more of that supportive style, although he does go for picks when he believes he can find them. And in reality, it feels like this North lineup is really based off the entries of Kirby and AZ. Or if Kirby's lurking, have an impact on that T side with his lurk. And CT side relying on a lot of skill here in the reads from MSL. And for Dig, well, Jack, Harzuk's fitted in really nicely into this roster.
He looks so good. Like, in terms of being impressive over the course of the entire tournament, he's done so much. He really is a perfect fit for them. Like, the aggressive warping works out well. His style of actually switching up the pace quite a lot. He's been dynamic over the entire tournament. I think that's really kept a lot of teams guessing about the way he's been approaching the game, which, when you're in a roster like Dignitas with so much experience, that's probably the best combination to throw in. It's a good mix of old school and new school.
Exactly. And it seems like they're giving them the room to breathe as well. As he looks confident in the roster. Either way, enough talk. More gunshots. MSL spots out Hauser. He gets so aggressive every time on the CT side. Sometimes it works for him. Most of the time it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Maybe this is going to be the one of the times it doesn't, as he is spotted out. Can't cross back towards the alleyway because there's someone here. But he actually takes the duel and wins it. So does EEST as well. Oh my god, the aggression here from Dig is paying dividends.
Kirby. It's hoping to be a thorn in their side, at least towards the B site, and that would have been a pretty sight for sore eyes of North in that round, but it was quickly cancelled out, and now they are trapped. There could be a swing at any minute from the rear. You're going to suspect this as well, and Gade's got so many angles he has to be alert about. Agent B rotates back in. They do have the bomb. That's the one beneficial factor, but everything else is stacked against them. They are still finding the frags, but it's really not a good position to be in. They can't do much, but they're trying to make the best out of it. Cajun pushes up. Bests exists with a Galil, and all of a sudden it's a 1v2.
Forest is going to be rekindling with Hauzerk towards the A site. Cajun B, though, he is the steps above him. He knows that that's Forest. He knows there's one player towards A. One player was at the ramp. He hears the footsteps mid. Now he knows what Forest has done. Oh, Forest. I wonder if he realizes 7 seconds left. Cage to get the bomb down. This is reminiscent of what we saw earlier.
It's all about the timing, though. And he's arrived to be able to get through the smoke. And he will take him down. Maybe if there was a second later, he could have walked through the smoke, tried to make a play out of it. But no, Forest, quick on his feet, remedied this one. And Dignitas, they finally take the lead, Snod. 6-5 here on their CT side of Vertigo.
Quasi buy now coming out from north. They all have armor. They all have utility as well, thanks to the bomb plant of Cajun. Once again, they come charging in towards A. Hauser, he's been so strong at holding this A site. With his AUG, Exist as well has been effective towards Ali. But it did take a while for Dignitas to wake up here on their CT side of Vertigos. They were down, I believe, 4-2 or 5-2 early on. But as the smoke fades, now it's time for the players on the CT side to step up, and Hauser gets one, and we know he wants more.
Yeah, it's the change of pace that's working quite well for them here as well. They're taking the fight to them, even though they have the pistols. Although, maybe they've pistoled this one all away, but you've got a big man called Get Right, and he'll slaughter them as they try and push in. These sickeningly nice frags there. Dignitas continue on with the streak. 7-5. Looking to really round this out in their favor towards the end of the first half. But North, they play it smart, Snods. Take a timeout, hash it out.
They've only got one left. They've already called 3. Well, this is their third, essentially. What do they change? The lurk from Kirby towards the B site hasn't really been that effective so far. If he does kill Freiburg, it feels like he is traded by Forest. And if North do commit towards the A site, it feels like Exist and Get Right, or Hauser, excuse me, seem to always get that one entry kill or 2 kills to make the afterplant favor Dignitas in a 4 versus 3 or 2 versus 3. So difficult situation here for MSL to call this. They haven't really tried to execute towards B. It is tough, although it's the one thing they haven't tried yet. So Jack, it may be their last resort.
Seems so. We know how aggressive Dignitas have been getting towards B, though. They've really been pushing out the boat every time. Let's see just how much they can get away with. How will North opt to deal with this? They could have seeds of doubt in their minds, be a little bit more scared of some of the faces they're going for. However, there goes the skylight smokes. Here comes the Molotovs in towards the site as well, but the nade from Get Right is sickeningly good. Lands right in the chest of Gate and blows him out the server. The rest of his teammates are swarming up, though, as these hungry hyenas pushing towards the site. The hunters on the other side of the CTs are doing damage from a distance. They find the frag snods, they quell the push for now. AZ peeks into Get Right. Cajun has to trade it. But he goes flying off to his death, straight down the side of the skyscraper, much like the hopes and dreams for North into the round will topple down.
Down they go. 8-5. I said, that's the last chance. Let's try and execute towards B, but Dig, they were ready for it. The Molotovs came out and delayed the push, and by then, the rotations on Vertigo are so quick, and you saw Dignitas had the cavalry arriving so quickly against North's the execute. Now then, Force Spy coming out from North. This is getting really desperate here. They need rounds on the board. They cannot allow for a 10-5 as Gade finds House. They're getting aggressive again with the AUG. Maybe this is what they were looking for, but if I'm MSL here, I don't even want to commit towards A, and maybe see if you can apply pressure somewhere else before you do commit, because otherwise you're going to be playing versus a full stack of CTs, which Dignitas have now done. There's 3 players here.
Okay, Exist with a peek, gets one into MSL. Gade trades it back, but any kind of damage is short-lived as they're just popping heads so efficiently right now, and it just comes down to one man, Kirby.
Jack, they're applying no pressure onto the map. This is so easy for Dignitas to realize exactly where North are. It's so simple. Freiburg's pushed up B. He says, I hear no one B, I see no one B. Dignitas or Halzuk, whatever's called, there's 3 or 2 towards A, and it's obvious. They stack 3 players there. Even though Gade finds the entry, it's almost like a blessing in disguise for Dignitas because it gives Halzuk all the info to relay to his team. Oh, there's 3 outside A with the bomb. Brilliant. That means we know they're coming A. Just now Kirby in a 1 versus 3. See if he can manage it. Gets the first. Second is quickly followed up. It's Forest. Denies it. 9-5. No bomb plant as well for North as they're going to be stuck onto quite a weird force buy.
Rough position to be in.
But I said it as it was happening. I didn't want to see them commit A because it was just too obvious.
Yeah.
There's so much time left in the round as well. There's so many options here, but Dignitas, maybe it's Dignitas being really good. We don't know. It's hard to tell when you're not on the server.
I think that is the issue, right? Is it's just become quite readable, and you need to counter it. You need to switch it up. Right now, Dignitas just have your number. Zerk as well with the aggression early on, making sure he gains all the information in the world towards ramp. Cheeky little one-way smoke goes down, so it's got a massive gap in it. That gives him full control to just sit in the open. Rest of the team rotating around as well, shuffling. Playing some quite outrageous off angles. Let's see if we'll get some frags coming out of those. As North, they go back. Their mid push is a nice peek, but get right, he was ready for it with the off angles, Nods.
Oh, one step ahead. Now, that must have been seen on the demo of the Kova matchup. They were ready for it. Oh, get right, ready for another one as well. In the meantime, though, towards the A side, easy find an entry. Zerk goes down again. His aggression not always paying off for his team, but that's fine because he's got information. He spots AZ and now EEST will have to clear out A. As North are opting to actually commit towards the A site. Yep, MSL is going to be coming towards A, backed up by AZ. They have got smoke, so they can actually execute towards the site, but EEST could have perfect timing here again. Yes, he does. MSL's down. That's the bomb. Been seen. Ooh, actually, MSL didn't have the bomb. They haven't seen it yet, Jack. They're not going to make the full rotation here, Dignitas.
Smoke's going out. Last two players on North. Well, I say that. One of them's already been deleted from existence. That's Gade gone. It all comes on to AZ. Org in hand. Can't do anything outrageous with his weapon into the round. With 6 seconds, it looks incredibly unlikely. He will just start spamming. But he's done for. Broken legs as well as he falls over. 10-5. Snods. Dignitas from what was quite a dominant early half from North, where they won all 5 of their rounds on the trot. That was everything they ever got. They just didn't do anything else afterwards, and Dignitas went on to win every single round in a row to close out the half.
Yeah, it was amazing. But now it's North on their CT side, where they look much more comfortable on Vertigo, especially versus Kova. Just to cast our minds back just a day ago, or 2 days ago, sorry. It was Kova who were 10-2 up versus North on their CT side, and then North brought it to OT when they were on the CT side defense. So we know that they're stronger here, the Danes. But into this round then, MSL will be the first line of contact here, potentially versus Dig, as they had the bomb outside A.
MSL. Playing for the info early. Waiting for the push to come towards him. What a one-and-done angle. If he can get the first frag, he can fall back. He won't secure it, but at least he gets the read. The information is going to be worth its weight in gold at the very least, and now he can try and set up his team around this one, but he hasn't seen the bomb. Forest, talking of which, is going to deposit that towards mid for safekeeping later. It will be picked back up. Actually going for a contact push in towards B. Snods, AZ and Gade. This crossfire needs to be on point.
Yeah, they've got good positions here. Flashbang, though, not going to allow it to happen. Gade can't actually bait for his teammate because he ran back after the flash. AZ is out of this one. 5 versus 4, and North, they panic. They send 3 players over. The bomb hasn't been spotted, though. It's actually going towards the A site, and the only player there is MSL.
MSL.
North, they have to get info, Jack. They need to push B. They need information. They can't keep 3 here.
He needs to massacre, secure, and lock down this location towards the A site. Snod smokes come in, 20 seconds left. It is all up to the big brain IGL on the side of North. He's spamming out through the smoke, and he's doing a little bit of damage, but it still needs to be more. Lines up with the utility, expecting the bomb plant to go down. Good adjustment on the nade, and that will find the kill. This actually puts them into quite a lot of danger, as he's just swinging wildly. MSL single-handedly carrying the round for North right now, and he's won it for him.
Wow. I take my words back. That was very smart from MSL and Kiabi. They opted to play for a retake and rather stack towards B. That's why we saw no one from North pushing B or trying to peek B and get information. They were playing very calm and passive towards the B site after they'd found where Dig were. And it's because they were waiting for the double HE grenade to silence the dreams of Dig. 10-6 now as the pistols go 1 for 1. That's what we like to see. Competitive Counter-Strike. And with the bomb going down, Dignitas shall force. Well, Forest or Freiburg, they've kept the USPs. Maybe you're expecting no head armor, but everyone on the side of North has it.
With a cheeky peek. really isn't going to do too much as Forest is destroyed, cut down. Ade as well, hungering for a little bit more towards his B-bomb site. Everyone else in Dignitas right now looking like they're just going to be holding their angles, hoping for maybe a push to come out from north if they sprint in, get into a close range angle where you can find a frag, but the only thing they're finding is MP9 straight to the lips.
Go down here to Freiburg and exist. 40 seconds left for the bomb to go down. Spots that one player, but Cajun B gonna win the duel with the FAMAS. Now exist waiting for the players to get hungry for kills from north. Ooh, poor timing there from him, unfortunately. He is holding close. They have the bomb in their possession. So north are gonna be close by. Cajun makes it 2. 10-7, Dignitas falling short with their 4 spy. Which now should mean 8 rounds here for north as long as they can keep things concrete versus the eco of Dig.
Some of the eco rounds we've seen here have been quite unpredictable from either side and been very back and forth, but this is going to be a middle massacre. Cajun, he plays it smart though, Snods. He falls back. He doesn't want to stand in the open and be swinging wildly. Instead, he wants to land well-timed blows right underneath the chin, and the nades will be doing just that, blowing their legs clean off. And now they push as a unit, 1 by 1. These brother-in-arms take a frag apiece, dropping it down to just Hauzerk. Can he go berserk with a P250? No. Silenced, taken out. A clean way to deal with that mid-push.
Round 19, 10-8 for the buy round here. And the bonus round really for North is they have got 2 SMGs, 2 FAMASs, 3 FAMASs actually, excuse me. There's no M4s here for North. Full bonus round, and they have a lot of cash in the bank. If they are to win this one, they're going to be set up for the rest of the half in terms of their economy for the foreseeable future. Early on, though, you can see very relaxed towards B is Gage. Very different style of CT defense coming out from North versus the aggressive play towards B that we would see from Dignitas. And this is why, Jack, if you allow them to get close, they can trade you. Forrest goes 1 for 1. He's going to go for more, but it's Cajun B again to hold the line at B.
Cajun B mixing them up. Hauzerk actually picking up that frag though really puts a spike in things and changes around the outcome of this. Can he do some more damage? AZ's pushed up. He gets close back over towards the scaffold. He'll back out the Molotov. Was looking for a gun, but as he turns around, he realizes there's a barrel weighing down on him. That'll be Hauzerk's AK slaughtering him, and leaving just MSL on Cajun B to attempt to make a clutch round work in a 2 versus 3. They're outnumbered. They have the confidence to try and make a play.
Hauzerk has managed to find the 2 entries to get Dignitas the site. And the man advantage as well. And with a FAMAS and an AK picked up by Cajun B, North, they need some sort of saving grace pretty soon. A shot through the smoke, that would be something they could work from. They can't get it to connect into a kill here. As the bomb ticks away, Get Right's holding for the jump up. He jumps up, yeah, MSL is going to go down, and Cajun B is forced to stay with the AK now to the next round.
Yeah, just get out of there, bail out.
Yeah, he's done it all.
Hey, Hauzerk's been so effective. Again, what, another hat-trick in the round, just getting those frags that, like, half the time, he's peeking into an angle that shouldn't favor him. Still ripping their heads off. Madness. Dignitas now with 11 rounds on the board. It is worrying. At least North have money. They're not going to be bankrupted going forwards now, so they can still try and resurge into the game.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point here for AC, he has an MP9 versus an AK. He's going to lose that duel even if he's facing him. Oh, it was actually Hauzerk that killed MSL jumping. I didn't even realize. 17 kills for him so far in this matchup. He's now tied with Get Right, who topped the leaderboard after the first half for Dig when they got 10-5. MSL topping this round though versus Freiburg. Entry in towards B.
Hauzerk in the smoke. Oh, that is just absolutely criminal. You can't be getting away with it. It's Exist as well.
Now, yeah, and Jack, he's forced Exist to turn around. Sorry, AZ to turn around. That's given a free kill to Exist.
It's all gone wrong, mate. Straight down the pan. MSL's the only one that's alive at this point. And the whole horde of Dignitas have taken the site. They're burning it all down as well, razing the ground, and MSL has to back off. He's got an AWP in his hand. You can't afford to let that sniper slip away. Forest lurking back here towards the stairs. If MSL falls too far away and towards B, you might have a workplace accident here on Vertigo.
These are the most frustrating rounds to lose if you're an in-game leader. And it's even more infuriating, if you're an in-game leader that's AWPing too, because if you're MSL, you've got the spawn for B, you've got the opening pick onto Freiburg, it's a 5 versus 4, it's a really important round to win because you want to reset the money for Dignitas, force them onto ecos. And then again, somehow your teammates just fall like flies at A. Ooh, to the same person as well, Halzerk. Ooh. Get right. Unable to deny the save there from MSL, but the point still remains for MSL. How is he going to plug this gap, which is the A site?
You see, the thing is, Snods, Iceland, people in Iceland read more books per capita than any other place in the world. But right now, it's the Swedes of Dignitas that look like they're just out-reading every player that North bring to the table.
It's true. Congratulations as well to the Mountain yesterday. Don't know if you saw that news.
I did. Breaking records.
But right now, it's Halzerk breaking faces. Especially towards the A site. Chucks out the pre-nade towards A long. But Kirby, he's scared of Halzerk now. Look at him. He's playing all the way towards the back of the site. He's playing retake. North may be expecting Dignitas to go towards B here. Maybe MSL's worried about how Dig might fake the A site because they've been getting it so easily. They might fake it and then go towards B. That's why they've stacked heavy towards mid and towards B, but no. Halzerk gets the entry again towards A. And now there's no one here from North.
I don't know how he's being able to just get away with whatever he wants. He's basically just pugging it out right now, Snods, and leaving everyone with a screw face, the amount of damage he's doing against them. MSL on the AWP really has to have an impact into the round. Luckily, he's assisted by AZ, but they've got to annihilate all these Ts that are taking it as their domain. They're going to start to push up. The nades roll out. AZ pushes in, playing off the sound cue. He wanted to deny the bomb, but he's bombed into the round. He couldn't do it. And he's already backed off. That's them throwing in the towel. The call's been made. 13 rounds for Dignitas.
Yeah, they're forced to save him. Jeez, North cannot catch a break, can they? And the confidence on Halzerk to continuously push towards the A site, because at a point you would think, okay, I've pushed A every single time, I get the kill every single time. Maybe North are going to put more players towards A. Maybe they have Kirby towards, AZ towards A at the start of the round, so it's a stronger defense, but North were expecting the fake A, so they stacked it heavier towards B. They tried to take mid control as well, Jack, to get more information as to where Dig were. But by the time they had mid control, Halzerk could find the kill onto Kirby, and the A site was left open, and the round pretty much done. And we have to mention as well, Jack, the effect it has on the other half of the map too. The way that as soon as Halzerk killed Kirby, Gade had to push B because he needed information to work out if it was a fake towards A. And then Freiburg was holding B. He got an easy kill onto Gade. And then it was a 3 versus 5. And at that point, North had to save.
Thing to factor in as well, in like the grand scheme of thing of all this, is that this is North's map pick. And as much as the fact that, you know, those first 5 rounds they got, it was like, wow, this is sick. It's looking like everything's, you know, going fantastically for them. That was basically it. They had a small resurgence when we flipped halves, but it's only a couple of rounds, leaving them on 8. Dignitas have looked like this has been their domain and already back into it. Freiburg is just swinging on B. He's run out, found the first pick. Forest will trade it back as well. So that's now 2 frags found over at the B bomb site. Can North even recover from this? It's not looking likely as they're still dropping men.
North, they look deflated here. Potentially defeated as well. 2 versus 4 now, and that was their save round. But their saving grace is the round loss bonus. They can buy if they lose this one, although AZ, the side angle catches off Halzerk off guard. Doesn't get the second, though. Forest, well, half blind, still lands it. MSL with an AWP, 1 versus 3.
MSL, the madman, the moment. He's had some huge individual plays, and he's been looking on form recently, but he'd need to hit a godlike form to be able to do anything in this round. The flick on the headshot is pixel perfect against Exists, though, and now it's actually a little bit more manageable. You're back into the 1 versus 1. As he peeks, he sees the second, and of course, he's going to slaughter him, focusing back towards the bomb, just looking for get right. But get right. We'll play it correctly as he peeks with the AK, beheads MSL, and the 14th round gets wired straight into the bank of Dignitas.
14-8 on the map pick from North. Do you know what, Jack? I thought of all games to be the full series, I thought this was going to be it. I thought we were going to see Dust 2 after Nuke.
I don't know. It's the form of North. It's the form of North, mate. Like they've been so all over the place.
Good, do they? I'm actually quite worried for them here if they do lose this series in a 2-0 fashion. I'm hoping we see something better on Nuke later on, just to see some promise in the roster. But we haven't really seen anything so far in this Elisa qualifier. Even in the games earlier versus Heroic, when they lost 16-6 versus their Danish rivals, the loss versus Kova. Get right up close. There's one player to the right of him. His awareness is so high, he's going to be expecting it, because why on earth is there a random smoke in towards middle? Oh, no, he doesn't. AZ's ready for it. Now an advantage for North. Can they convert it?
One of the few times we've actually seen them getting an opening kill into the game. In what, like a good 6 rounds? It's pretty much been either Freiburg or Hauzerk just being the lock and key to open up the bomb sites every single time. MSL, though, with a confidence ball. Smart play to make, but he misses the shot. He's been hitting so many disgusting picks with that AWP, but the one time he needed to pull the trigger and decimate the men in front of him, he has a bit of a blunder, and now there's an opening towards the A site. The mass rotation comes in. All of North migrate over, and they are there to try and hold it, but they're smoked off, blocked off, and left trapped.
Freiburg spots the tip, and the tip is all he needs. Oh, maybe not actually. Doesn't quite convert the kill as of yet. And AZ, he's going to be the one to win the duel. Gate 2, as the rotations are here now for North. Forest and Hauzerk have a lot to finish here, as Hauzerk spots 1 cross towards Ali, spots 2 cross towards Ali. AZ, though, will silence him. And now Forest into the 1 versus 1. The bomb is tapped. He's going to go for the spam. I'm just not sure if they're sticking it. Doesn't quite connect the shots just yet. AZ will finish it off. 14-9 here, North. They bring it back, finally.
A much needed round. It was off the back of a 4K from AZ. And the problem is, if that's what it took to finally get you around after, what, a streak of 4 in a row from Dignitas, how many times are you going to be able to do that? How many times is AZ going to hit those shots? We're going to have to hope the rest of the squad can wake up, splash some water on their face, and come back into this one fresh nods as they need to. A little bit more aggression this time around from North towards the B site, but they instantly peel back. They've allowed Freiburg out once again. He's just spamming away. Hauzerk, fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you as he goes for the peak. Kirby will kill him with the M4. It seems like finally North have got a bit of a hand on the game.
Yeah, something seems to have clicked here. Once they saw that 14th round for Dignitas, they realized they had to wake up. Freiburg on low HP, that duel towards B. He has got the bomb though, and he's still there. Forest now gonna try entry towards the B site. Kirby, if he does peek out here towards the A ramp, he should spot Exist off guard, but Exist is ready for it too. Slowly making his way up the A ramp. Has the backup as well of AZ on towards the A side. Ooh, actually more Dignitas players are coming towards A. Let's see the timing for Kirby. Oh no, it's bad. Why is his knife out? Oh dear. Got away there, Jack. If Exist was a little bit closer, you could have traded it.
So many weird moments have happened throughout this game, and that's just one of them that goes into the mix. Now then, a lot of the Dignitas players are low, namely Freiburg and Forest, that even combined don't really add up to 50 HP. They're trying to push their way in, but they're still finding the picks, and it's actually now equalized. 3 on 3. MSL with a vintage nades that he's been doing, but this time it doesn't frag. It just brings Freiburg down to 1 HP. He might be losing blood rapidly, but his heart is still beating for the meantime, and that's the important factor until MSL, the Viper, strikes. Removes him from existence with that AWP, leaving it into a 2 versus 3 clutch. They're spamming away. They're tagging each other as well through the sheet metal. The Molotovs start to get thrown out. They're scared. They don't quite know where these 2 Ts are. And as the peak comes in, they need to get him off the bomb. They couldn't do it, North. Barely squeezing by into these rounds.
And that's the best way to mention it. Squeezing these rounds out. But they are grinding the rounds back. Double digits now for the Danes as they make it 10. In the matchup with North versus Kova, the way that Kova won, Jack, if you remember, it was just executes towards the A side over and over and over again. And eventually it worked to close out the map in favor of them. And that's why we have North playing versus Dignitas here in the first match of today, as they did finish 3rd in their group. So, once again here for Dignitas, they're going to get control towards the A-ramp position. North have given it up after smoking it. Hazy and Kirby towards A seem to be a better fit here for this A-side defense, allowing Cajun to play towards mid and having MSL AWP towards B. That seems to be the change here. MSL now AWPing towards B and having Cajun B be the mid-rotate seems to be helping them, allowing to have the AZ and Kirby duo here towards A.
A-site really has been a bit of a leak for North. In recent form, they've been able to patch it up a couple of times, but was that just a bit of a bodge? A hold that'll only clutch on for a couple more rounds. MSL still trying to bodge this one together, though, and he's really hitting them with a blunt object. The AWP crushing down upon them, Snods, shattering their skulls, as now there's only 3 terrorists that remain. They're trying to throw this round at the turmoil as Get Right will spray down AZ. They've still got a whole lot more to do. The bomb's down at an awkward location as well, and Kirby is taking the fight straight to them. Hauzerk, he will get the kill, but it's left him almost lifeless. 12 HP left on him, Snods. It's not a good spot to be in.
No, it's not. But Get Right pushes through, try to make it into a 2 versus 2. It's not going to work out for him, but it's going to work out so far for Hauzerk. He may actually fake this. Sound cue doesn't go off. It doesn't need to. Cajun B, he's ready for that. 14-11. No bomb plant for Dignitas, which means an eco. And this should also allow for North to take a slight breather here. Gosh, look at their money. They've won 3 in a row, Jack, but they have no cash. Personifies just how close these rounds have been between these 2 teams.
I'm more surprised we didn't actually see Dignitas take a timeout on that one, Snods.
Yeah, that's so true.
Like, normally that's what it is, right? You take 3 rounds in a loss like that, take a pause, talk about it. Especially in a round like this where you could have at least had a bit of a debate for your next upcoming buy. I don't know, maybe that's something that could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, I think Dignitas are feeling really confident in closing this game out, though. I think in reality, they're having a lot of fun in the server. I think it's shown by how confident they're playing.
It's also one of those issues, though, where that actually really can hinder you later on. You know, you've been in that position probably yourself, where you think about it and you're like, right, look, we're almost winning these rounds. It's just coming down to a near miss every time. We don't need to pause. But then before you know it, the scoreline's 14-14. You're left with no money. And that pause that could have been used a couple rounds ago would have really saved you in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, back on the endpoint, during the endpoint days, there were lots of maps that we should have won. And we ended up losing some big losses, but that's fine. That was many moons ago back in MPL.
Get beat Flipside, though, so it's all good.
Exactly. We'll forget the rest of the losses. AZ, he's going to forget the rest of the rounds, though. He's only focusing on this one, but he's got 3 kills in it. Round 27, 14-12. 2 match points. Sorry, 2 rounds away for the win here for Dig, and it's 4 required for North. Although, the caveat obviously is for North, if they let 1 concede, they will give 15 to Dig and get them onto match points. They need to play perfectly here.
They do. Every step has to be on beat. Can't get out of timing on this one. You can't go off script. We'll be regretting it later. MSL. He's trying to give him a big old spoonful of regret, though. As his AWP's loaded, and he's ready to hit them where it hurts. Scoped in, waiting for the face to come out. He has to adjust. You could see the quick flick there once he realized what had just occurred. Kirby being slaughtered just mere inches away from him. And now they've got map control, Snods. It's another first pick for Dignitas as well, and that's really where the trouble was coming from in the prior rounds, and it gets a whole lot worse when Cajun B collapses at mid.
Ooh, MSL brings it back, though, slightly. Gets the kill on towards the player towards A. That's actually going to force, though, Dignitas to rush towards B. Gade is not ready for it. He's let it slip. He's let them onto the B site. Oh, no. Molotovs. Smoke as well for Forrest. Once they get there, he can smoke off towards the CTAC. And there it is. Oh, this is such a tough retake for North. They're all coming from CT side as well. All funneling in from one angle. Makes it twice as hard.
Freiburg, he could be really in for a vintage moment here if they all push him one by one. It's an easy frag onto the first, but MSL, oh, even in the darkest moments, in a cold night in Stokes, Nods, he's still smashing them with the AWP, but it won't matter. All of it is just thrown away every time. 23 frags to his name. How many picks have we seen him found? I mean, he's top fragging for the side, 80 ADR, 23 to 19, and it's all in vain every time.
A wise man once said, "What more can I do?" The answer is not a lot. MSL, as you said, 23 kills. He's gonna be looking over at Kiabi thinking, where the hell are you? Where the hell are you in this game, mate? An 11 for himself, but it's been tough. It's been really hard. I mean, Kiabi on the T side couldn't really get much going. He was trying to lurk towards the B side, but Forrest and Freiburg were just silencing him every time. Well, I wonder if MSL can spot the giant foot there of Hauser. No, he's gonna spot the bigger gun instead. And with that, 5 versus 4 now the advantage in favor of North. Freiburg, after losing his teammate towards one half of the map, he wants to open up the other. Cajun B, can he try and hold on to B?
Needs to. It's do or die from into the round, and goodbye as he goes flying off the side of the skyscraper. That could be an omen for the way this game is going to go. Right down, but the response is there. AZ with 2. Comes out, decking them all. MSL's had 2 picks of his own with the AWP, still grinding his way in. But look at this, Exist. Fast on his feet as he sprints his marathon back over towards the A site, bouncing his way up. He gets there just in the nick of time. Only one man's rotated, and it's MSL. The IGL gets the info, and the bomb is going to go down. Time is now of the essence. Can he hold them off as they start to push as a unit? They're all coming together. 2 through elevators, and, well, Kirby elevates his skill into that one. Gets the headshot off, and North, they're not content with losing here on Vertigo, Snods. This is their map pick, and they want to prove that.
2 rounds away to force it into OT. And they may get there. You look at the money for Dig. Do they save? I think they should save. They haven't paused. Did they think to pause? Ooh, that doesn't... Okay, it makes sense. Okay, it makes sense, right. They've got a Galil, an AK, 2 Deagles and a Tech 9. They've got armor and utility, and they have enough cash in the bank to buy next round. So this is the best case scenario for Dignitas. They thought they didn't need the time required from a pause to iron that out. But obviously, what's their strategy into this round? Is it just going to be picks off of the AK and Galil from Hauser can exist? As it has been working towards A.
Yeah, but with only one AK out this time. Hauser actually being on the Galil as well. I would prefer to have him actually having that AK because he's been the one that's been going for the quite aggressive peaks and being able to get the early entries. Without that one-tap headshot capability, it really might hold him back, and at least he is playing as a unit, so him and Exist could trade potentially for each other. The likelihood is still there, it's just a little bit less impactful. AZ, talking of impact, he could really put a pin in things and leave them deflated if they want to push up the ramp. He's ready for it, rocking back and forth. He's got the gloves off, Snods. He wants to hit him with the fists.
Ooh, going to be doubling up towards Ali, though, is North, allowing Kirby to take the first line of contact, and that's a brilliant headshot. Immediately onto Get Right, but it's not enough. Hauser can exist, they chime in. Cajun B from above, he goes down. Oh no, 2 versus 4, Freiburg is low. NSL trying to land shots with the smoke, and he gets the tag. But it's not enough. bomb is ticking away. There is defuse here for the CT side, but I don't think they have it in them to win this 2 versus 4. They have a smoke towards Ali, but that's going to fade shortly as all 4 of the players now from Dignitas group up towards ramp.
They need to use that util. MSL has to flash in. He's got to smoke it. They need to push and get on the bomb. Time's ticking away, though, Snoz. So they're leaving themselves no real breathing room to do it in. I think they've realized that it's basically already over as they start taking the firefights. There just isn't really any time, but they put it into somewhat of a winnable position. Gabe would have to get the defuse, but it's all about the time. And his stopwatch ran out of batteries by the time he peaked. It was done for, and it ends in favor of Dignitas. They finally got over that hump that was keeping them back. A game that looked like it was going to be quite one-sided towards the end. North brought it back. It's still just not enough.
No, many highlights here from Hauser we're going to be witnessing, especially on that T side at the start of the second half. With those entries towards a brilliant matchup, though, of the first of the day. It is the first map of this best of 3. The next one going to be Dust 2, I believe. Oh, excuse me, I think it's Nuke and then Dust 2. But either way, that was the pick from North, and they fall short 16-13.
Wow. It is crazy as well, because basically the only rounds that are won in that game were just in sprees. Like, for the fact that the first half we had coming into it, North looked good. They won 5 rounds on the trot. Their A site takes were absolutely incredible. And it is quite poetic, right, that the final round that shuts it down is Dignitas going for a very reminiscent North A take that just they couldn't hold.
No, they couldn't. They couldn't hold, indeed. And that was versus the quasi buy too. Dignitas had a better buy next round if they had lost it.
Yeah, just off the back of one Galil and one AK. It is going to be Nuke next.
It's Nuke and then it's Dust 2. Oh, brilliant games.
I mean, Nuke, obviously we've had a lot of it throughout the tournament in both of our group stages. This really is like the 3 maps we have seen by far the most over the entirety of the Elisa Invitational.
Any maps we've seen.
Yeah, the only other one was Mirage.
The only 3 maps we've had so far in the qualifier has been Vertigo, Nuke, and Dust 2.
There's a couple of games in Mirage we had, mate, but obviously, you know.
Oh, that's true, yeah, at the start.
They were just a Mirage at this point.
Exactly, already forgot about them.
Yeah. Still, more to come then. We will be back in. This is a best of 3. This is our quarterfinal as well. So the winner of this doesn't guarantee a spot, but it does guarantee them moving on to fight off versus Heroic. And that is the bigger picture, as they'll really need to show some heroism on the server to try and get over the line. Dignitas currently leads. They are 1 map up. If they win the second, which is their map pick as well, that is definitely going to get the heart rates up for North. They will be through to try and fight for a spot at the Blast Showdown. That's what's here. That's what's to play for. Please join us when we return for some more action on Nuke in a few moments.
come and get it. We collide, we break down, caving in to our doubts. Faces filled with sadness. When words are said, we'll regret. I can see the fire that we made just to save us. When we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, that we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. Let's go back, let's start again to a place a long time ago when I kissed your lips. I can see the fire that we made just to save us. When we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, that we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way. This is the hard way.
Well then, just a few moments until we are underway with our second map in the series between Dignitas and North. If you're just joining us, this is the Elisa Invitational. It is the final day, unfortunately, but we've got some damn right good games to keep you entertained, so don't get all too down in the dumps. We move on. Vertigo was the first map. It was a 16-13 win for Digsnods, and now we come to Nuke.
Yeah, we do. We come to Nuke. We come to Nuke with Dignitas having Hauserk at 100 ADR, basically. He's at 99 ADR on Vertigo, and the impact he had on the T side is probably the reason they actually won the map. I mean, North, once they started realizing how to fix the issue with their CT side towards A, it felt like there was a chance of them coming back and bringing it to OT. But Halzerk, his individual performance was just too much for North to handle. And it's going to force us now onto map 2, which is Nuke. This is the map pick as well for Dig, as the first one, which North lost, was actually the pick of theirs and their own. And the last one, Jack, if it gets there, is Dust 2. Although, I don't know if you think it's going to go to Dust 2, do you?
No, I think at the minute, looking at it, I feel like this could very easily be a 2-0, in all honesty with you. Dignitas have looked on point. As you said, Halzerk has been a ridiculously big impact factor for him. He's just been smashing his way through, and the odds are heavily in their favor as well. Dignitas 1.25 to the 3.3 of North.
Yeah, exactly. That really goes to show how favored Dig are on this map. But I mentioned it on the preface before we went live, Jack, that if you're North, you have to have a very frank team chat here if you lose this best of 3. Because if they lose 2-0 versus Dignitas, a team that's been back now for a month, with players that some of them come out of retirement, you have to be questioning yourself. But Gade's not going to be questioning anything here towards Ramp.
No. He is going to be stopping Dignitas from questioning anything ever again as well, as he rips their brains straight out. That's 2 frags found, one onto Forest and one onto Halzerk, and now we're left to a 4-on-3 very early on into the round. Still a minute and 14 seconds left on the clock, so you know this one's been quick. They will start to back off for now. Just holding, set up by trophy room, by radio, just having a bit of a listen. Get right is down on the lower side. He does see ahead, but he can't quite knock it off.
Yeah, he spots it out. It's a little bit too far away. Ooh, as I say that, he's going to land it. Cajun B goes down. And with that, North are going to be terrified about a potential attack towards the B site from Dig. And they could fake this and go under heaven, because that's what Kirby thinks. MSL thinks it too. Maybe North are expecting the harder play, but the obvious one for Dig is, when we've got the entry towards B, let's just go B. Maybe North are overthinking things here.
At the very least, the only beneficial factor and the silver lining that comes out of it is you can retake into it 3-on-3, right? Like, your gamble doesn't pay off, whatever, you rolled the dice, you didn't get your big money. Still have a chance to win this one if you play as a squad. They drop into the vents early on. That's going to make a bit of a FUD and give Dignitas the inkling that someone is pushing down from behind. Here comes Kirby with a full frontal assault as well as he walks his way down the ramp, USP in hand. They have a kit. It's on MSL. They have to get in.
And that's the big problem. Freiburg has the P250 at long range. It's going to be perfect weapon for the job. They know exactly where he is, though, and no armor. He'll be dealt with easily. And the double doors exist, but not for long, as it's all down to the clutch master himself. Get right, as the doors are closed upon him. Lands the foe. No, he doesn't. It felt like he was about to land that shot. Onto MSL, defusing it. But no. 1-0, North claim it. And for a second there, you were worried for North, as they're expecting Dignitas to make the full rotation outside towards A. He had Kirby holding for the Heaven Wrap as well. But North feeling very confident in their retakes on this map so far, and it paid off. Although, with a bomb plant for Dignitas, we know what that means, Jack. It's the force buy.
Yeah. The AKs are out in full force. They've been dropped off by the delivery drones.
That's the future, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're straight down secret, and that could be the present in this round, Snods. And talking of which, MSL could have quite a nice little present. He could upgrade to an AK if he gets a kill with this Famous, as they've not actually covered their rear. They've allowed him to walk up. Luckily, there's a man holding behind T-Red, but he looks away at the wrong time as he exposes his head. The Famous fighting back with the slight inaccuracy. It won't allow him to get the kill, and talking of which, there's Get Right with the first.
Ooh, Cajun B making this into a even exchange so far, but as I say that, Get Right chimes in. So do the players from North. Down to just Halzerk and Get Right now in a 2 versus 3. 55 seconds left, they have to find the bomb. Ooh, but also they have to find MSL inside the smoke. Ooh, as you said, 2 nice shots there. 2-0 as we go into round 3. Going to be the eco coming out from Dignitas, and we should be seeing a strong start here for North.
It is quite ridiculous when you think about it. The MSL has basically had to be the star player on this squad in like a few of the games where he's really on form, but does that not pose a lot of questions about everyone else?
That's what worries me, because whenever you have your IGL or the player that's almost, when you look at the roster, expected to frag least, actually fragging the most, sometimes it begs the question of fear on some of your star players. Is Gade scared of getting aggressive and dying? Is he on the chopping block for this team? That massively impacts your performance in the server, your certainty on a roster. But then again, MSL has been reborn in the AWP role. If you remember years and years ago, back when MSL had that huge spike in performance, he attributed it to his his lowering of his sensitivity to 1.6. But then that weared off. Now he's AWPing and he's doing really well, but will that wear off? And when it does, is North in a similar predicament as they were a few years ago, back when MSL was on the roster?
A lot of questions and a lot of answers that are yet to be seen. This round, at least, things are going nicely for them. Freiburg's been taken out into the early game. They have a huge range advantage. Basically got a barge pole between them and the T's that are coming towards outside, so it shouldn't really matter. MSL spamming away with the M4. AZ peeks out and takes down Forest. All of them are being left. A pile of corpses towards outside. Final headshot will land in between the eyes of Get Right, and that is the third round for North. Only one casualty, so pretty darn good so far.
Yeah, it looked very strong so far. The money is decent too. Just Kirby, he's on $350. Besides that, everyone else can buy if they lose their first round, so they're going to be in a very strong position following to round 5. But for now, Alzerk again has the job of finding the entries for this team. Almost feels like he's the perfect fit of the puzzle for Dignitas, bringing in an aggressive player to fit in around the mold of Get Right and Forest, who we know likes to go in second or third. Freiburg, who is that hard entry. So if you pair up Alzerk and Freiburg together, you really have a strong duo here on your T side.
MSL with the AWP towards outside. Role-playing as an Undertaker right now. Doing good work about it as well, but teammate is trapped in quite an awkward angle. Just up close by Blue. Kirby, if he's not ready for this, he could be swarmed. MSL has to hit the shot to keep him alive. Can this sniper strike them down? Fires out the first, but it's a little bit premature. The push comes around towards Blue, and that's the frag from Forest. Now it starts to look worse for wear for North. The CT side showing its cracks as soon as Dignitas have full AKs across the board.
Forest onto low HP. May not even matter. Get Right on the lurk towards A's, found 2. Oh my goodness. Criminal there from him. And now Dig can just walk down B. There's 15 seconds left. I believe North have one player here, but he's towards ramp. He's actually scared about the A side. The ramp player's gone back towards Heaven side of the ramp, which means there is no one towards B here for North. They're forced to save.
Depends on how far they push out as well. If they push by Squeaky, it could have been the kill for Get Right, but the timing will save Gade. It allows him to slide into CT vent and at least stay alive for this round. But Get Right comes back through hut. He is hunting them down. AK in hand. Knees shaking. Try and swing into them. Cajun has the angle. Should kill Get Right if he peeks. And will do so. So at least no one else on the CT side is going to fall. They can keep both of those guns, and they really need to clutch on to both of them.
Yeah, Dig win it. Off of the back of the lurk from Get Right. 3-1. But albeit, North can still buy. I did mention a few times the good economy they had after winning 3 in a row very cleanly. And they shall be rewarded for that with the AWP onto MSL and then 4 M4s to finish off the rest of the CT buy. And for Dig, we're not going to be bringing out the AWP onto Halzerk. Instead, just a 5 AK setup, which means most likely going to be doing a contact play towards one of the sites. And AZ finds Get Right early on, trying to make that same lurk he did last round. This time, at the start of the round, it's not going to work. Bit of Bogdan's Law there as well, Jack, but with an AK.
Yeah, the old weapon shuffling coming around. Talking to the shuffle, they're going to need to have some smooth moves going down ramp, or they will be overthrown by Cajun here. Waits for the contact, drops the flash to try and slow the push for the meantime. They do counter flash, and he realizes it's not worth fighting it. Heals off, allows the rotation to come around from MSL, but that Molotov completely denies any aggressive footing from him. He has to just hold, and actually takes a tick of damage from the Molotov as well, so he'll be feeling the heat. And Cajun, he needs to make this one very hot and heavy. Once they push in, can he overwhelm all these men coming towards his bomb site? He'll get 1 and 2 exist, but the T's are fighting back. Luckily, he gets the flick off, but it's still not enough. Hauzerk will frag him, and it's only MSL and AZ that remain. Hazy on 12 HP as well, Snods. He's going to be limping around.
Yeah, it's really down to MSL. AZ waits for the timing to open the door and try and catch a player off guard here for Dig, but they're going to be doubling up. One towards the rafter, and the other one towards ramp. They're both playing the high angles here, and I don't think North are going to expect no one on the floor here towards the B site.
Hauzerk. It all comes down to the timing. I mean, they baited him with the audio cue to peek, and he actually does swing on it. So MSL will find that frag. Forest has so much to do, and actually netting that kill on AZ might have just won him the round. MSL, he has the sprint towards the bomb. There's no other option for him into it. And as he does, it's an easy shot into the back of his head, and he'll keel over, giving that round to Dignitas. Close, but they do clutch it.
Yeah, amazingly played there by Forest. But just to reiterate the round, we saw there was no AWP for Hauzerk. We saw 5 AKs. We're expecting a contact play to play the trades. And all they did, Jack, was walk down ramp. That is literally all they did.
Yeah.
They walked down ramp, they found 3 kills towards the B side, and in a 3 versus 2, they win it. Hauzerk, so aggressive, so confident here on this new lineup with his new teammates. As he's just here trying to find stats towards AC and Heaven. AZ with the long-range shot on the Deagle into Forest. Tries to double it up here, but Hauzerk has the advantage with the big green gun.
This is a very messy round. There's just brawls occurring all over the place, and the side that you'd expect to have the worst outcome are actually doing a lot of damage towards Dig. Hauzerk with a peek onto AZ, and the quick follow-up back on Gade. My goodness. Hauzerk on the AWP, giving MSL a run for his money right now as we're back into a 2-on-1. Cajun left to do whatever he can if he can try and bring some sort of semblance back into the round for North. He does go down the ladder towards lower. Luckily enough, that is the correct call to make, but he's unarmed, Snots. Just a pistol.
Oof, there you have it. Cajun B lands the dink, but doesn't convert it into the kill. And get right, Will. 3-3 as North now going to be going for yet another buy, as that was their eco. But with 4, well, nearly 4 kills found, 3 actually in total. They should be confident at silencing the push towards outside from Dig once they finally have rifles. And no AWP for Hauzerk, so we may see the same ramp play or smokes towards outside, Jack. And actually, if they did do smokes towards outside and walk down ramp, that could be effective, as it seems like towards B, Dignitas feel very confident at grouping up together, charging in as a team, and then trading the kills onto the bomb sites.
Yeah, it's just been those brute force rounds where they can just sprint down as a squad that's worked out so much better for them. And also some of the lurks Get Right has been pulling out over the course of this event and just look damn right nostalgic for the most part, Nods. And they've really been working as well. Haven't quite been prepared for a lot of them. Cade seems prepared for this though. If there is any play towards Hut, he would be ready to try and take them down. However, it's Kirby we need to talk about. I think he's actually going for the contact play in towards ramp, but he has, meaning that Hauzerk finds him. Cajun's left to trade, and Cajun with the spray transfer. Target prioritization on point, as somehow he eliminates them, but just as we start to give them our favor, Snods, it's a bite back from Dignitas, leaving it now in a 1 versus 2. Gade has bomb control. He actually moves himself back up on top of the ladder in the elevated angle. Will they clear this?
Very smart here from Gade. Ooh, Forest doesn't anticipate this play. Will Gade let the first person walk through? Will he instantly pull the trigger? Yes, he shall. Now Freiburg knows exactly where he is. Freiburg gonna come from below him. And he has it. Freiburg, though, actually waited a second to go for that trade because he wanted to make it as if he was rotating from somewhere else. To make it as if he wasn't next to Forest. That's why we saw Gade suddenly start panicking after Freiburg didn't instantly peek out. So, good awareness there from Freiburg to secure the round in favor of Dignitas. But round 8 here, Jack, as we go in for more. Going to be an eco once again for North, but North has shown us they're always dead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised how much damage they've been able to do into these rounds where they really just don't have any real arsenal. It's just been a couple of pistols here and there and a few moments of magic that's allowed them to clutch it out nearly. Dignitas, they always strike back, and Alzerk, he's looking to strike. Comes round through garage, sees a bit of elbow. And he's going to shatter it right into the funny bone for Kirby there.
Yeah, that's going to sting. Ooh, still taking the duel, though. First is AZ with his deagle at AC. Ooh, timing. Who's it going to favor? Well, so far doesn't really matter too much, does it? Halzerk's found the kill outside. EEST has his own kill. It's a 2 versus 5 now. Halzerk did win it. So Dig should be onto the fight, their 5th round now, and make it 5-3 on their T side, Jack, after losing the pistol.
It is miraculous how much noise they've been able to make into this game. And EEST did a bit of an alu check towards the box. Luckily, there's no one just hiding behind it this time. No Raptors. In MSL, last 2 players live on that CT side, Snods with just pistols. I think they're just trying whatever they can, really. It's a matter of desperation for them.
Yeah, exactly. Just try and find 1 or 2 kills. Maybe, at best, salvage an AK for round 9. But, oh my goodness, Halzerk's not going to allow anything like that. And ironically, he's the one that gets to 9 kills off the back of those 2 headshots. As we do head into the 9th round. North, call a pause. It's an important one. Dig have now won 5 rounds in a row. And what's worrying as well is North have yet to win a bye themselves, besides the first one. Or actually, did they? Because, no, Dignitas got the bomb down. Dignitas forced, if you remember.
Hmm.
And then North won the conversion round and they made it 3-0. And the first buy round we had was the one where MSL caught Halzerk through the smoke and Get Right killed 2 players in A and Dignitas won the round. So actuality, all buy rounds have been in favor of Dig. So North are taking a pause now as they have their 3rd chance at a full buy round to try and, well, outmaneuver Dig. It's a game of chess here on Nuke.
More like chess
like this
boxing
one,
for a lot of the rounds we've seen, Snods. I mean, North...
Chess with guns is what I like to say. That's
Yeah.
how I explain it to my parents.
Technically, yeah.
Chess with guns, mate.
Ooh, wow, AZ. Better on the gun forefront that time around against Get Right, as he will get that kill. Dignitas, they go back to the old Classico. Take out side control. MSL going to be quick enough on his toes, though, to get out there to actually really lay down the law of his AWP.
He's seen the smokes. This is where he should be rotating towards ramp, but it seems like he thinks it's a fake. Or does he just want to chuck a smoke out towards Squeaky, then rotate B?
Or
Ooh,
timing.
he spotted someone. Yeah, he spotted someone going towards secret stairs. That should allow for the info to be thrown over. AZ will have a lot to do here as the smoke fades.
Doesn't even need it to the fades, Nods. He's making them fade away into the afterlife. An easy frag back onto Freiburg. Molotov comes in to force him back at least towards window room, and the door is set ablaze. Is this going to be a blaze of glory for Dignitas or for North? They're close towards the door. Cajun pitching it with the M4, ready to really try and punish them. AZ playing for the headshot angle back towards window, but he panics. His heart rate increases too rapidly. He couldn't compose himself to get the frags, Nods, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-4.
Yeah, this is falling apart quickly here for the side of Dig. Halzerk going down Forest. Now last alive! Oh my goodness!
Mate, that is
Bomb will go
absolutely
down.
rank.
It was. Oh, I couldn't quite get the bomb plant down, but Dignitas can still fully buy. Those shots, though, are really important, Jack, and I'll tell you why they're really important. Because now that Forest has killed 2 players, North might actually call a timeout here. No, they're not. So, let me break this down. It's a 4 versus 1. Forest gets 2 of those kills to turn it into a 2 versus 1, and obviously to finish him off. But that now means only 2 players from North can drop, not 4. So therefore, 1 player has to miss out, and it's AZ. AZ is the player missing out on a drop. And that's a FAMAS now for him, thanks to the shots from Forest.
None of that might matter, though, if Kirby's able to be the absolute killer that he truly is, as he plays through the smoke, shrouding himself away. As he does go for the peak, he'll be able to kill 1 back onto Forest, but Get Right Lovely little face. Kirby just sitting out on his own. Slap bang in the middle of outside. It just takes a couple of bullets with the AK to finish him off. And now the smokes are working against North. They're peeking into them, and all these angles are being cleared by Dignitas. They've now got a 2-man advantage into the round.
And they are opting to slow the tempo of the round down, and they are waiting to see if anyone's going to get aggressive from North. Actually, they're just waiting to see the success of the lurk now from Get Right. You may hear the steps of the player going towards Heaven, and he does! MSL's down! MSL made so much noise rotating Heaven. Oh, they have no idea Get Right was here, but has Cajun B done enough here? Has he rotated in time? Let's find out.
Cajun. It looked awkward, but at least he was able to compose himself to find one, and AZ swings in. He might have only had a Famous, but his ferocity with the weapon is unmatched as he taps him down, spraying a new one up against the Dignitas roster and putting it 5-5 as they do begin to bring it back. And Dignitas will now feel what it's like to have that stunted economy.
Yeah, just going to be a Deagle here for Forest and the PC-50 as well for Get Right. That last round really coming down to the wire. Cajun B saving the day with the first kill. One to Get Right, and then the flash to delay them. The second kill he got as well when he was on silo, just getting North that important fifth round, and also important to get them versus an eco. Yeah, so AZ should be clearing this one up and denying the chance for a 6th if a dig. As all that's left is Forrest with his Deagle towards the silo. Not going to find anything yet.
Mate, I mean, I know we're on nuke, but I didn't realize we had rolled back the years to 1.6 because Forrest is just absolutely disgusting with some of the shots he's been hitting right now. The level of lunacy that's coming out from this man is wild. I know he has his games, and it seems like this could very well be one of them.
Well, with quarantine coming up as well, a lot of these players who are used to traveling a lot on the tournament circuit, they're now going to be home. And typically when they're traveling at these events, they're away for 5 or 6 days of the week. I mean, so are we when we're casting it. And what that means is you don't get that time to actually play a lot of Counter-Strike and improve. And it feels like this time off for a few of these teams is really helping a lot of them in quarantine.
Reinvigorating, perhaps, and definitely seems to be the case. MSL being one of them, pushing up with that AWP, gets the kill onto Freiburg, and now Cajun has to do the classic. We've seen this many a time, and it's still not going in his favor. Ramp control claimed by Dignitas within a matter of seconds. They storm their way down with fast feet in towards the site. Again, it always seems to come back to this man. MSL is such a power player for North at the minute.
He really is. One will go down. Forest towards the B site has been amazing. It's Halzok as well. These are the two players you wanted to dig. And that's why. 2 versus 2 now. Halzok with the calculated aggression. Forest as well lands the headshot into MSL. AZ. 1 versus 2. Halzok can back up Forest as well. It's going to be a 2-man face, but the flashbang's actually going against his teammate. But it doesn't matter anyway. Halzok's going to finish it. 6 for 6 is now North a reset. The round loss bonus should still be high. Oh, Jack, it's not high enough. Kirby can't buy.
Uh-oh. Back to the Famous again. I mean, it worked out for AZ, but it is 2 of them that are in play this time. Utility-wise, it's still good at least. But there is one big issue that's staring me right in the face, Nods. They don't have a kit.
Oh dear, they don't. Didn't even see that. FAMAS for Cajun B and Kirby, that's not nice. It's really hard to use a FAMAS as well when you're playing A main. This duel here towards the red container is much more favorable to an AK than the FAMAS. But he will spam the smoke. Nothing connects as of yet as Dignitas slowly make their route down towards Secret, leaving Get Right to lurk.
Talking of which, in this game, a gun game, we do actually have the MAC-10 out on EEST, so will Easy be able to make some bags into the round? AZ, it'd be easy for him as well. M4 mowdown potentially incoming as the flashbangs go out. They allow him to peek. It is going to blind him just enough that one of them gets round. He spots Hauser, and that's the bomb that's down. They pick it up and they continue on though, thundering together. The timing for him not working out as he adjusted his crosshair, looking out through the window. What they will see is MSL slaughtering everyone that steps into his scope. Get Right falls on the A site, and Freiburg has had to deviate from the plan. Backs off back towards the vent. MSL is stalking him, but Freiburg is so sickeningly quick on the AK flick. He gets the kill, and now it's 1-on-2.
Does he know where Cajun B is towards ramp? Not sure if he does. He does expect it, though. Has so many angles to clear, and with that door open as well, a decon towards the site. Surely Gage should stop the plant. No, actually, Gage is above him. Ooh, I read it wrong on the minimap. This is actually winnable now for Freiburg.
Could be. He has put himself into a corner, though, Snons. He backs off, back over towards Dark Spot, trying to play the waiting game. The angle could favour him if he can take the one-on-ones, but that's down to North to misplay the round, as they are aware of this angle. They're peeking into him. He gives the game away. He adjusts, and the bait worked. Hook, line, and sinker. Cajun goes in for the famous spray down, and they will defuse it.
Yeah, defuse is going to come through. North are going to make it 7-6. Dig. Quite able to go for a buy, as 3 of the players are lacking about $1,000 each, so they shall go for a quasi-buy, you would imagine, for the 15th round. But North, they could be setting up here for a 9-6 half. And for Dig, yeah. They're going to have the 1 AK out to Freiburg, but he can still buy into the next round. Deagles, some utility. I guess the bomb plant is the main goal here. And if not, maybe get some trade kills for Freiburg off of this AK, deal some damage.
Freiburg. Up on top of roof. Swings round, gliding through the air. Did get a lot of damage out onto MSL to at least leave him down on 40 HP into the round, but there's an instant pick back from Kirby. This means that Get right now has to rotate around, pick up the bomb, or at least someone's going to have to. As already, Dignitas is quite fragmented in the positions they're in.
Yeah, MSL just holding the cross towards Secret. And with no smokes, the bomb has to try and cross, but it seems like they're going to be forcing the issue. MSL ready for it. Ooh, pixel headshot as well onto Halzerk. He knows the third one should be towards outside. Exist here with the deagle in towards Garage as MSL goes for the wide swing, spots the toes, lands the tag. Doesn't finish off the job. AC going to be finishing in as Cajun B gets the last on to get right. 8-6, as we expected. But Dig now have the full buy here in the last round. It's the second shot here, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, that one is literally just a peekaboo. Like, how is he doing it today? He's looking so on point. Way better than obviously when we saw him back in the group stage as well. This is more like the MSL I was kind of hyping up, where we've seen him in recent form. He has been looking like he's been this powerhouse. But now 15 frags to his name, 106 ADR into the game currently. He's looking pretty on point.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing very well. Here's MSL. Smokes now towards outside.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, he spots the head. Didn't land it though. Oh, Freiburg's tagged up, however. From Kirby, but Exist. He was ready for it. Another rotations from North have to be swift. There's 3 players here though towards the A side, but no. Dignitas aren't walking towards A main, they're actually coming towards heaven.
They actually baited that rotation as well. MSL, he was so fast to adjust, focusing on main. He's still doing damage with a deagle as well, it seems, apparently. Beheads exist. There's people dying all over the place, Snods. Too much action to even witness, it seems. As now we're left into a 2 versus 2
Oh, no.
after Forest will be able to find a flustered Cajun and kill him with the AWP. Gade rotating back around. If he plays his cards right, there could be a free frag here for him. Hauser seemed to have his knife out as they were readjusting, but they've spooked him. They've scared him off. With 19 HP, he has to run away.
And now they know that they can go towards the A site through Radio Room. Because they know Gade was tagged up by Halzerk. And because of that, Jack, they're deciding to go towards the site which has the tagged player. And that's Cade on 19 HP.
Gade has to do something absolutely glorious here. He needs at least 1 frag to put it into a position. Buy time for AZ. He is rotating around, and that's the right way to play it. On the off angle behind the box as they peek into him. There's not been a trade yet. There will be a swing brigade. He doesn't need any help from his teammates. He's a one-man army. Sickeningly nice adjustment on the follow-up headshot. A 3K into the round and a 9-6 split on the score.
Yeah, this is nice here from Gade. Played the off angle, catching Halzerk off guard. This last little pop shot. Boop. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, very nice.
3 kills. 3 kills so far for Kirby. He had a very poor performance on Vertigo too, bottom of the leaderboard. And it's deja vu here again on Nuke. His team, they really need him. He's one of the best players, arguably the best player on the roster. They needed him to shine here to beat Dig. But Gade trying to see if he can continue on his form towards the ace side, but instead it's Halzerk and Freiburg.
The rough bit is, like, they were out, but it was so just split. He charges through the Molotov in Hut. He gets out onto the site, but just blind for hours in his mind, right? By the time he eventually gets his vision back, it's too late. He sees that he's all on his own. His teammates try and burst through Squeaky, see if they can maybe get down secret or just fight on the site. But one by one, they're just all popped to pieces. It was so fractured, Snods.
Yeah, it really was. That was the issue with the Molotov. It felt like they cancelled it and wanted to go towards Squeaky, but Gage just kept going.
I'm in.
I'm in. It's too late for me now. Just leave me. Run, you fools. Fly! Eco now for North as the bomb wasn't planted. So, MP9s are going to have a field day here versus these clocks outside.
This should just be a bit of a moneymaker. Forest. He's going to want to shake what his mama gave him. The MP9 coming out into the round. They'll only get one, but his teammates pick off the rest. But that does create enough of a distraction to open up a window of opportunity so that MSL can slide his way down and slip into the B site. He gets the plant. He'll have his victory shakes, and he's happy with that. That's all he wanted out of the round.
Yeah. The bomb plant means extra cash. They're going to be happy with that. 5 players staying alive for Dig. They're going to be happy with that. It's a win-win for both these teams. It's about what you do with the luck that's given to you, Jack. That's what matters in life. Maybe that's a bit too heavy for a Sunday afternoon.
I mean, maybe, but it's also, you know, it's life advice, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Here I am in my bedroom,
Yeah.
talking into a microphone about life.
Seize the opportunities. That's exactly what we're going to see coming out of this round from North Snod. Straight towards outside. Getting their regular amount of sunlight that's needed. Yeah, right. He wants to be a dampener on their day. He's looking to really throw some disarray in.
He wants to give them the vitamin D outside.
Vitamin
He
F,
has
mate.
the right weapon.
Vitamin Famus.
Vitamin F. Oh, I thought you meant vitamin frag.
Oh, that also works, actually.
That works too, yeah, yeah.
Both of these are applicable.
Other sources of vitamins
Are available, of course.
But yeah, now the downtime has been covered. Let's see the action. Get right. Oh, he's quarantined. Wait, what?
No.
Fusion B?
He gets the
Has he
kill
not read the
and
news?
follow-up. What on earth? Get right. How has he got the second? That's the disappointing
Exist?
fact for North. Exist picks up with the MP9. Oh, mate, this is just a slaughtering ground towards outside.
What?
They are painting the town red on Dignitas.
No one from North cleared close red container. They are... This, to me, screams that some of the players from North are scared to make mistakes. They're scared to push because they're scared to die. Maybe because they're scared to get shouted at. Maybe they're scared for... Maybe... I don't know. But something is not right with this North lineup, letting things like that happen sometimes. It just seems to be so frequent.
Well, that's the problem, is it's not just one mistake, right? It's many over the course of the Elisa Invitational, and also, like, just in recent form. And if it adds up, it's a bad spot to be in. Clean kill from Kirby onto the first, but the flicks just aren't meant to happen. Here's that play as well. Look, just out in the open. Caden already lining up the smoke. The adjustment onto the second. The fact that he killed AZ is just one of those real insult to injury plays. And now look at North's cash, Nods. It's basically gone.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're going to be the ones on the weaker buy. Only 3 sets of armor as well for Kirby, Gade, and AZ. Besides that, Tech 9s, Deagles, and PT50 is all that North have to fight against Dig in this round. Oh, get right, that's poor. Caught off guard, Freiburg and Forest. They chime in again together. This new dynamic duo, it seems, rekindled on this roster. As you remember, Freiburg was one of the first players to get the boot after Faflar, and he went off to Heroic and to Optic. And now he's back. It seems like Forest and Freiburg, they are so good together.
Oh, mate. They get together like bread and butter. Look, they're even just giving each other the little warm-up in spawn, the little victory shakes. They're aware of the level of disgusting things they're doing. Oh, yeah. All right, North. Nilzinho's favourite strategy, it seems, Nod. The gore straight towards. getting blown off over at Squeaky as they chuck the nade out. I thought they were actually going to follow through with it, but instead they go for the boost in Squeaky, hoping to have someone peek them from main potentially. I believe that's MSL that's put up on the elevated totem with the AWP.
EEST once again towards secret stairs with the MP9. Get right now playing a different angle. North may now think that A main is easy to take. That's why Get right is playing a different angle, expecting North to do it again this round. But smokes towards outside. They have 2 players in towards lobby. It seems like they're going to go for the split towards B through secret stairs and through ramp. But they could also go through A main. I think it depends on picks here.
Oh, Gade could be getting a pick onto EEST, but this really could go either way. The MP9 might be able to make a fool out of him. It spams into his toes a little bit, so it'll be cheaper for him to buy shoes now, at least. In terms of the frags, though, it is going the way of Dignitas. They've been able to force it into their favor, even though Forest is incredibly low. Gade taking so much damage from that utility. It'll make him second guess his plays. He has to rotate and peek from a different angle. Kirby! The late clear! He wasn't expecting Freiburg to be so far pushed up, and Freiburg, well, he's left him pushing up daisies.
Now easiest to push with 15 seconds. It's unwinnable. He's going to try and save the AK and do some damage to the economy of Dignitas in his last fleeting moments in this round. So it will now go 11-9, and they've kept their SMGs, Jack. They kept their Thanases, and now EEST has switched over his MP9 for an AWP. That's a $4,000 difference. And look at the money.
Yeah.
10K for Freiburg nearly. And they've only won a few rounds in a row.
They are rolling in the dough right now, Snods. They've got about 16 watches on one wrist with this level of economy.
That's just Halzerk's wrist.
He's wearing
his
14
Gucci hat and his
different
expensive
hats.
skins. Honestly, mate, when I was watching him earlier, I saw he had like some $200 Glock. I actually looked at these skins yesterday because I was buying a lot of them. And he had that Cobalt Skull gloves. I don't think. Oh, it's a shame we actually haven't got the observer feed here. You can hear us, but the gloves on Halzerk are worth a lot of money, Jack.
Yeah, he
A lot of
has
his
the
skins
drip.
are very expensive. Yeah, he has the drip. Off the server, in the server. But the thing is, I only started spending money on skins recently, and you can feel the difference in the server. It makes you feel more confident. You have more fun when you play. And in a way, ironically, like, resets your muscle memory too. You have something new to look at with your eyes. It allows you to focus a bit more on your crosshair. And here we have it. Halzerk with his expensive skins, with his expensive gun. It's the AWP in his hands.
But let's see if he's going to make this round costly then for North, as they want to make it as clean as possible, ideally. Scopes in, fires off the warning shot. Passed out the opening HE as well. There's a little bit of damage back onto AZ. He's the only one with an actual firearm as well. The rest of them are just stuck down on the Deagles. They've had some good moments with them though, so I wouldn't count them out, and that's why. Opening frag found from Gade with the Deagle, punishes Halzerk and puts it back into a 4 versus 5. Freiburg, that could be a vintage spray coming our way if he plays his cards correctly, but it will be Forest that finds the first. He lines it up for the second though and trades it onto MSL, but he's not quick enough to flick back to deny the push from AZ. Now this round's finally an advantage for North, but you say that, EEST's got the bomb. Now this really is going to be quite worrying waters going forward for North.
Dignitas have such strong synergy here. They're all pushing at the right moments, catching North off guard. AZ now has to be wary towards outside for Get Right and wary towards radio room here for EEST, as Gade is here to try and trade him. Oh, amazing shot there from AZ. But it's EEST to go down. Anticipating Gade to his right. Will now mean 10-11. That's an eco round win here for North. They are back in this.
They needed to squeeze that win out. That's a good thing they did. It came at just the right time. Now the buys look a lot more like what we would expect. AWP still over on Halzerk though. The rest of them back down to M4s. The AKs are on parade for North, however. I want to see what MSL's actually going to do with the AWP this time around. Before, they took it towards Squeaky. He boosted him up. He went for the peak. This time, it's towards outside. Actually, might be a little bit of a battle between our AWPers. The Get Right seems to be the one trying to cause the early conundrum.
That's true. through. MSL boosted up here on the red container, spotted the grenade being chucked out towards Garage. But Hauser, he's too quick. North, they can't react to it. Gade going down. Hauser has the advantage now for his team. All he has to do, Jack, is play towards heaven and make the right rotation. The game should be all said and done, but AZ very pushed up. Hauser's ready for it again.
5 versus 3. What? Hauser with the wall bang. He fires off the shot, tags MSL. That is just disgusting. I mean, they are going to push their way through secret at least, and the Molotov's down for the meantime, so it does buy time for Dig. They have got the manpower advantage. EEST might actually be the one to set them up on a date with the coroner. He rotates around. He won't do anything too risky. He'll just hold. Talking of risks being taken, though, it's Mr. Risky Business himself. Get right with the opening kill. Backs off as he backpedals through decon door, keeping it safe into the round and really throwing spanner in the works for the last 2 remaining Ts. Make it just the 1, and he's not breathing anymore. Get right will finish him off. Dignitas, after losing that eco round, they're not happy. They bite back immediately and get a clean follow-up.
No bomb plant for North. They can still buy, but again, Kirby's forced onto a Galil potentially if they want to go for an outside smokes. He's on 6 kills after 22 rounds have been played. North missed him on Vertigo, and they're missing him here on Nuke again. Where do you think he is, Jack?
I don't know. I don't know what he's up to. Maybe he's too busy. He's playing around a chess boxing. But yeah, it is.
That is real,
right,
by the way.
mate.
That is actually a real sport.
Oh, chess boxing's fantastic, mate. It's for anyone that is unaware. You play a round of chess and then you play a round of boxing. So obviously you can either be a really good chess player and then struggle in the boxing rounds, or be a really good boxer and struggle in the chess rounds.
It's basically the ultimate battle of brains versus brawn.
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, check out Chess Boxing National Championships. It's incredible. That's what we should do to decide vetoes, mate.
Oh, could you imagine who gets the first map veto?
It's like when Pasha wanted to arm wrestle to see who had the veto years ago.
Oh, that would have been amazing. What, versus Freakazoid, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Back in the old days. So, Molotov going to deter North for just 5 or so seconds. Gade walks through the Molotov, though. And now he's on 50 HP. Get right, playing the pixel angle, has the smoke primed and ready, sees the shoulder, drops the smoke, and now just have to wait.
Right, Kirby setting up for the skylight to Molotov. The rest of the team waiting by Squeaky. The door's going to open. There goes the smoke. There's the rest of the nades bursting out towards the site. Talking of bursting, Hauser gonna blow Gade away with that AWP. Freiberg from the back of the site as he peeks. There's a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to make frags. It's dead. It's Forest from the elevated angle, raining down with a hurty-verty spray, and it's all on to Kirby.
It was like Freiberg's soul just went into Forest.
He just gave him the power.
Oh, the spray control. 30 seconds then for Kirby. If he wins this round, Jack, he's nearly doubling his kills so far in this game, but no, not a chance. EEST is ready for it, even spams his body just to make it even worse. 13-10. Most likely a quarter by now for North as well, so we should be seeing the 14th here for Dig as long as they don't let things slip. But something that happened off camera, Jack, which we didn't see, was Hauser pushed all the way outside and came behind Gade at Secret Stairs. We didn't see it on the camera, but that level of aggression from an AWPer shows signs of confidence I haven't seen for a long time.
What you need. Confidence through the roof. At the end of the day, Snods, Counter-Strike is confidence. That confidence you've already lost. Freiberg, though, he's not going to want to lose control into this round as he rolls back the years. Rolling, scalps clean off of all the players that dare to try and defy him. But it's still an advantage for North at the minute. They're both onto the site. EEST! He has to be clean on the spray! No! And of course he can! He wins it for Dig!
Why are they stacked up so heavily together?
I don't know, mate. I get the theory, but it's just not going to work.
Was there not much time left in the round? I didn't see because I was so focused on EEST.
No, they still had a long time left. That round was a rapid burst. They just charged out.
Yeah, you're right. There was so much time left in the round. Tap the bomb, just fake it. Why are they sticking that? And why are they together just to line up and die?
I think they only had one gun. The other was a Tech 9 as well. So try and bait
Oh,
him
I
out. Maybe
see,
get
I
a kill,
see,
but
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It's nuts. It didn't work. And in practice, exist, just deleted them both.
Yeah. 10-14. This is looking like the 2-0, Jack. Did not. Well, I thought it was going to go to 3 maps. I saw Dust 2, Nuke, Mirage. I thought, Vertigo, excuse me. I thought Dig would take Vertigo. I thought North would maybe take Nuke, and I'd see the Dig win on Dust 2. But this game isn't over just yet. Still full buys for both these teams. Dig still aren't on 15. So North can still win this in regulation if they take 6 on the trot.
That was the drop. And the drip coming through. Big man Hauser, because he holds, waiting for the push to come towards him. Smoke's going down, and the response from the utility. He's also got Julies, by the way. This man straight living like a gangster and doing disgusting things as he'll punish the first one to AZ. There's the flick onto the second. You know what? He'll have a third as he'll gobble them all down, and it's all of a sudden just Kirby. Stat on his own by radio. A minute on the clock. Can he do anything left? He'd do anything even. Yeah, like.
Yeah, what do you do when Hauser goes berserk? Kirby finds 1. Needs 3 more for a chance to bring this back into anything winnable for North, but no. It's going to be 15 now for Dig. Hauser makes it the 4K. And now he sits pretty at 25 kills, leading the charge here for Dig on their CT side. And it's the 3rd shot too, which is impressive. Oh, that is harder than it looks, because he's waiting for the reset of the AWP as well in terms of the movement. Just perfectly timed. Really, really clean AWPing from him. And just really impactful AWPing as well. He's always in the right place at the right time.
And now they're at series points, Nods. They've already won North's map pick. This is their map pick. If they win this, that means they go on to fight Heroic for a spot at the Blast Showdown. So much riding on these next few rounds here. North would have to suddenly have some kind of resurgence into the game and win 5 on the trot to push it to OT. That's the only way they can stay in it.
So, smokes again here for North. Yeah, he does get tagged up again, going towards the secret steps. He's always under pressure here, even just crossing behind the smokes. Again, though, get right. Spots out the shoulder. Gonna throw down the smoke. It's just clockwork here for Dignitas, as they have Hauser towards ramp. Does miss the first shot that you can hear it in the background. Now Dignitas know what's going on. It's going to be attack from North towards B.
Kirby looked confused as he pushed in. The reaction just weren't there. He realized the guy was a decon, but it was far too late. And now you're just left with 5 people on North. This is crumbling so quickly for them. And another frag added to the tally. Forrest comes through as he'll be able to remove MSL. Gade bites back, but is it enough? You've got King of the Lurkers. Get right coming through, looking to shut down the game. 1 headshot, gets the second. In the meantime, Halzerk, he's found that frag with the AWP, and that means they've found themselves going to the semi-finals. They'll be fighting against Heroic now, Snods, to see who gets a spot at the Blast Showdown. Dignitas had done it 2-0.
Yeah, versus North. A team we expected to at least bring this to 3 maps, but instead, well, many highlights are going to be seen with these AWPs. MSL on Vertigo with the AWP was astounding, but it was all Hauser on Nuke on that CT side. This is the round for me where I'm very worried for North. Nobody clearing out close red on a default where you're throwing smokes outside. That tells me people are scared to make mistakes in this team. That is not a healthy mentality to have.
No. It's just not. So
And
many
they're having
questionable
fun.
moments.
And they're having so much fun. You can see it. It's tangible on the server.
Well, it's by the way they played until back on Vertigo. Like, throughout the entire series, it seemed like they were having just a lot more confidence into the rounds they went for, a lot more trust. And if that's an issue you're finding yourself in, you've got to question things, Nods. You've got to look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, famous UK Counter-Strike player called Luke Critical Green. He said something, Jack. What did he say?
Counter-Strike is confidence. Without confidence, you've already lost, Nods. And that really is the true thing that we saw throughout that game. Some of the plays that were coming out from a lot of the Dignitas players were based off just that. Hauserk in particular, right? Obviously, MSL's AWPing style, it did work very well. And a lot of those CT rounds were one off his impact, I must say. He was getting, you know, upwards of 2 or 3 frags a time whenever they were trying to take outside control, if they were looking to burst through main. But Hauserk's plays were just keeping them on their toes. Anything they were looking to set up for, he would destabilize by pushing in aggressively. They just never seemed ready for it.
And think about what happened on Vertigo, Jack. On that T side from Hauserk, he won them the terrorist side. He's one of the reasons that Dignitas actually won the game 16-13 because North on their CT side, they were getting the ball rolling. They looked comfortable. They brought it back, if you remember, to that 12-10 scoreline. And then the lurks came from Halzerk towards A, and he opened up the site 4 crucial rounds in a row to get Dig to 16. And then his AWP on CT side nuke was a sight to be seen. And that's going to be 16-13 on Vertigo, 16-10 in favor of Dig on nuke. As North, they're out of the running here for the Blast Showdown.
Yeah, they are gone, and Dignitas will move on to play against Heroic a little bit later on tonight as well. Just in terms of frags alone, now actually having a look back at the series stats nods, Halzerk was plus 15 with 51 to 36, ending it on 94 ADR. That's a 1.37 rating.
Wow, amazing. 94 ADR with an AWP is difficult.
Oh, yeah.
And the
Wow.
reason it's difficult, people at home are thinking, what do you mean? You've got a gun that does 101. But with an AK, even if you lose the duel, you still tag a player, don't you? You know, you might lose the opening pick, but you've still done 50 in 2, for example, to an enemy. And that adds to your ADR. But with an AWP, if you miss, you get no ADR. So that means he's been very consistent each and every round. And that really bodes to that plus 15 because he isn't dying much.
Well, then, our next series and our final series of the entire Elisa Invitational will be up in around about 2 hours. That's when we're set to start. That is 7 p.m. UK time, 8 p.m. CEST. Please join us for that, as that's the one that secures the final spot. That takes the winning team to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, which is going to be a sight to behold. Heroic will face off versus Dignitas in our final best of 3. Please join us for that when we return in around about 2 hours.
Told me more than once to show you my intention. My brain gets blocked at times, but now somehow I'll give you my attention. You've got to know that I ain't a person who understands all the clockwork second, cause they're playing the best song. I'll be there if you reach out to me. Reach out to me. Reach out to me. I'm a rolling stone tonight, never to be settled. Though I know I can't deny your eyes have got this inner battle. I don't know how to act. I ain't a person who understands the commitment of a romance, but somehow I need you close. I'll go wherever you go. But I just don't know if I'll dance with the lights on. If you're gonna be moving on solo, wait a second, cause they're playing the best song. I'll be there if you reach out to me. Reach out to me. Reach out to me. I'm done with searching for the truth somewhere else when I just want you. There was a void in my soul. Now I found my true home. But I just don't know if I'll dance with the lights on. If you're gonna be moving on solo, wait a second, cause they're playing the best song. I'll be there if you reach out to me. Reach out to me. Reach out to me. Oh. Reach out to me. Reach out to me. Your body wrapped around me, good and strange. You got me locked upon it, you and me. Got me losing sleep, I am in too deep, like an overdose. You're the antidote. Losing sleep, I am in too deep. No matter where I hide, you got me sleep deprived. I wish to be me.
running back. You just come running back. You just come running back.
caving in to our doubts. Faces filled with sadness. When words are said, we'll regret. I can see the fire that we made just to save us. When we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, then we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way to better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way to better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way to better. Let's go back, let's start again. To a place a long time ago when I kissed your lips. I can see the fire that we made just to save us. When we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, then we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way to better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way to better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way. This is the hard way.
Standing in the hallway, I know you know what I'm about to tell you. I just realized that you can't let go. It's something about me and you. So let me stay here a little while, at least until I calm down. Please don't say it's all about me. It's something about us, something I like to try. Please don't say it's all about you. That is so too late, 'cause I don't mind waiting for you. No, I don't mind waiting for you. It's a crazy Monday. I know it shows that I'm a little nervous. I just realized
Well, here we are, Snods. In the moment we've been building up for over the course of these past couple of days. It's time for Heroic to take on Dignitas to see who is getting the last spot at the Blast Showdown.
Exactly that. We haven't seen Heroic play today, as it was Dig versus North earlier today. If you caught that matchup, you'd also know that it was a 2-0 in favor of Dignitas, claiming the wins on Nuke. And Vertigo versus North, and then now versus Heroic, who, Jack, we would argue, have shown to be the best team so far in the Elisa qualifier in terms of current form.
They have obviously went undefeated in their group, smashed their way through the competition, and now they're left with one final killing blow to try and make. But the other predicament to bring up is the fact that Dignitas' form over the course of this tournament has been looking absolutely on point. Individually, as a squad, I mean, we can't take anything away from the big man Halzerk that has just proved his weight in gold, essentially, for the squad. It's been ridiculous how good he has been.
Yeah, and it's not just in terms of kills on the scoreboard, Jack. It's really about the impact that his kills are making on the server. It's the fact that he's forcing rotations from the CT side, or when he's on the T side, he's gaining entries for his team and opening up space for players like Forest and Freiburg to really shine, because we can't forget them as well, can we, Jack?
No, I mean, Forrest has been banging it. Some of the headshots he's gotten have just been absolutely sickening the whole day. I hope we see more of that, but it comes down to the big question of how are both squads' feelings going into this, and how are they going to feel about the way the veto went, as we do know the picks and bans. We can take a bit of a look at them now and get the microscope out. The first map is going to be Train. That's a Dignitas picks, Nods.
Yeah, we've seen Dig play Train a lot. They do seem to like it. And I imagine as well, having Halzerk here, they're going to feel very confident with how his AWP was performing earlier today. And for Heroic, well, Cadian likes Train a lot. Hunden as well. I've actually played Hunden on Train. Big fan of this map back on Copenhagen Wolves. And now with his Heroic roster as the coach, he can have a massive impact in terms of the strategy that his team are going to be playing. And as well, because they haven't played it earlier today, Jack, I imagine we saw Heroic just watching the games earlier thinking, okay, well, what can we do when we play them on Nuke? What can we do when we play them on our maps?
Time will tell if that's been able to aid them, as we are now slipping into the game. The odds are up on screen. Slight favour towards Heroic in this one. 1.65 for 2 for Dignitas. We kick this opening round off with what appears to be quite a simple take towards the A site. The smokes go down, blocks off vision towards Arch. Towards Ivy, rather. And, of course, towards Bum Trains, Nods, putting a lot of pressure on Tessus.
Ooh, Stown, Barup, 5 kills apiece. Actually, it's going to be Barup to double it up there with the CZ. Ooh, Stown onto low HP, but Tessus finds one. Nico as well in the background of all the action. Lights up Dignitas into an Inferno. 1-0 for Heroic. This is the map pick from Dig. In terms of predictions, Jack, who have you got?
You know what? I kind of want to believe that Dignitas win this. After seeing them play
same,
earlier on
honestly.
today, I think they have a chance, Nods. I reckon Dignitas could take this the whole way and actually close it down. But I think this will actually be a full free mapper.
Yeah, I think so too. We haven't had it so far in the past day or so. Cadian up close versus the eco of Dignitas. As we always mention here on the stream, T's unable to get the bomb down in that pistol seem to always eco in that second round. The reason being is they want to get the AKs out into that third round, but can Heroic farm the cash on these SMGs before Dignitas have the AKs?
There's actually the wall bang, by the way, from his teammate, just spamming through the weakened bit of wood. You can see there where he shot him through the window snots rather than the MP9 getting the kill. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I didn't even realize that. I was too busy trying to cast it.
Yeah.
And that can happen sometimes. You know, you're so tunnel visioned in, you're looking at the kill feed to the top right. You sometimes don't look at it.
Yeah, but in reality, it was Tessus that found the frag, obviously just spamming to assist Cadian as they played that together. It's quite nice.
Very nice.
Good little detail to inspect on that one. Talking of which, Exist trying to take in the details back over towards the B site, put up on the elevated angle with that quite hypnotic deagle. Now grouping up to go for the push in. CT's reality should be able to hold this off. Everyone's grouped up. Nico, laser focused in towards upper, going to be holding it with the M4. See if Poseidon can wash them all away.
Oh, it's the Emperor M4 skin. He needs to be a god here, though, if he wants to try and take them down at sea. Just give me the eco, though, so this is going to be fairly straightforward for the M4 of Nico's. 3 kills for him, but more importantly for Heroic, that's no players dying. 5 players surviving, which means that everyone can now absorb that round win victory cash. 3.4k, that's a lot of money. As we go into the third round, Dignitas can now buy, but the obvious asterisk here, Jack, is there's going to be no AWP for Halzerk. And on a map like Train, you need your AWP with his favorite weapon. The silver lining, though, Jack, is 2 MP9 still, and the FAMAS was down with Heroic.
Well, he's been erupted onto by Halzerk with the Kalashnikov early. Forrest is able to do some damage as well, and Freiberg is tiptoeing his way along the top of the train like a James Bond movie, silent assassin style, as he starts to take them down, and they're all crumbling to dust here. The only one that actually looks to avenge his fallen brethren is Nico. He can't do too much into the round, just the one single frag before he's taken down, and now that's a 2-1 split. Dignitas, as soon as they get the AKs out, they're looking fired up and ready to rumble.
Yeah, just the one swan, actually. No luck catching them. Dignitas claim the first round, and Halzerk with the entry towards outside, and, well, Forrest and Freiberg, they just followed him, didn't they? And they managed to trade all kills towards the ace side. Can they go for it again, though? As the early aggression this time is going to be naded. Good adjustment there from Heroic, but still, Freiberg's able to get the kill onto Tessis. That's one of the rifles taken out the hands now for Heroic.
Cadian in the arm, just back around, holding, waiting for the push to come towards mid-main. They're grouping up outside of Ivy. Squad starts to reposition, the pigeons fly off, clear it together, working their way along, and actually really could hinder Heroic. They're putting 3 players back towards the B bomb site. Luckily for Down, he'll flash peek. Oh, just in the nick of time to see Halzerk rock him with the AK, and now they've got the control of the site's nuts.
Yeah, Heroic may be forced to save. They have Nico and we're up towards the B site, only Cadian towards A, but as you can see, all the way in towards CT spawn. Looks like they may have made the premature call to go for the save, and it makes sense, really. 3 versus 5. Retaking the A site is notoriously difficult. The T's have so many places to hide towards Ivy, Heaven, Old Bomb, and the list goes on, Pop Dog, etc. So, no point taking that risk when you've got so much cash in your hands right now. I mean, the AWP, FAMAS, and Molotov, the M4 as well for Nico, so it's going to be saving it and allowing for a 2-2 scoreline now going into round 5. Jack, are we going to be seeing Heroic force around these 3 saved weapons? That's a very, very tough call to make, and I imagine they're going to pause to discuss it with Hunter.
At least they are actually going to be able to save all of those guns. There's no overcommitting coming out from Dignitas. They're not going to push in too aggressively to try and clear those weapons out. They clutch onto the AWP, the M4, and the FAMAS. Cadian, of course, was glass cannon that round as well, so not really the dream scenario for the superstar.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That would have made a massive difference. If he had armor, could have got more aggressive at the start of the round and maybe denied Dignitas the ability to still walk onto the bomb site. Although they've actually decided to save, not forcing around the 3 saved weapons. I think if they had 2 M4s instead of the 1 M4 and the FAMAS, they may have gone for it. Although they have an AWP onto Cadian, and the train, the map is train. So shall we see what Dig have in store to try and counter the saved weapons? They're opting for a B execute. Try and see if they can nullify the fact that the AWP is there towards it.
There comes the push, and the defense is good so far, but it's finally broken. The dam has been busted, and the flood of Dignitas players comes swarming in. Testis with a USP, though. Fly swatting them back as he'll beat the first man off, and leave us now into a 2 versus 2. They have a huge range advantage to work with, though. They've got the AKs, they're in positions where they can take the fights. Heroic really can't do too much, but they are getting dinks out. Down. Slowly working his way forward, tucked in by the oil train. A couple of well-timed shots from this USP could make the world a difference for Heroic.
Right, they are low HP, so once happy with the USP, would be fatal for the players on Dig. It's down. Has the drop onto one of the players, but now giving away his location, going for the reload as well. Forrest is going to find it. These guys have been playing together for a decade, probably. They're going to lose versus an eco. 3-2. And now, Heroic are going to force with what they have left. And that is 3 M4s, a FAMAS, and an MP9 for Cadian, so he doesn't have the AWP here in round 6. And in terms of utility, it's decent, actually, from the CT side. They have got 3 Molotovs at least.
Talking of that big green gun as well, Halzerk. He's had it. Passed over to him. It was saved by Forrest and gifted to him. He'll be very happy with that present. Let's see if he can present himself as a threat towards Ivy early on. This far off the warning shot, so they know it's there. Might make them a little bit more scared into the round as well. Barup, meanwhile, is playing very aggressive as he wants to gain extra control towards mid-main and does push in. Talking of pushes, Snods down, up on top of the elevated angle, over the server box as he DDoSes Freiburg clean out.
Oh, and gets away just about with his life, but they should be able to switch the weapons over. That's Bogdan's law. And now 5 versus 4. They had the information. There was 2 more towards Ali. I'm not sure if they would have seen the bomb on radar. As they still have 2 players located towards B. Now with that, Heroic may have the weapon disadvantage, but the man advantage. But they're going to try and pressure it even more. Stound's low HP, but the flash, seemingly perfect, but maybe the dink is enough.
Cadian just spamming away, rattling off shot after shot, hellfire raining through, but the shots that are actually raining down and connecting are coming out of the barrel of Forrest's AK. He'll get one. All of a sudden, there's only 2 players remaining for Heroic. They're certainly going to live up to their name, using that heroism on the peak. Get right, his gun down. The last 2 Ts have to try and claw this round back. They've got sight control. They can play together. But up here's the audio cue of the bomb starting to go down. It was just a fake as well. We're hoping that it might cause a peak to come out from the CTs. They spot out Tessus. They try and test his limits, getting the tag onto him. Barupt slain by Hauserk, and it is all down to this last CT now. A 1 versus 2. He doesn't have a kit. Got the timing. He pushes up towards the site. Makes noise and exists. Gonna be in for a fright if he doesn't peek this one soon as he turns. There's the connection, and that's the kill.
There you have it. 4-2 now in favor of Dig. Heroic have had 2 disjointed buys in a row now. Forced, ironically, onto an eco 3rd time around. But they are onto the maximum round loss bonus, so they can afford careful onto a few of the players, pistols, deagles, etc. with some utility. But seemingly not before Dignitas can maybe make it 5 from the trot, as Hauserk opens things up already onto Tessus. And yeah, Jack, actually, it would be 5 in a row, wouldn't it? Because Heroic won the pistol.
Would do a lot for them, especially in the early game on train here. And it being Dignitas' map pick, right? If you can try and build yourself up a nice buffer of rounds to play with on your T side, it'll certainly help by the time you slide on over to CT. And the only things they're seeing right now are sort of money to be made. As every fight they swing into, they're winning quite heavy-handedly. Exist trapped on the B site. All he's got to do is waste time against Stound. The bomb will go down on A, and outnumbering him 3-1. Not going to be the dream scenario for this man. Can he do anything with that Deagle?
Let's find out. When Heroic played in the groups, we were definitely impressed by Stound. And many of the new and upcoming players onto Heroic, obviously we'd seen Tessus before, back in the UK scene on Reason Gaming. But Exist, going to find Stound before he can make any impact. It's going to be 5-2 as we expected. We're now going into round 8, full utility for Heroic to try and conjure up their first buy-round win, because so far they took the pistol, they took the conversion round. Since then, it's all been Dig.
Well, at least now there's cash flow. That means we can see the orbs start flowing back into the game as well. The double orb set up, to be precise, and that's twice the opportunities for Heroic to get aggressive. Cadian, oh, he takes the aggressive approach, but it won't matter. He sees the leg, couldn't hit the shot, gets tagged and forced to fall back. That also gives Dignitas a read of where one of those orbs are stationed. They try and overwhelm him, and that works out quite well. Exist. I don't even know how he was able to get away from that fight to stay alive for a little bit longer, but in the end, he will still be killed.
Now the B site, all in favor of Dig. And you can see Heroic already running away towards Ivy. That's going to be indicating the save call from the Danes, allowing for a 6th now onto Dig. But obviously, with the maximum round loss bonus and the 4 players saving, they can drop over a weapon next round to Cadian. But it won't be an AWP jack. They have to find one off the floor. And they have. Stound has picked up the AWP, so they're going to be okay with that.
It's not both of them. You can't be annoyed at least saving one of them. And that was kind of the band-aid play as well. Heroic trying to get out both of those double AWPs on a map like Trade, right? Scopes are so proficient. They give you so much more opportunity to gain control, get aggressive, but losing it out is a very costly venture that they don't have the funds to cover up. So Cadian will get one back, but Stound's going to be forced back to a rifle.
Yeah, good pause coming out from Heroic now after conceding 6 in a row. And it is their first pause. Although it felt like they had a pause earlier. They definitely did, didn't they, Jack? Maybe it was Dignitas' pause, I just didn't realize, but either way. Now they need to just work out what's the change to make. Seems like Dig are just too fast out towards team main. Every single time they find a pick, it's Freiburg or it's Forest or it's Hauser, because we saw the tag he got onto Cadian towards B upper. Felt like all the duels that are happening in the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round go in favor of the T's. And then from that, Dignitas are just playing a 4 versus 5 as you should. They group up and they trade the kills.
Oh, that's a difference, though. They've countered the aggro plays that have been coming out towards A early, chucking those nades in. Good forearms on all the Heroic boys, Snods, as they've done a lot of splash damage. But the damage returns. Get right, fueled by the aggression of his teammates taking damage. He peeks out, slaughters Tessus. And that's the first frag into the round found for Dig.
And now, Dignitas may actually opt just to group up here. And potentially go outside towards Ivy, split towards A. Or they can group up and go towards B. They may wait for Halzerk, though, because he's holding for a CT aggressive push if they want information. They'd have to find it by walking into his scope, but instead, get right. Smoking off Pop Dog, flashing it too, mimicking as if he's trying to take control of it. It may just be him lurking towards B later on into the round if his team decide to split.
Not going to rush this one. As of right now, if they played the trade game, would end in their favor. Cadian doesn't want to allow that to happen, Snods! That should have been the kill for Cadian, but Freiburg! You absolute lunatic! I can't believe he's done it, but he's cleaned him out. Destroyed him on the peak. Halzerk as well. Up to his old tricks with the AWP, and all of a sudden it's just one man left. Nico, disgusted by the fact that his entire team have been annihilated in a matter of seconds and wants to try and at least mount some kind of a comeback into the round. He knows they're low. Can he leave them lifeless? Clutching onto the AK, pushes up, focus towards the bomb train, finds the first as he flicks up and frags out Forest, gets the reload off, debating where the next push could come from. Behind E-Box, that's where the play will be. As Get Right steps out, hits him with a cha-cha slide, and Dignitas secure a 7th round. I don't know how Freiburg got that frag.
That was insane. That basically set up the whole round for Dig too, because they just pushed off of that first kill. And they took down the AWP as well for Heroic, which means rifles versus AKs charging at them. Dignitas are able to trade those kills. And seemingly making it into a 2 versus 1 at the end. One which Nico couldn't possibly win without a smoke. 2-7, as Heroic can still buy, albeit without utility, onto 4 of the players. They get aggressive instead to make up for that. But Dig, they're waiting for it. They're actually pretty expecting an eco here.
They're slowly, steadily pushing up through Ivy. Same scenario, different players. Down now with the AWP. He adjusts, expecting him to go for the boost play over the top. By the time he flicks back, it's a little bit too late and he takes damage. So again, Ivy is going to be a massive entry point for the Dignitas Killer Bees. They're on the swarm, Snods.
Ooh, they are ferocious. Like hornets towards this A site. Ooh, look at Borup though, lurking in towards Olaf. He could be a major component here, but they both go down to Forest. He's taken them all down towards the A site. There's one more here. It's down with the AWP. But Get Right, of course. Has to be him to finish it off too. The duo completely open up this A site. It's Forest and Get Right. Putting it to 8 now for the Swedes. And now again, Heroic forced to save onto 1 rifle and an AWP towards B as the teammates decimated.
Cadian peeking in, looking for the kill on Exist, and not today, mate. Destroyed Exist. Actually gonna get rid of that AWP as well. Moves it a bit further back into connector, so there's no chance that Nico could swing by and grab it. On a bit of a drive-by. Oh, the accidental tap of the space bar there, Snods. He goes shooting up in the air and jumps as he shoots and then hits the deck when he dies. The worst kind of trampoline.
Yeah, it looks like he had hit his mouse wheel key, or his mouse wheel, excuse me, his mouse as he was trying to shoot. Happens to the best of us. Heroic now going to be taking another timeout here as well, because they need rounds on the board as soon as possible. It's 2-8. Every single buy round has gone in favor of Dignitas. Heroic won the pistol. They won versus the eco of Dig. But since AKs have been in the hands of Forrest and Freiberg and the AWP in the hand of Halzerg, Heroic haven't had a chance.
I think it's also just Forrest today. Some of the shots he's been hitting have been round changing. And it's the amount of impact he's had when he's had an AK in his hands. It is just pure disgusting level play. I hope he keeps it up for the rest of the series, Nods. And we are back in. The Eagles pretty much across the board. Nearly a full deco for Heroic, but Down has busted out the CZ. So what can he do with that little pocket AK?
Not much. Nico trying to get the entry in towards the B half of the map. But Dignitas just holding here. Now they know it's 100% going to be an eco from Heroic. They're just waiting to see what the Heroic play is going to be, as they're going to be fearful for a stack towards either B or A. So they need to first hold for the push, then systematically clear out parts of the map, gain map control, gain information, work out where Heroic is stacked, and then just fully commit and trade kills.
We're up. In with the Deagle. Get right in the smoke, though. If it fades, it'll probably give him the advantage going into this fight. He should be able to get the shot off quicker. He does. Adjusts. Easy headshot. And now the numbers of Heroic are dwindling even further down.
.40 left here in the 5 versus 3. And EEST is about to make the call that B site is clear. As Dig were coming back Ivy, it seemed to go towards A main. EEST has found everything he needed. This is while speaking about the information. 20 seconds left, doesn't really matter. Bomb's going to go down. The last 3 players here from Heroic are going to be left guessing.
I've only just realised what has occurred. Just taking the fight straight to him as well. Just peeking out every now and then, spamming towards Connector, keeping them trapped on the bomb site. They don't really have any weapons, and no one's gone down on Dig, so they're not going to lose any of those guns, allowing Heroic to scavenge them. Really need to exit together to make sure Halzerg doesn't drop that AWP.
Yeah, exactly. Protect the AWP at all costs. Speaking of costs, he might actually get to 16k after this one. Needs to be very close to it. Yeah, 1,500. And Dig now, they have enough money to buy every single round for the remainder of this half. Because when they start losing rounds, if Heroic win them, they're going to get the round loss bonus. So they're going to have their cash they have already, plus the additional cash from the round loss bonus. There's only, what, 3 rounds left to be played?
Three rounds for Heroic to at least try and maybe get a couple here and there. It's not looking likely at the minute, though. Again, only the one AWP able to come out as well.
Yeah, if they lose this, it's 10-2, and then it's those 3 rounds, and, well, a 13-2 half would be diabolical here for Heroic, especially how good they look on the second day of this tournament. What are you thinking, Jack? This is surprising. We didn't expect Heroic to get battered like this. I mean, I understand it's Dignitas' map pick, but this is too big of a difference in the caliber of players here.
I thought we'd see more of a comeback, at least from Heroic, right? You could expect into the first bit. Once the double AWP setup came out, I thought maybe that was going to be the change of the game, but nothing's gone their way. Individually, Dig are just hitting so many sick shots. There's no real hesitation when they're going into these plays as well. The trust between player to player is through the roof. They've definitely found the right buddy system players.
Buddy system, that's a good way to put it. Well. Bomb is towards B. Freiberg has lurked here towards the green train, and once the smoke fades, should spot out Stown. Although Borup has been spotted here towards CT spawn. As Friberg now able to get in so much space. He even gets the entry as well onto Cadian. Now we're into a 5 versus 4. Traded back by Tessus, but Borup's left B. And this is where Forrest can now do his second lurk. Ooh, down the timing. He's not looking. He's got his knife out as well.
Forrest with one onto Tessus. Get right as he runs along. Will gun down Borup. And it is all gone wrong. Forrest is just looking to try and get the right hook off. Drags down. Won't actually work out that way. He finds the kill. He can upgrade to the AK and just back off to save if he's lucky enough to actually stay alive into the round. Didn't get the AK either, Snods. He's just got a CZ. Oh no. This is the worst possible outcome for him.
Down he goes to get right. I've got to say, that is an amazing round of Counter-Strike from Dignitas. So they have 2 alley, 3 towards B. They have Friberg smoke off towards the A side of Ivy, towards Green Train, and then lurk backlines, because he knows that Borup is playing towards those stairs. They challenge Borup, they force him back, then Friberg starts to rush towards A, kills Cadian, then Dignitas fake towards B, and then Heroic think that Friberg was trying to get in towards CT to fake B. Sorry, to go B and fake A. And that allows for Forrest to go for the second lurk, which Heroic just weren't expecting, and that's how he got the kills that they needed. But forced by here for Heroic, this is basically the last chance saloon. And Forrest, of course, just doesn't even give Cadian a chance. What about Tessus? Has Tessus got a chance? No. Tessus, he hasn't got a chance either. It's 10-2, 5 versus 3. This is all Dig.
It really is just the Dignitas game right now. It's down. Barely even surviving that one. They pepper spray him through the smoke. They're going to push up. They want Ivy control, and they want to take it heavy-handedly and rule with an iron fist into the round. Hauzuk leads the charge to take the T's out, and he'll be taking out CTs as well, hitting them with the height of his AK prowess. As he swings wide, he swings fast and ferocious, gunning them all down with the Kalashnikov and securing another round into the bank for Dig. As we get into round 14, Snods, it's an 11-2 split. They are making a mockery out of Heroic here on Train.
Yeah, this is starting to get ridiculous now. No buy round wins for Heroic on their CT side of Train thus far. Dignitas. It felt like the first 5 or 6 buy rounds were won by just Forrest running out A main with Friberg. And then once Heroic had thought, okay, let's just prevent that. Let's chuck out our Molotovs or HEs to stop them from rushing early. Dignitas are now outplaying them on the map. It's the quasi-buy from Heroic. They've already lost 2 of the players versus Hauzuk and Get Right towards B. Well, this is the quasi-buy for the 15th round, Jack, and I mentioned that 13-2 scoreline could come about. Oh dear.
A side push. Starting to get executed. It's down with the Deagle. Spams through the smoke and a shutdown. At least one of the players debating whether or not if he needs to swing into it, he will charge straight through, but of course there's another man there protecting the teammate, protecting the site. Let's Get Right. Really firing off all bullets now, because they're just going to spam out. They want to close this one down and get another round, Snods. It could very well be a 12-2. The Tech 9 with a final killing blow onto Borup. 12-2 scoreline as we go into the last round of the first half. There is going to be money for Heroic. They can buy. Can they win the round?
Up onto Cadian. He has armor as well, so he can try get aggressive and get his team the opening pick. Because that's what Heroic needs, some sort of advantage early on, because in the mid portion of the round, in the late game, Dignitas are outplaying, outshooting, and out-rotating Heroic. Oh, this is good. This is much better. Hauzuk walking into the scope of Cadian, but now it's Friberg to get tested. He goes down 2. Now into the 5 versus 2.
Talking of 2 could be the magic number on the AWPs that are now in play for Heroic as well. Get Right straight down the ramp and unleashing his firepower against them. The bomb is miles away, though. They've completely caused an over-rotation from every single CT. They're all going towards B. Get Right's taking the full frontal assault, and Tessus actually could be found by Forrest. As Forrest makes his move, it all just depends on the timing. He's so worried, clearing each and every one of his angles. Exists to watch towards ramp, but he needs to switch back. By the time he does, he's already dead. Forrest, he'll come through with the kill, bringing it into the 2-on-2. They've got the sight. Barup in the elevated angle, spams him down, and it's up to Get Right to try and roll back the years, but he couldn't. Instead, his scout was peeled back by Barupt, and that is a third round for Heroic. A much-needed third round, Snods, or that would have been 13 rounds on the trot for Dignitas on T-side train.
Wow, yeah. Every single buy round. And even that one came down to the wire. And that was a 3 versus 5. Oh, I like this. Heroic have called a timeout, Jack, and the reason being is, if they lose this pistol, it's GG.
That's the crazy part. Is like, yeah, I know obviously this is Dignitas' map pick, and they are good on train, but for you to do that on your T side, in what essentially is like the grand final of all of this, right? You know, this is our semi-final for that last spot at the showdown. Heroic, they looked so good in groups. Now they've got here versus Dig, and Dig, they're just freestyling it into a lot of these rounds. It's individual performance. They're hitting just disgusting shots. They're playing so well as a unit. The pushes are on point. They're bringing sexy Counter-Strike back, Snods. They got the magic.
That's what we love to see. Former Nip Magic. It felt like every single game they played, they had a chance to win it many years ago. And now, the rekindling of former friends. Seems like that motivation is back, but not for long. It's down. Tessus. They have a story of their own to carve out in Counter-Strike history as Forest. So actually now there's headshots. It's down to Get Right now to be tested, and he lands it. Perfect. 3 versus 4 now. Is Dig have a chance?
Yeah, right. He's going to go out for the peak straight through connector. They actually do allow him in as well. They're giving him a breathing room, but he isn't going to be breathing for much longer as Stown will collapse his lungs, and then they'll collapse onto the rest of the players, leaving it all up to Freiburg. Dinked as he turns the corner. He went fast, but he was instantly annihilated. They do win a pistol round that was really teetering on life or death for the entire game for them. Can they string some rounds together? Forced by coming back out for Dig as well, as they want to bite the bullet and go straight into this one. The Eagles with Hey Cheese, they'll probably be chucked out towards main. And then you've got 2 scouts, one on Get Right and one on Hauzerg.
And that's the point of the double scout setup. You HE grenade in towards team main or towards Ivy, depending on where the T's are. And then the scouts are essentially like running orbs. So, Heroic. Ooh, they have made a step here. Wonder if Hauzerg heard it. He hasn't made a reaction to it yet. Caden is behind him. And he shall catch him off guard. And now they can start to charge in here towards A. There is one player here. That's going to be Forest, but only good enough so far for one. It's down. Gets down Freiburg. And now Heroic have made their way onto the side. They have to retrieve the bomb and exist. Could have good timing.
At the very least, he's getting tons of information that he can pass back over to Forest. You said he's already been able to pick up the first frag into the round. Is there any more fuel left in his tank? Up against heavily armed Ts that have pushed into better post-plant positions, it will be hard for him to even really get out as he just holds. Maybe expecting them to overcommit a little bit on the exits. Talking of which, exist could be the exit anomaly. Nope. Not meant to be. The Galil will best him. Surely at this point, the rest is a write-off.
Forest now alone. Will be going down. Trying to find a weapon to try and take into the next round off of Cadian. But Caden, if you remember, was killed just towards the default sidebar. Forest, he found it too risky. He'd rather his chances next round with Deagle and Armor. So, that will mean the eco out for Dig. Should be seeing another clean round here from Heroic. Last time, obviously, going 3 towards Ivy, just doing a contact play there versus the unarmored. Or the, sorry, force buy of Dig. This time they can try and do it again versus the unarmored CTs. And yeah, once again, 1-1-3 setup here coming from Heroic.
Still no money to play with yet in the big bank of Dig. The only utility they have as well is that one nade on Forest that won't actually get a chance to pump the enemy full of shrapnel. They're going to stick together as a wolf pack though. Group up. Play from a distance. They do have utilities. They can just go for a very classic site take towards A. Obviously smoke off all the lines of sight. Get them in and then push once they bloom.
Yeah, should be fairly easy here for them. Only one player with a Deagle, and besides that, PT50 on to Freiburg. Four up going to be leading the charge here as they are on top pursuit. of these eco kills. And goes get right, and it should be more of the same.
We're already up towards the stop sign, but he's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Will find himself another frag before he's killed off, and now it all comes down to Forest. The eagle in hand, sticking to the smoke. Peeks with one. There's the second. Snods.
Oh my god! I thought that was going to be crazy.
It was one of those rounds. You could feel it coming. The power level of Forest just rising as he domes them all with the eagle. Oh.
Even your internet can't handle it, Jack. Wow, okay. Round 19, 6-12. As now Forrest is going to have an an M4 in his hands, but he's versus the AKs. Haven't seen big performances from many of the players of Heroic thus far in this matchup, although now it's their time to shine. 6-12 down. We need some players here from Heroic to really step up if they want to mount this comeback. And already sending 4 players quite fast in towards the upper tunnels. Or place here on train. It's not really a tunnel, is it? Well, for Dignitas, they have 2 players here. Hauser with the AWP has rotated in from Connector. And he's actually scoping in just the right place, Jack.
Oh, it's all about the timing. He's repositioned, leaving it up to EEST. He misses on the first. He couldn't quite take down the second. Hauzerk has to make up for the mistakes that were made. Nico is down like a sack of potatoes. Barupt has been able to push up close towards Connector as well and watch for the run out. Hauzerk is still on the site. Could kick up a real big fuss if he's allowed to pop off. Down with the AK. Comes through. And get right to pieces. They're dropping each other off one by one. They're playing the trade game, Snods. And now all of a sudden there's just 2 men remaining. Tessus, hands down. From a distance, the spam goes through. They're both going to drop. And that's a retake from Dignitas. They can get the defuse. And the 13th round is theirs.
No one from Heroic checked Heaven. Hauzerk was able to find 3 important kills there. He gets the first towards Heaven. Jumps on Heaven and he walks all the way down towards the B bomb site. And catches 2 players off guard who were playing towards upper, waiting for that bomb to be ticked so they could throw a Molotov off the door. Well, once again, the aggression from Hauzerk's AWP paying dividends for Dignitas. 13-6. This is quick smokes towards the outside part of the map here from Heroic. But not going to be using it just yet. They're just trying to force out some Molotovs and utility from Dignitas before they eventually make their move, it seems, towards B.
This be the first line of defense and the first point of contact. But actually, they're repositioning. They've gambled on the 3-player setup towards the A site. EEST, by the time he gets the actual info, he's done for. Surely that's just the save call. There's nothing that can be done. Dignitas needs to just throw in the towel.
Yeah, they're going to be saving. Makes sense. Freiburg has $1,700. You can drop over an M4 just about next round to get right. And EEST, well, EEST is one of those players that's good at using pistols, shotguns, SMGs. He's an all-rounder, so he'll be just fine with whatever money he has. And that's how Dignitas would rather have it. They favor themselves in a full buy next round than a 3 versus 5 retake at B.
Good to see, like, at least for me, Snods, I'm glad that actually Heroic have really woken up a lot more on their T side. With the way this game had gone, I thought we were going to see it just really be closed out, blown straight into the second map, just like that. But there's form returning. Heroic now actually winning out a lot of these plays, looking a lot better in terms of the shots they're hitting. They seem more warmed up coming into.
Yeah, exactly. And we want good competitive games. I mean, even as casters, Jack, you know how it is sometimes casting those one-sided games. It can get quite boring. You want to have the matches that are close, where you can see there's something to play for and the teams both want it. Now we're starting to see a bit more of that, as there is a technical issue that's going to be ironed out shortly.
Apparently, TeamSpeak is down for one of the players. Obviously, other voiceover IP software is available, of course.
That's an old trick, that is. How many years has that one been around? Yeah, you know, my main set's down. I just can't hear him on TeamSpeak.
Kicking the side of the PC. Yeah, to be fair, I remember a classic was SEO actually said that his turtle was stuck on his wardrobe.
Wow, and they actually believed it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
just gonna go and get my turtle off the wardrobe. Be right back. One sec.
Some of the stories from LANs in the past are ridiculous about pauses and the excuses to have them. Oh dear. I'm sure this one's perfectly legit. We're just having a joke, obviously.
Yeah. Oh man, a close game though. Really, really has been, and we are ready to continue it on as well. 13-7, Heroic. They've woken up a lot more. They've splashed some water in their face, and now they're starting to do consistent damage against Dig. But Dig, some of the shots they've been hitting, some of the moves they've been making, they are looking groovy, baby.
13 for Dignitas. And on the CT side, they're going to be feeling very, very at home here. Halzerk with his AWP. I was saved from the prior round. Going to be clearing out B for the information he needs. And when he spots no one's here, Jack, he's going to give the call to exist, which means more players from Dig towards A, making this attack towards A from Heroic even harder.
Forest really could be in for a field day. He'll have to step up and be the camp leader into this one as the push is going to come towards him. Everyone else on the squad is being gunned down. He's there, ready to rock and roll. Finds the first with a beautiful headshot onto Nico. Goes for a second peek and does even more damage. Snods! His ferocity was causing mass atrocities, but it wasn't enough of an anomaly to win the round. It's just Halzerk that's left alive now. AWP out. Can this duo be the saving grace for Dignitas once again? They've clutched so many rounds as a team, with him being forced back in A2 with an AWP with 50 seconds left on the clock and no one actually peeking towards him. Can he put a punch into this round?
No one, as you said, peeking him. Meaning he's still in the 1 versus 3. Bomb is planted default. Now the T's are starting to go for the double face. They're starting to peek out to the site, so Halzerk should be seen very shortly. Ooh, the timing. He may just save now. I think this is the best time to go save. He's spotted no one. They're playing hard. They're playing hard to get. Just take your AWP into the next round and try and peek towards B or peek towards Ivy. And win the round for your team that way.
Gotta let it slip. Then come back through.
Nearly though for Forest.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was one of those rounds again where individually he's just switched on, started absolutely beating anyone that comes towards him, Snods, and lucky he was taken down, or the impact he could have had in the round would have been even bigger.
Very true indeed. It seems like a new lease of life for these Dignitas players, all of them stepping up individually. Not just Forest. Get right, Freiburg as well. We've seen EEST has to be consistent in this team. Now then, Cadian. What?
All right.
Jack?
I guess.
What's that? Like a malfunction, like an AI chip.
Well, that's one way to start off the 22nd round of the game. 13-8. I don't really know.
It looked like he was trying to flick on towards default, over-flicked to the point where he couldn't even shoot with his wrist, and then died in the Molotov.
Just burned to a crisp. Became far too fragile. Talking of fragile, that's just what this attack from the T's might look like if Freiburg is able to do some of his disgusting things. Lurks in the smoke. They actually drop another one down as well, and he starts to spam. Paranoid about the push that could be developing right ahead of him. Waits for his teammates to rotate back around. He takes damage, fires through, following the tracers, and Stam will take a heavy hit, leaving him on 12 HP. Forest and co. They have to do so much now. They have slipped out through Ivy, and they're starting to bombard onto the bomb site.
Oh, get right. Brilliant positioning here from him to snipe down from above with that M4. 2 headshots landed. Tessus fights back with 1. Forest has been spotted now towards the brown train. Up close, though. He's going to lose the jewel to burrow up. 2 versus 3. Halzerk's here on a mission to stop that bomb making its way towards the A site. But with 20 seconds left, it has to happen soon. Freiburg as well towards Ivy. Could stop it. Halzerk. Oh, uncharacteristic. Missing a shot there. But Freiburg, too. It's all down to Tessus. 9 seconds left. He has to plant the bomb. Will he get it? Bomb tap goes through, but no. Halzerk's going to land the shot. It's going to go 14 now for Dig.
Finally able to get over the hump that had kept them in place for quite some time. I think, what was this at one point, like a 12-3 game? And now it's 14-8?
Yeah.
So, definitely a big comeback from Heroic. Dignitas being able to break the camel's back eventually. They do go straight into a pause out of this as well. Their last pause. Get right. That replay just shows how disgusting those shots actually were. Very clean connections with the M4 from the high angle.
I want to see the Cadian replay. And it is Canadian restarting, so it must have been a tech issue. As we said, what we saw there did not look human. It looked like his mouse had disconnected or something.
Very possibly was. Yeah, okay. Apparently it is just obviously a tech issue for Cadian, so we'll have that resolved, and then this battle will rage on. TeamSpeak's fine, but my mouse is on fire.
Mouse is done. It's run out of battery. Maybe he's got a wireless mouse. It ran out of battery mid-flick.
That would
We've
be
got
one
quite
of
a long
the...
pause ahead of us potentially, though, Jack.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. One of those tech issues. You just have to wait and see if they can resolve it.
Should we have some fun? What's been the highlight so far of this Elisa Invitational for you?
There's been a lot, mate. Mostly just Forest, actually, in the past couple of games. Forest and Hauzerg have been the boys, and they've been back in town firmly.
Yeah, I mean, Freiburg and Forest on the rifle, Hauzerg on the AWP. The new Dig lineup looks really strong. And Exist, as I said before, he just has to be consistent. That's all his job is to do, to be that guy, to get 15 to 18 kills a map, to play B-Site Mirage, to play B-Site Train. He is the supportive anchor. You got Get Right on the lurk, you got Forrest and Freiburg on the entry, and Hauzerg on the AWP. It's a really strong team. I actually could see this Dignitas lineup in the future becoming a solid top 10 team in the world and having upset potential versus some tier 1 teams on the given day.
I think they could, Snods. I think they could. And whilst we do have a little bit of downtime with this, then, why not pose a small riddle for you? The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I?
The more you take.
Mm-hmm. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? This one's left you baffled, isn't it?
It has. The more you take.
The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I?
Honestly, mate, you've lost me. In my head, I'm thinking, is it the obvious, like, towel, there's a shadow, like, you know, the obvious answers to riddles? Or is it like the wind or something? But no, honestly, I don't know. What about...
Footsteps,
What
mate.
about that?
It's footsteps.
Footsteps.
Obviously, the more footsteps you take, the more you leave behind. See?
I mean, maybe if I'm walking in a jungle and there's footprints left from me. But if I'm walking... No, never mind. Footprints. How am I ever going to think of footprints?
All right, well, what about this one then? This is a little bit easier for you. What room do ghosts avoid?
The living room.
Yes, there we go.
Nice.
See? Now you're
There we
thinking with
go.
portals. There we go.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
That's the dream. We finally got one. Right. Moving on from that, then what about this? What has many keys but can't open a single door?
The UK scene?
No.
What?
A piano.
Ah, nice.
See? Because it's
Nice.
Also,
Nice, I like
I'd
that
also
one.
take a keyboard, technically, in that one. I would have accepted
Yeah,
a keyboard.
keyboard's good.
I mean,
What about
that...
some Counter-Strike riddles? Do you want to try and get that at Google?
I don't think there... Right, here's the other thing I was thinking, actually. About, like, expanded Counter-Strike merch. I was having a think. What do you think about the idea of Counter-Strike Cluedo? I was cooking this one up in my dreams a couple nights ago, right? So imagine it'd be like, was it exist on long in Dust 2 with the USP? And that's like, you know what I mean? It's like Cluedo, but Counter-Strike Cluedo. So rather than
Well,
like...
What would the clues be?
Well, it would be like...
There was blood on...
Yeah.
Hit the
you
shot
know,
precisely at this angle, and judging by exist reaction time that we now know because he clipped it on stream once 10 years ago,
No.
the shot could have been from him. Do you mean like that?
No, it'd be like, you know, there's blood on short, and you find like you find like a flashbang that's been used at middle, and you're like, oh right, hang on a minute. Someone's flashed out middle, exists peak short on Dust 2, and he's killed him. He's killed him with his USP because we're on the pistol round.
You've lost me here.
What do you? Have you never played Cluedo? Genuinely, I think that'd be banging,
no, I
mate.
never actually have. But I'm trying to work out how you can know it exists. Like how unless it's fingerprints on.
Well,
on
no, but
the
that's like the point of the game. Is that basically like in Cluedo, right? You have various different characters that could have committed the crime, and you have to like decipher.
You have to guess.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
you have-
Poirot.
Yeah, right. Yeah, basically, right. So you have to like decipher. Oh, you know, was it this person for this reason, and did he do it with a crowbar or a dagger? But obviously, Counter-Strike version, it'd be like, wow, was it Forrest, and did he do it with the butter that he had in his fridge or the USP?
We'll never know.
See? But that's what I'm thinking, genuinely. Counter-Strike Cluedo, come at me, Mattel, whoever it is. I'm interested. I'll help you cook it up. I'll help you make it.
You hear a shriek in the distance. Could it be Smooya or MIBR?
Oh, I knew that was coming. Oh, and it looks like we're almost ready to get back into the game, actually, with this one. It seems like we're nearly ready, Snods. As Cadian's rejoined, he's finished his round of Cluedo with the family during quarantine, and now we can rage on with this best of 3. Of course, if you are just joining us, this is the Elisa Invitational, and we are currently deciding out of these 2 teams who will get the final spot at the showdown, Snods. So a lot to play for.
A lot to play for indeed, and Dignitas going to be bringing out a lot of firepower here with the double AWP setup on the CT side. Onto Forest and Hauzerk. And up against them is Cadian single AWP, backed up by the 4 AKs of Heroic. It's going to be round 23. We're now back into this one after the long pause. This is map 1 of the deciding best of 3. The winner here on Train. Then following that one, what are the maps, Jack? I've forgotten.
Moving on from this, we'll have Dust 2, and then it'll be Nuke if we get to the decider. But I don't think Dignitas are going to want to allow that to happen, because the way they've been playing, I think they're keen to close it down. But they still have to overcome here on Train. A first-class shot from Hauzerk comes out, though, to kill Cadian. Actually, they have no idea that EEST is up top in the elevated angle. He could just absolutely annihilate each and every one of them if he plays his cards, right? The poker face comes through, there's the peek, and that's the frag. Molotov on the bomb as well, and this round's left in quite a sticky 3 versus 3.
They have to retrieve the bomb. Forest is there with the AWP. EEST now holding the angle too. Catches Tessus off guard as he was pushing. Nico in a 1 versus 3. Behind him is Freiberg. Freiberg's ready for it. 15-8, 7 match points now. It's not going to be easy as well for Cadian to have a mouse issue. It really knocks the confidence out of your game, knowing that your mouse isn't working properly. And now with 7 match points for Dig and a weak economy as well for Heroic, it's looking like it's going to be 1-0 here on Dig's map pick.
All it would come down to is this final round, and already the utility is being a bit of an undertaker against Heroic. Freiberg will throw his HE back out towards Ivy as well, but he's set ablaze, trapped between 2 Molotovs. He'll have to make a move. Oh, in which here comes the move in towards the B site, but it's really not the type of move you'd want to make, as EEST cutting through all of them so cleanly. Here comes Get Right with a glorious headshot onto Barat, and it's just down and Cadian, the last 2 men alive for Heroic, Snods. Can they stop this round, or are Dignitas going to shut it down on Train?
Ooh, Get Right getting up close, and yeah, Forest through the smoke. Get Right with the last one onto Cadian. It's going to be 16-8 here on Train. And here is the highlight package. And the only 2 rounds the Heroic actually won on their CT side, as the rest of it was all Forest and outside.
So many just moments of synergy displayed by Dignitas, especially some of the Forest frags as well. They were just filth. Hauzerk still living up to the massive impact he had earlier on tonight as well in the first best of 3, which is quite scary that it is repeatable for him, being able to carry on like that. Forest with 20 frags, Get Right coming in with 19. Fortunately for Heroic, they do lose that one in the end. They brought it back to a better position that initially looked like it was going to end in, but it still just wasn't enough, and Dignitas' map pick is theirs. Yeah,
next up though, Dust 2 for Heroic. We saw them beat Nordavind on it 16-11, but that was a Nordavind with a stand-in, as Rubino was replaced on the day. And with that, potentially the last map we'll see in the Elisa qualifier, judging by the current form of Dignitas.
It could be. It very well could be. That is going to be up after the break. If Dignitas win it, then they are going to the Blast Showdown. If they lose, it will go over to Nuke. Before we get ahead of ourselves, let's stay grounded in the present. Heroic still have a chance. It is their map pick. Can the Danish Demolition Squad bring it back and cause some chaos? We'll find out when we return to this series in around about 10 minutes. Stay tuned as we'll kick it back off here on the Elisa Invitational.
the antidote. Losing sleep, I am in too deep. No matter where I hide, you got me sleep deprived. Blow my mind with a warning. You digging deep within me. I feel obsessed. I can't help myself falling into the widest ocean again, again. Can't forget. You got me wrapped around it. You feel me, your body wrapped around me. Good mistakes. Oh, you got me looped upon it. You and me got me losing sleep. I am in too deep, like an overdose. You're the antidote. Losing sleep, I am in too deep. No matter where I hide, you got me sleep deprived. Can't forget. You got me wrapped around it. You feel me, your body wrapped around me. Good mistakes. You got me looked upon it. You and me got me losing sleep. I am in too deep, like an overdose. You're the antidote. Losing sleep. I am in too deep. No matter where I hide, you got me sleep deprived. Why is it hard on my own? Why am I not like her? A bit more so. Why must the curtains come down? Why must the curtains come down? Soften us now. In the end, we should leave something special. Let him talk. As long as my name is on their lips. Call me Misty, mysterious. Why is it hard on my own? Why am I not like her? A bit more so. Why must the curtains come down? Soften us now. Why is it hard on my own? Why is it hard on my own? Why am I not like her? A bit more so. Why must the curtains come down? Soften us now. In the end, I wish to be someone better to help me with this comparison. Call me Misty, mysterious. special. In the end, I wish to be so much better. In the end, I wish to be me.
You and I till the end, don't need to pretend again and again. We'll stick together, everything is alright with you by my side. We won't say goodbye, we'll stick together. I can pick you up when you're heading down. When it all just sucks, I'll be your driver.
potentially a last map is all that remains between Heroic and Dignitas. That is, unless, of course, if Heroic can revitalize themselves. We are going into their pick of Dust 2. Or will it be another one biting the dust and Dignitas moving on to the Blast Showdown Snods, or will we end up on Nuke to decide the series?
It's a good question. Judging by the current performance, though, of Dig and the form they've been in so far today, it seems that we may be closing this down to 2-0 in favor of the Swedes. Although, Heroic, they have looked good so far and they Elisa qualify, but that last match on Train just didn't seem like them.
It didn't, but it seemed like a very, very good Dignitas. They were the kings of Train, coming into it, just swinging. The T side was just lunacy, really, for the most part. They slaughtered them at every given opportunity, and they banged it, Snods. Now, obviously, going into Dust 2 could be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Heroic winning this map already. 16-11 versus Godsent. That is, of course, Godsent with a stand-in, as they had Harry, who was replacing Rubino. And even that went down to 11 or 12 rounds there for Godsent. So that got close, but that was more individual plays from Sticko and from Madden than really Heroic being poor. They're actually just quite unfortunate there in that game. So now maybe they can show us a new face on Dust 2 and show us why they've picked it. As I imagine Cadian wants to have a much better performance on Train here on D2 as well.
Yeah, he needs to. I mean, they get the luck of the draw with the Seaside start as well, so they can try and warm themselves up when they get them rifles in their hands. But it's a question of when, of course, because everything's got to start at the beginning. That will be a pistol round. Get right, taking the fight straight in the open, supported by his teammate playing anti-flash, so the peek comes through. Freiburg, of course, completely unaffected by the flashbang, and they work like a well-oiled machine. They take the firefights, they win a good majority of them, and leave it in a 3 versus 2 now.
Dignitas know exactly where the bomb is and the remaining 2 players from Heroic. And because of that, Forest can now go fishing for information, charge in towards T-spawn, and work out where Heroic are opting to go as EEST and Hausberg both have mid covered. And they simply would rather just play retake towards the A site, as EEST can actually spot towards long here too. So all parts of the map are going to be covered. So Heroic are now sandwiched and almost forced into going towards A. They have 1 smoke onto K. Oh, 2 smokes. So they can do the double smoke towards the site, get the bomb down, maybe cross back within 15 seconds if they're very quick, but it seems very risky. Maybe they'll save 1 smoke. Use that 1 to try bait out a push here from Forest in towards T-spawn.
Down. He's going to have to do something really quite outstanding. Pushes his way back towards mid. He gets a tag off onto Halzerg, but didn't realise that Forest was hiding in spawn, and that's him now gone. All on Cadian. At the very least, the silver lining is it is a bomb plant. What more can he get out of the round? What else can he squeeze out of it? Doesn't quite spot Forest sprinting out towards long. Although, when he takes the fight towards him, he does a lot of damage. Forest still strikes back and strikes harder. That will be the opening round going the way of Dignitas. With 3 players surviving in the end.
There we have it. 1-0 for Dig, the map pick from Heroic. And obviously, as it is the map pick from Heroic, they will be on the T side. Dignitas opting to start on the CT. We forgot to mention that last time on Train as well. Heroic wanted to start on the CT side of Train, but then he got 3 rounds. Looking to shake off that last map on Dust 2. But force buy now coming out from Heroic as the bomb was planted. Scout for Cadian, AK for Tessus. Global down, and besides that, 2 deagles from Nico and Borop. Smoke comes in towards long, but they can push this smoke here, Jack.
Oh, they can. And they're going to be pushing straight into nades as well, though. Oh, they get blown down. Catching the height of that one. Nico's the only one that actually fights back, and he will claim 2 souls with the deagle. Doesn't seem like he can really get much else at this point. Get right spooks the rest of them, and they're forced to retreat, linking up towards lower tunnels. Can't even opt to run straight down mid. Cadian's going to have to go through T-spawn, so he can clear the cross as he goes. Now it's a matter of time on deciding what they actually want to do. If they walk through middle, it'll be a 1v1 versus Get Right, and of course he's going to win it. Frantic play with the Famous, and all of a sudden it's just Cadian that's left alive.
1 versus 3. And the scout to work with. Forest, though, 68 HP, which means that he would be 1 shot to the chest. Dead. Oh, that's Cadian just missing the shot there onto EEST, who is the only player with 100 HP. If he had landed that, he would have had a much better chance, as all 3 of the players from Dignitas would have been low now. However, we'll be pushing towards long. Get right holding the same off angle we saw so effective for Freiburg just earlier in this round. And well, the round started here, and the round is about to end here.
Oh, hang on, mate. Oh, I thought maybe. I was thinking, get right. Is he going to go for the butcher Pete? Is he going to chop the meat? No, he's more sensible than that, Snods.
No, just going to play nice and safe. Make it 2-0. There's no point risking taking the gun out of your hand too, because this round, Heroic are going to be onto an eco anyway, so you want to get your economy going in the right way. MP9 for Exist, Scout for Hauser. Besides that, Rifles for Dignitas. And then for Heroic, the rush now towards long.
Nades as well have been so effective towards long early on. Simple spray downs is all it takes to evict everyone that tries to get control, and now it's just Nico left. Really just a matter of time into this. Basically just getting this round over and done with, and then coming back in fresh with the bye for round 4. Ooh. It's a dink, but I really think it's going to do much else than just a small amount of damage. Actually gets the kill into Exist when he pushes, but there's Hauzerk with the scout, and that's that loose end tied up.
Here's the replay of the 3-man spread down for Freiburg. As you said, simple with the AK versus unarmored T's. And now round 4, 3-0 for Dignitas. Alien now with the AWP. Last time we saw him with this weapon, he had the mouse malfunction. Hopefully everything's back to normal now, so we can have a fair matchup here. 40's here towards long as Tessus finds one.
Oh.
And a second.
Hauzerk, he loves the Julies. We've seen him play with them quite a couple of times, but no success for him this time as he tried to bust through the door, waving the 4-4s. Not going to get the kills off. The kills firmly go in favour of Heroic, and these T's have come through like a hurricane, Snod. Straight up towards the A site already. They've got the bomb. They can get that planted. Exist in Forest. They're not going to give a damn, though. Instead, they're just going to save this, clutch onto those weapons, take it through to the next round, as this one is already done.
Yeah, going to be saving the 2M4s for next round, as you said. Unfortunately for Dignitas, they're unable to save the AWP from Hauzerk that was dropped towards long. As all the players here from Heroic are going to be saving outside the A site. And yeah, they know it too. It's the safe call from Dig. It makes sense. Forest can jump over the AWP to Hauzerk. Freiburg could buy himself. Get right could go for a FAMAS buy. And suddenly, you have yourself a full buy, really.
Well, goodbye to the undefeated streak into the game so far for Dignitas. The scoreline will finally go 3-1, and Heroic picked that round up. Dash is alright though. It's not the worst thing in the world really, so they can still instantly get back on their feet around this. Freiburg starting off the game to a flying start, those Nods, with 7 kills already.
Yeah, most of them towards long on the pistol and versus the ecos. Boost here towards short for Hauzerk. Ooh, Heroic, they're going fast short as well. Through the smoke, Hauzerk. Tessus is finding him. That's 2 kills towards long last round for Tessus, and another one here in this round. Strong performance so far from him. We mentioned before for Heroic, they needed somebody to step up when no one was. And now, going to be ending towards the B site. This leaves it all down towards mid.
Freiburg rattling off, unleashing, not really connecting. That's the bigger picture. The B site is taken. Quite a pretty picture they've been able to paint out of this one as well. Looking like they're deciding to go a bit John Rambo. They're on the hunt for the first blood, Snods. They want to take more weapons out of the Dignitas camp, and get right. He's got other ideas in mind. From a substantial distance, fires back. A couple of taps into the cranium of Tessus is all it takes to take him down. Now they just move towards Pit. They're actually going for a little cheeky boost as well.
Yeah. Easier way to hold towards the long doors if you are boosted up. Smoke coming out should just deter Heroic for now, and it shall. 3-2 then. Heroic make it 2 in a row. There you have it. Solid play there from Heroic. They get the enemy pick towards the A site. They know that this means that one of the mid players is going to be forced in towards CT. What they do is they smoke CT, split B, and you saw Freiburg was a spam in the smoke. He was that player that was forced to rotate because of the death of Hauzerk. And Heroic, they exploited that. So really good play from them in that round. Opting for the mid-court to go towards B. And now in this round, the versus 2 M4s and the saved AWP from Forest.
Yeah, right. Guns down, Barupt. Zerk suspect as well of the smoke. He's definitely right to be. Oh, I don't think they're aware of this. He's been able to get past them, Snods. Tessus completely bypasses them and beats down Get Right. Getting the first kill off with the AK. That's now A site taken as their land. Really makes it a whole lot worse for wear for Dignitas going forward.
Yeah. They have managed to group up here towards short. Diffuse kit for Forest. They actually like their chances in this one. They're going to be going for it. I think if they realize if they can come fast when the bomb's trying to be planted, they can catch Heroic off guard. But Stown has the advantage in the angle. Going to find one, backed up by Cadia, but not before Forest manages to get him back as he will just die as he douses himself inside the flames. All down to exist down to 1 versus 3. Just going to be saving that AWP.
I mean, the bomb's only just gone down. If they do push him, hit's right there. Trying to egg him forward. I don't think he really fancies his chances, though. You are outnumbered, so a safer call to be made. Back off. Clutch onto that weapon. Give it back to Hauser going forward. Might actually get a pick towards T-spawn as well as he clears his angles. But Nico, ooh, the timing favors him. Now has the knowledge. What can he do with it? Hear the footsteps, but actually slow walks in towards tunnels, sees the head, crouches, and now it's just a matter of can he play the game of just hiding around the corner. But a CZ, oh, studs! He left him on like 5 HP, but Nico cuts through him.
Manages it. Yeah. 3-3 now then. Into the 7th round we go. For Liko now for Dignitas as well. Halzuk, the only player to buy Kevlar and a Deagle. Besides that, no armor for anyone else on to dig. As they are grouping outside towards the B bomb site, led by Borup. It's Forest here with the Deagle.
AK is cleaning house as they push in. Hauserk on the Deagle. Doing some damage. Clean connection. He's also got the AWP for free as well. So worst case scenario, if he does just at least save it, he'll be quite happy. You know what? They might not even need to. The difference that could have made if Get Right got the kill. He wants to go for this. Knows that there's blood in the water. And this shark is looking to take a bite clean out of them. Pushes in though. Unfortunately for him, they're not going to need a bigger boat to win that one. Tessus takes the victory. 4-3 split on the rounds now. Snods. Heroic get the lead.
Get Right's going to be so frustrated with himself there, not able to get that kill and make it a 2 versus 1. Here's the replays of the headshots from Tessus. To open up the site, really just a replay package of him this round. And he gets the last one as well to deny the 2 versus 1. So, once again, we go towards the long part of this A site. 3 players here from Dignitas, and there's 4, though, coming for Heroic as Bravo goes 1 for 1. Get Right here, gets his first kill, tries to double up here. He's going to be gifted it by Tessus, who walks through the smoke. Halzerk with the last one onto Cadian. Borup now left alone towards shore.
He's just backpedaling. Getting out of there. Bombs down basically in no man's land, completely covered by the CTs. They got jurisdiction over this. Corrupt. She opted just gonna walk straight through the smoke. They'll kindly re-smoke it, but it taps him in the leg. They hear the sound cue at that point, and he's like, nah, it's not worth it, get me out.
Yeah, gonna be saving his AK for the next round. And with Heroic winning multiple rounds in a row, and cleanly, they are going to be able to buy without a problem. 4-4 then. Heroic, unable to even get out of the doors of long, having 4 players there versus the 3 of Dignitas. Get Right able to double up and get that kill onto Stown, and then the second one to Tessus as he was walking through the smoke, just nonchalantly. Then yeah. Borup's trying to find a kill. He knows the money is low for Dignitas, so he's trying to get those 2 or even just one kill. Damage to Dignitas' economy, but they're not going to give it to him. Just going to be guarding the bomb here and allowing themselves to get to 4.
Another nice round for Dignitas, only suffering 1 casualty, so they can at least try and get a bit of economy going, stimulate that one, get the cash flow popping. All going to be dropped back across towards Halzerk as well as they move those guns round. Coming into round 9. Fight back and forth the entire time. It is tied right now, and long has been where basically all of these rounds have gone down. Again, that seems to be the same scenario. Nico gets in pit, gives Get Right the hug of death, peeks out onto the second as well as Freiburg starts to get riddled with bullets. He's taking the fight like a big baller, but he couldn't connect the shots, Nods, leaving them down to just 2 men, seconds in.
Once again, another save. That's really been the salient point of this best of 3 so far. CT's just left to save. Or up. Doesn't want them to. Gets 1. Gets 2. Oh, Forrest is too quick. And now he is the Lone Ranger trying to survive. Ooh, gets spotted out going towards the tunnel. And you can see now they're hunting him.
Lurking around through lower ton, sitting in the darkness, seeing if maybe there's an opportunity to kill some of the unsuspecting T's as they rotate off out of the round. No real reason for him to push into mid though. Here comes the actual push. They are going to walk in. They should go together, so at least if he kills one, they'd be a trade, but no. Forrest gets both of them, bounces his way out of there as well with the smooth moves as this criminal makes it back towards the B site after causing a ruckus. He will still fall. Couldn't clutch onto the AWP. Almost. So close.
Ooh. Stops them from keeping it, though. That's an extra 5 grand. It's going to have to be spent. Dig. Could buy this round, but they're actually going to go for the save. Freiburg and Halzerk couldn't afford to buy, and that's quite sad, actually. If Forrest had survived that AWP, would have been able to buy. Doesn't really matter, though, because they're going to be catching them off guard. Borup still lands the headshot. And these CT players having no armor, he's going to make quick work of them. Now it's just Forrest and Get Right alone towards B.
Heroic coming equipped for warfare into these last couple of rounds. Dignitas better beware, Snods, as they need to switch things up. Long control, it's starting to fall into the favor of Heroic anytime they want it now, and it's from the aggression they're displaying. Obviously, huge advantage with the firepower they had going into this, so not all doom and gloom. It's at least another round advantage going into their bank. That'll put them on a 6-4. Bessus actually going to push up aggressively here. He's dropped straight down, playing into CT. They could hunt if they wanted to. I mean, they're building up a bit of a bank, but it's only really a deagle they're going to take out a commission. So the risk versus reward is pretty marginal.
It is true, but maybe they don't want to give them an AK. Ooh, doesn't matter when Get Right is landing shots like that. Heroic, you can see they know exactly where he is, but they don't want to test him. They want to build up their own economy for the remainder of Dust 2. And this is do or die for them after they conceded train in a very one-sided fashion, 16-8. But good positioning there from Get Right as he knows the bomb would have chucked the AK in his hands, and before the AWP from Cadian can have a chance of denying the save, he gets it. And yeah, here's the replay of the opening 3 picks there from Borup. Now into the present, round 11, 6-4, Dignitas. They need round soon.
Heroic, talking of soon, they're going fast, straight up short. Erupt is charging in quite aggressively. But one man that will be there to try and hold him back as well and keep him at bay is Halzerk on the AWP. He's repositioned. They've left a massive entryway into a site. He's actually just playing on the close angle to support Freiburg instead to get deep control towards long. This could be the big play. In the end game here, this could be the one that matters. Freiburg sets up, playing from the God B angle behind the doors. Halzerk now has to put his attention back towards A with a short push. But if they can get the bomb to drop, if they can kill Cadian, they'd have a good spot into the round. They do clear it, but it won't matter. Nico, no damage done as he's kneecapped by Freiburg. Here comes the peek from Halzerk. He does actually force Cadian back for the meantime, but Freiburg swings, and that'll be the last thing he ever does.
Cool. Heroic in the meantime have made a mockery of the CT players towards mid. EEST pushing towards B though. Canadian, if he misses the shot, the bomb would be dropped, but no. Location revealed. They know that the B site's going to be cleared because they know exactly where Hausberg is. Doesn't land the tag as well. Now it's all down to EEST. Oh, not for long. 7-4, we're going to go. And Hausberg forced again to save his AWP.
They weren't prepared for the unforeseen circumstances, and Heroic claw that one back. There were moments where it seems like it was quite firmly in the Dignitas camp, but it's just not meant to be. Their momentum now building as they're hitting wrecking ball speed on T-side Dust 2 now, Snods. Good as well. Obviously, in terms of the series, they needed to bring it back. They can't afford to lose this map. It would knock them out of the tournament and mean they do not have a chance of getting the spot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's all important here. Slots. And the final one of that, as ENCE took it yesterday versus Apex. The Blast showdown at the end of this month. Now then, shall we see a pause from Dignitas? As they haven't really had too good of a start on the CT side. You can see actually the rounds below the scoreboard. 7 nearly in a row since they started having weapons for Heroic. As Dignitas did win the pistol. And with this, Heroic is going straight into B.
Oh, Snods, they're trying to give it to him raw. No trivia. EEST peeking out through window with a deagle. We're going to get a couple of spams out through the door, though. A couple of tags here and there to at least soften them up. They are firmly entrenched into B now. The bomb's going to go down. Planted by Cadian. Erupt's lurking in spawn, and the lurk pays off as Freiburg comes a heavy foot in across. Gone very, very ideal for Heroic on that push.
Yeah, can't complain. Great read there from them. Anticipating Dignitas to be stacked towards long with the sniper. Well, it's not going to happen. 8 now for Heroic. That was the eco coming out from Dignitas, so we were still expecting Heroic to take the round. Hausberg trying to save his AWP for next round, but I don't think he will. They know where he is now towards long doors. They have so much money in their bank, Heroic. They're going to be trying to dent Dignitas by taking out this orb of Hausberg. Ooh, they're not pushing. They're so scared about dying to this orb if he's so close towards long, but he's not. Pause coming out now for Dig. It's the first one. Felt like it should have been earlier.
Yeah, they've conceded quite a few rounds on the trot. They haven't had much momentum in a long time, and now what? You've got a few rounds left at most here to round out this opening half. You use your first pause on CT side. They do have a double up setup, one of them on Forest, one of them on Hausberg, so that could be the extra kick they need. They got to do something strong with it, Snods. It's not just about having them, it's about the decisions they make with that weapon.
Yeah, exactly. So, looking at the scoreboard, 0 kills so far for EEST. He's having a bit of a struggles.
Yep, he is riding the struggle bus, first class.
Yeah. Corrupt, though. He's on the pain train. 12 kills for him on Dust 2 so far, and they've all been headshots. Oh, Stoud turned for his teammate's flash, but turned directly where Gero wanted him. The rest of Heroic trying to get out towards Mom.
The whole thing is smoked, but...
What?
Oh, Hausberg, he's been smoked. Barupt with the AK. Destroys him and disrupts the balance into the round, as now he can push his way up towards the site as well. Smoke's going to go down from Get Right. He's pushing in, makes a bit of noise as he steps in the Molotov, but at least the CTs are actually finding the picks now and bringing it back into their favor. Gliding through the air, it's an acrobatic Get Right to get the kill onto Nico. It just comes down to Cadian. He's scared to death. He's scared to look. He's shook, Snods.
He's shook. And now how fitting it's him saving his AWP. Money is low for Dignitas, so each kill he gets is important to dent that CT economy. He may actually try go for this though. When you look at the money that his team has and the round advantage they do also have, you can start taking risks, like going for this sort of play. Gets the first one to Get Right, and now in a 1 versus 3 in 30 seconds, he's paranoid about the flank from behind. But instead, all of Dig coming from CT and short.
Peeks out in the end, and That's his last chance taken away from him. They don't go for the Hydra, don't fancy the triple AWP, and I don't blame them. Stick to the 2 guns that have been working and stick to their guns.
The Hydra.
Yeah, mate, the triple AWP.
I love that. What's the double op called?
Double AWP.
There you go then.
That's
That
the
answers that
CS
question, doesn't it?
terminology. Yeah, that kind of
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? But yeah. One generator. What? Where's the generator?
Oh, you mean Jenny? Rest in peace, Jenny.
Yeah, on
mate.
Inferno.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Back when A site was
What's
B
some other
site.
crazy calls? Pop Dog. How did Pop Dog come about?
Because there was a box that said Pop Dog on it.
There you go. See? You're like the Asmund Gold of CS.
Always go big.
What raid is that item
Forest.
from?
Mate. Forest is going big right now, making some gold into this one. Numerous ways to earn funds, and one of them is a quick one with the AWP.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Forest. Heroic. Have the bomb in towards T-spawn. 3 players outside middle. As they are climbing up towards short, leaving just down. With his AWP in towards lower tunnels. Maybe going to try to take the duel versus Forest once the smoke does fade. Nope. Jumps in towards lower. As the bomb is going towards short. He's going to be holding to see who's pushed. And he's locked. Ooh. I was going to say got the frag, but actually just tagged up EEST. Heroic. It seems like that 1 kill Forest got has really thrown a spanner in the works into Heroic's game plan. Because now they're trying to recalibrate themselves and work out what do they do now so they can't go up mid. And another tag. There you go. They were trying to split mid to B, I think, Jack.
Yeah, but that would completely deny any chance of that. They'll have to second guess it. Walking out through the smoke as well. Stown, he knew there was a man spamming towards him. But it's the get right you don't expect that strikes the hardest. Kills him from the sidelines, and they're all just falling, Snots, one by one. Get right with a second frag. There comes Hauser out to play, and he does not play well with others. 2 kills on the AWP. Dignitas, from a scenario that looked like they were really going to struggle to get too many rounds going on their CT half, suddenly this could end pretty much tied down the middle.
Wow. And that 1 kill onto Cadian just ended the whole round for Heroic. 6-8. Dignitas winning some must-win rounds at the end of their CT half. Ooh, Hauser went for the mid-peak. Excuse me, no, it was Forest. The peek here from the T side in towards short. Now I'm going to be peeking though from Dignitas. As for Heroic, how they need to set their gaze towards short. Maybe try go towards A through short and a split, or maybe mid to B as they still have Stown in towards the B tunnels.
Zerk. When they roll up, he's going to be ready. Hits them with the first. Takes down Cadian with a clean shot from the AWP. It's already a 1-man deficit into the round, making this much harder for Heroic. Just under a minute left, and need to make their decision soon. Starts bombs down on short. They can pick it back up. There's the molly to kill the close angle at mid, and they're just charging straight through. Split on B.
Ooh, I like this strat a lot. This is very fast. Forest. And EEST. They weren't expecting the tempo of that. That smoke is thrown outside long for CT. And then you Molotov the close angle and you use the Molotov almost to make it difficult for the CTs to see you. Even if there was someone towards CT, he would have been traded. Oh, wait a second, Jack. How is this suddenly a 2 versus 3?
Yeah, they've been able to bring this one back. They got their claws dug into it. I thought actually we were actually going to see Tesla push out through the door smoke and try and backstab the window players, but he doesn't. It's all left on Nico playing from behind the box, but Hauser just charges in. Aggressive as you like with the AWP. There's the kill, and that's how it ends. 8-7 at the half.
And you can see the string of rounds there from Heroic. They went 8-1 after they had AKs in their hands. It was a pistol round win for Dignitas, a force by loss for Heroic. Then they had their eco on that 3rd round. But as soon as it was round 4 and onwards, Heroic felt like they had the grasp on this game, but they let it slip. And now it's Dig on their T side. And if it goes 1-for-1 for pistols, Dig on their T side of Dust 2, considering they got 12 rounds on Train T side. Well, I think we know who we're favoring. Albeit though, Heroic looked much better here.
I like the fact they're just willing to straight take the fight unless there's a push coming up mid. You had 3 players from Dignitas all just sat in spawn. They went for a 3-1-1 early, believing that Heroic would just charge up and start windmilling Snods.
Tessus, he's been the man of the hour for Heroic in terms of impactful kills for his team. None are more impactful than a USP headshot.
Oh, yeah, but only if he can hit him, and he won't. Hauserk. Oh, no. It's down! I thought that was going to be a play to remember, but no, he gets played by Get Right. Turns around with a Glock. Leaves him in a shallow grave. 3 on 5. Forrester's backstab will probably be the one that they'll be rethinking about for quite some time as he peeks through. Comes in, laying down the law. There's a 2K for him into the round, and it's all tied as they win that pistol. 8-8.
Oh, and those are the most satisfying as well to get. Long range Glock headshots. Easy as you like. 8-8. Heroic now concede the pistol. And they are going to be forcing into this. 4 sets of armor. Stoud, excuse me. Going to be going for the scout instead. As Dignitas send 3 players here close towards B. There's going to be an early exchange. Oh, and it's won by Tessus. But Dig, they still want to commit. Maybe not after that smoke has been placed. Now, due to that, they have to go back and reform themselves here on their T side because Cadian's going to be pushing in towards long. He can now hold the rotations towards mid as they come back. Dig, they need to go out mid, I think.
They do. They're going to be going straight into Stown. Sees them. That's the first shot from the scout. Reveals himself and gives away what weapon he has as well. Starts backpedaling.
Now you can just execute A. If you're Dignitas, you know there's a scout there. The scout can't fend off 4 T players.
Scout can't Snods, but 2 men with Deagles who have complete control of Longhouse, playing 1 by God B and 1 deep inside certainly could. Especially if they find the first frag, which Cadian does. Now he'll upgrade himself to the AK. He's spamming back through, but it's just about him surviving. As he gets away, he can drop the smoke and just play a crossfire with his teammate.
Now they're going to be coming back towards short. Exactly where Freiburg is with the Galil. Ooh, Cadian. 12 HP now for him, but yes, Dig now going out towards mid, smoke off towards CT. The map has now been split in half. It's a 3 versus 2. Oh, Nika making it 3 versus 1 here towards B.
Oh, the Deagle doing some dirty little things as they really do come out to play and sing quite a beautiful song, taking down all the Dignitas players 1 by 1. Second guessing themselves, the rotations coming around, Cadian with that Deagle kill. So many small moments that, when added up together, give them the win they needed in that round.
EEST, head of assists so far in this event.
Yeah, pretty good at football as well, there.
Yeah, I know, just warming up his legs.
You got to
climb
keep
up the
him
ladder
warm,
of
right?
the scoreboard, hasn't he?
He has indeed. Ooh. Early nades just being cast out by Heroics now. It's quite an aggressive response. Early utility being used everywhere.
Yeah, Dignitas have gone for a force buy. Hopefully they have a plan behind it, as they have no smoke grenades bar a flashbang. And a scout for Get Right, who is currently clearing out the angles towards a site. Cadian's here with his scout. Ooh, gets tagged actually.
Nade from Stown going in. Won't matter too much, as the bigger picture is the fact he's causing a distraction, allowing Cadian to, if not get frags, at least be able to do some tagging. He'll now peek. Quite suspicious of the idea of someone being in Gandalf, but there's no wizardry tonight. If there is, it's purely just them making everyone disappear on Dignitas, as Get Right's the only one that remains. His head bobs up, and his head's gone.
Left the room. 8-10. Heroic surviving with 2, well, actually 3 players, which is good for them. Good for their economy going forward. They can actually buy around this. And then for Dignitas, back onto the eco. Heroic started to get footing here on their CT side, is showing us much more promise than we saw on Train, which is what I'm excited to see. We really want to see that 3rd map on Nuke for that final slot to the Blast Showdown. As Dignitas slowly marching in towards mid, being met first by Nico, but really it's all about this MP9 Acadian.
I mean, he could really have quite a good time with that weapon if they push into him. He was waiting for all of the balls to storm down mid and Have to wave them off. Instead, he's
Underlay.
repositioned. Yeah, he's actually going around for the
Trying to
short
tame
attack,
them.
though.
Yeah. This is good here. Not quite a flashbang, but an HE will do. There you go, that's one. This should be easy now for an MP9 up close versus Glocks with no armor. Molotov 2 just to make them even more supple. They should really be dying to the Molotov here. It's $300 per capita versus the 600 of the SMG, but instead here they come.
Exist going in with the Deagle. Here comes the rest of the squads, and I mean, at least he actually finds the first headshot. Poppins down like a watermelon, but there's really not much more to come. In the end, Cadian from a distance will shut him down with the MP9, and Heroic are building up a good buffer of rounds to work with on their CT side now. Cash at least back in play for Dignitas, and the Kalashnikovs are on parade.
They are indeed, and they're going to need to be. Similar performance to what we saw on Train with Forrest's lightning headshots with the AK. Freiburg, though, feeling confident to go for the duel towards a long. Ooh, this is going to force back Heroic. But it's not going to force back Stout. Pushing top level as Exist is ready for it. He's the king of assists. But the king of the dink in that situation as he dinked him through the wall down to just 29 HP. So he did win the exchange in that one and force back the CTs towards shore.
Freiburg's in pit. You've got a bit of long control to work with. The rotation's coming around to at least support him. Heroic, they're stampeding back. They are not content with the idea of this land being taken, but do they realize that he's there? They're not going to know, Snods. All his teammates have to do is create a distraction, allowing Freiburg to peek, fighting through the blindness with a follow-up frag onto Cadian as well, doming them down. Stown, he'll fire off. He might have an AWP, but the range advantage certainly doesn't look like it's in his favor.
Now they can cross, but Burr up through the smoke. Finishes off the job that Stown started at mid by finishing off Exist. Molotov goes in, but Hauzerk, he can now plant for the back plat of a long. He doesn't have the AWP to utilize, although it seems frivolous. Futile at that. As Heroic opt for the save into the next round, and smart decision. If they had lost it, Cadian couldn't have bought. Neither could have Stown, so they got the AWP as well they can save. Drop that over to Cadian. Or it could drop Nico and M4 if they needed it, just for extra utility on that CT side to get that kit and Molotov. And then they have a much better buy in round 21. I want to see a pause from one of these two teams here, Jack, because this is the... You know, we get towards the end of a match and it becomes those knife-edge rounds where if Dignitas win it, they reset the money for Heroic, they force them onto an eco. Then suddenly it's 11-11 and they can win it. And for Heroic, it's quite the same. If they win this round, force out Glocks again or some tech lines from Dignitas and try and get to 13.
So many like small, minute changes that would change the outcome of this game. Now then, 11-9, round 21. It's close here. Heroic, thinking that this might actually be an all-out aggro burst towards long. They send basically everyone there, but Freiburg, he's in pit once again. He repeats history as he does the same play once more. The insanity onslaught works for Freiburg. He frags them all down, and
Jack,
it's just
we've been
Cadian and Tessus that are left.
Jack, we've been casting Freiburg for years now, and that was the one moment you had. Just to belt it out.
There's got to be a spray, mate. It wasn't a spray. It was
was a
steady
spray.
taps. Nah, they were nice little taps.
Nah, there's a spray transfer there. Maybe you give it too late in this game.
Certainly giving it against Heroic as a team, though.
Yeah, they're forced to save again, probably. And look at this, Forrest is going in towards B. He's trying to work out whether or not Heroic is saving at B. That's why there's a stalemate right now, because Dig need to realize, are Heroic at B, or are they actually trying to win the round 4 versus 2? And now that Forrest is cleared out towards B, they know that they are actually going to try and win the round. Or not. Maybe they'll say, Forrest, make noise at B, and bring them towards your side.
Well, Cadian had no idea what on earth had just happened there. He comes around from Forest, spots him, trapped just by himself. A single shot going to connect, and now it's just Tessus. Does have a free AK if he wants it, but he's more paranoid about the idea of someone being in pit, so he won't try and go for the upgrade onto the weapon. Doesn't really look like he needs to anyway, as the M4 works very well against Hauser. He'll now clutch onto it and run away, retreating to save it. The game gets closer in the grand scheme of things. 11-10 will now be the score.
Yep, exactly that. And this is the worry for Heroic that I was mentioning last round. The game is at a knife's edge. Dignitas now get to 10 rounds. Heroic are going to be onto an eco. That's going to be 11-11. Albeit we have seen Heroic get upsets with their deagles. Jack, this is so close, I'm not sure. Who have you got winning it?
I think it's very hard to call at this point.
Freiburg! See, it was the spray.
No,
the last one.
Yeah,
the
little
last
tap
one was
on
the
the
tap, but it was
last
still
one.
clean. It was still clean.
It's more, yeah, but they've got to be pushing into them. They've got to be sprinting them. It's a whole different
Just
calibration
exist
of
survives.
things,
There
mate.
won't be enough time.
Talking of time, this one really getting into later stages of the game. 11-10. So look at how disjointed the buy is for Heroic. 2 AWPs short, but the rest of them just trying to make do with whatever they could scavenge at the back of the car boot sale. The AWPs are doing the work, though. As Nico gets one, Cadian comes through with another. Get Right's out mids, but I don't really think he's going to be able to do much. They know the angle that he's in. No, he doesn't, actually. Barupt wasn't ready for it. It's just down to these old school boys on the side of Dignitas to try and clutch the round. 2 versus 4, outnumbered and not really looking too healthy either.
As the saying goes, when in doubt, bring the AWPs out. That's exactly what Heroic have done. They bring out 2, and it's 3 kills for these AWPs. So far, make it 4. Maybe a sniper ace here for Heroic. As EEST goes for the challenge, but so far, on 3 kills, his aim's been a little bit off in this game so far. And that's going to be it. Cadian with his second, Nico with 3. 12-10 as Heroic, they win such an important round.
Building back into it straight away, though. Hauserk on the AWP. Get Right, the only one without a rifle. He's got a Tech 9, so high-octane gameplay from him will be the course of action. You still have the 2 AWPs in play for Heroic, though. That could be what keeps them afloat.
Lots of players here from Heroic towards B early on. Wondering what that's for. Maybe they're trying to push towards B before Forest made it harder for them. Ooh, Freiburg catching someone here off guard towards long. That's Borup down. Missed shots though from Cadian as he does try to fall back car, but this should be an easy spray. Of course it is for Freiburg, who turns it into the headshot. Now EEST can just lurk it. Perfect timing and catch off. It's down. 2 versus 4. They're going to have to save towards B, Jack. Ooh, maybe Nika can land a shot though. No, the smoke should be the final grace here. This should be the 11th round now for Dig.
Yeah, he was being an opportunist, but as soon as that gap closed, it's just not worth dilly-dallying and waiting around for something that isn't really a high chance of success. Talking of success, though, Forest, what more can he get out of this? He's waiting and was hoping that maybe they'd try and push out and save towards T-spawn with inkling of them being on B. Don't really have the best cash on this T side of Dignitas, so the likelihood of them really going for a big ballsy play is quite slim, but holding will be fine. Forest can actually peek this as well and see if he spots a player out towards platform or behind the box. They're getting quite aggressive, Snods. They're really wanting to try and take this AWP out of Nico, knowing it would leave them without an AWP really going into the next round.
Ooh, he spots 2 players there. That's the last 2 of them as well. You are right. They're getting so aggressive. Maybe Dignitas are more worried about their own economy. Yeah, this setup here from Heroic really relies on Cadian landing that first shot, because if he misses the shot into Freiburg like he did, well, Borup's left with a Molotov in his hand, and as he throws it out, he's still vulnerable.
Adam Freiburg.
Yeah, took advantage of that.
How many
Heroic pull a
times is he going
timeout.
to do that, though, towards long? Like, when
Yeah,
are
it's
they
happened.
finally going to be able to
3
stop
now?
him?
It's
Yeah.
3 times now, isn't it? Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
He likes the repeatable things, this Freiburg. I remember back, obviously, when we were in Poland, Snods at Katowice with him, he said how he had changed out all his socks and pants to just be black. So that way there was never any odd socks. He doesn't like the randomness. He likes it to be repeatable.
I remember looking at you thinking, what the hell?
I mean, it makes sense, to be fair. It's a big brain play in real life.
Yeah, it's like some Bill Gates stuff. Just wear the same thing every day. Just have to worry about that. Don't waste a decision on that.
Think about the bigger
decision's been
picture.
made. Sorry?
Think about the bigger picture, mate. The bigger picture of being able to open up long with those socks on.
Exactly. Bomb picked up here for Dig. Bring it back towards B. 3 players towards short from Heroic. 1 drops down towards CT now as well. So now they're going to be going for more of a default sort of setup. They are leaving just Tessis alone with the FAMAS towards the B side. Not sure how strong that is.
Very aggressive 3-player setup towards short, though. 2 of them playing anti-flash, Cadian on Shoxy, team up with the MP9 being down, who's just going to play on the anti-flash angle and then peek when the time is right. Molotov goes in, Cadian's forced back. Basically a mirror play on either side. Here comes the flashes as they charge through. Freiburg gets the info, but there's not much more that can be done from there. At least they've got a huge read and cause all the CTs to reposition. They don't have to commit to this either if they don't want to.
No, there's no need. Look at the utility they just forced out with that A take. There's no more Molotovs here for Heroic. All they have is flashbangs. No smokes as well, and with 35 seconds left, Dignitas can now walk out through mid, and they can walk on to Testis, who is alone. Oh, this kill is majorly important for Get Right, but doesn't get it just yet. The Molotov will force it out, and the spam through the smoke as well. Nico goes down, and it's all down to Testis.
Only got a famous though, Snods, and I really don't think this one is going to make him famous. Although, it very well could do, as he strikes somewhat of a celebrity this man is becoming with a weapon as he gets 2, looks to try and find a 3rd, but it's not in his favor. He does go down. Talking of which, the bomb goes down after time.
Tessis. Winning Heroic that round. 2 kills there. 1 into Forest, and 1 into one of the players coming through window. Causing the bomb to not have time to be planted. 13-11. Heroic call a timeout. They can drop over the weapons to Tessis and Nico. And for Dignitas too. Do you force this round? Because if they eco, it's 11-14. If they buy, though, they reset the money for Heroic, and then they can easily make it 13-13 as long as they can win versus the USPs. So do you take the risk and buy now, or do you save and try bring it back from 11-14?
They're talking about it. There's a scout that
think they should
comes out.
force. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're actually just going to bring the money down to an equal balance.
Yeah, they are. I think the reason for that is Get Right. I think if he had an extra $200 for the bomb plant, then they would have gone for it, because at that point you would have been able to drop over another AK from EEST and Get Right. You'd have 3 AKs and a scout. Definitely worth forcing. But instead, as the bomb wasn't planted at the right time, they are now forced onto a weak quasi-buy just to save the AK from Get Right and the scout onto EEST.
He's just spamming at mid as well. Scoped in, firing off shots. Rest of the squad's grouped up again. Long seems to be the play. I mean, the amount of entries Freiburg's got here, I would have liked to have seen him rocking the AK, but instead he tries to go for the bait play to assist Get Right in getting the picks back in their favor. It's just not happening. They're being murdered, Snods. Forest will pick up the weapon off the back of the CIS AK, and now it's time to see what disarray they can throw this round into. 3 versus 5.
Yeah, coming up towards short. This AK is in very capable hands of Forest. As he's trying to find that first entry. Or up playing far back, though, towards Goose, as he's got the backup of Caden onto low HP with that AWP. So 1 shot from Forest's AK would take him down. Ooh, Stown wasn't expecting that. And Forest can get the shot as well. Ooh, dear, it all comes down to Forest. 1, 2. Oh, nearly the 3rd. But it's not going to happen. Hauser can get the bomb down at least.
The snapshot from Haljerk is a game changer, but this HE could be even bigger. It brings him down to 1 HP. He's blind, but he's got into a good angle as he peeks. He saw their heads, but he wasn't quick enough to shut them down. That round was way too close for comfort, Snods, and in the end, it goes the way of Heroic. 14-11 off the back of what? 1 AK and a scout?
Yeah. Essentially just that. Now then. Full buy for Dignitas. This is what they were saving for. And for Heroic, they're 2 away from sending us on to Nuke, and that's what we wanted to see, that 3-map series. As yesterday, Ents looked so dominant.
I like seeing the pause, though. The Heroic using this to try and work out the cash. Even though they're winning the rounds, it's still coming down to what, like a couple of players surviving, so your money really isn't given a fair chance to build up naturally as it would. You rework around it. Still only 1 AWP in play for Cadian, the rest of them down on the rifles, 3 kits, and a ton of utility. Meanwhile, on the side of Dignitas, they do have the AKs and AWP in play for Hauzerk. So the dream really in play there being the fact if Hauzerk can live his movie.
Long take now. 4 players from Heroic situated there. As Dignitas are up in the ante, going a bit faster now in towards middle and towards short. Bomb now making its way towards a short as Forest is still outside B. Tessus has been very strong towards that B side so far for Heroic. With that, Forest will be coming back now towards T spawn. Looking like a 3-2 split towards A here, Jack from Dig.
Freiburg takes a lot of damage from that HE early, though, and that could come back to haunt them. Been very effective on the entries in the past few rounds, and a little bit less HP. Will it slow him down? They've actually got someone pushing up aggressively as well. Watching back from Goose. Talking of aggression, get right. Overthrown by Cadian as he swings out. Oh, and is lonesome towards long, but leaving Dignitas more lonely. Now there's only 4 of them alive. Oh, the one way.
Oh, the gap though, Freiburg. Oh, Borup, he played this time. Last time, and it worked so well. 2 kills for him, backed up by the flash from Stown. This is down to Forest and Hauzerk towards long.
There goes the smoke. Molotov from Forest going to ignite behind it. They trade utility. It's just down to Forest. He'll flick onto the first. He tries to roll back the years. Still got to get 3 more frags, though, and he's being hunted from the rear, but it'll be the attack from the front that hits. Tessus slaying him, massacring him, in fact, with the M4. (15-11).
Quick little replay there.
Yeah, all it takes is 1 round now, Snods.
Yeah, four match points as well there for Heroic. Dignitas forced onto the last lifeline, charging towards a long. They've got the MAC-10 up first, but Heroic starting to just fall back here towards the A side, give things up, and just play a retake if need be. Heroic looking far stronger here on their CT side, really getting things together. And it felt like the turning point for them was that double op setup with Nico and Cadian. From that point onwards, Dignitas have looked flat.
Yeah, it stopped them being able to go for these aggressive bursts out long. The map control has been a lot more in favor of Heroic. Although, we talk about map control towards long. Dignitas are out. Heroic have opted to try and change the game plan. And more than anything, it's the fact that Nico has already pushed through tunnels. So now they can converge and fight towards mid, realizing that they only really got to be there or in long already. So they have a good read. Nico, depends if he keeps his eyes locked on short. Should be able to pick off Get Right, and at that point it's a 5 versus 3 to shut down the long players.
Oh, Get Right. Going unseen with the MAC-10 here. His teammates are starting to die 1 by 1. So before he can get 1 before he's done. 16-11 it is. Heroic take map 2 and send us on to Nuke. Here's the highlight package from that game. Ooh, nice shots there early on from Freiburg, and he had a good game. Really good game, actually. Just felt a bit quiet from his teammates as we go 1-1 into map 3.
Yeah. He is the king of long as well, it seems. Not just the king of banana. Definitely had his potassium
he's got
come
a long
into
banana.
it. Maybe, mate. You never know. You never know. But he was doing an awful lot of damage when it came to being able to defend that angle on either side. Bursting out, he was getting the entries. Defending it, he was holding everyone back. In the end, Heroic win, and that is going to be the big point. Heroic dragging us through to Nuke. Nuke now being the decider of which team is going to the Blast Showdown, and that's all it comes down to. One final map between these two sides.
Yeah, really looking forward to Nuke after the break. both these teams we've seen play it, both teams looking very good on Nuke. I would say that Heroic looked stronger on Nuke. They looked very drilled on it when they played versus North on that second day. And I would say, actually, in terms of the nukes we've seen from all the teams, Heroic definitely having the best showing on that map so far this event.
Nuke is up next then. So get your Geiger counters ready and pop back when we continue on this series. The final map at this point, it's all tied up, 1-1 apiece. Whoever wins it will receive that prize of a slot. The last slot at the Boros Premier Spring Showdown. That is going to be up after the break, probably around about 10 minutes till we come in for the third map. So stay tuned here with the Elisa Invitational.
Yeah, I'm a bit too much, but I'm finding it. Yeah, I'm a bit too much, but I'm finding it. I might be broken down, but I'm smiling. I keep my head up high, though I fail. Sometimes I get a bit emotional, but then I turn around and let it go. Let's get this out of the way. I can't wait another day to tell you shouldn't wait. Don't be so afraid. Yeah, I'm a bit too much, but I'm finding it. If you were looking for one hella hard ride, just come and get it. Baby, I'm on yours. Come and get it. Come and get it. Come and get it. Come and get it. Come and get it.
collide, we break down, caving in to our doubts. Faces filled with sadness. When words are said, we'll regret. I can see the fire that we made just to save us. When we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, then we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. Let's go back, let's start again to a place a long time ago when I kissed your lips. I can see the fire that we made just to save us. When we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, then we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way. This is the hard way.
Standing in the hallway, I know you know what I'm about to tell you. I just realized that you can't let go. It's something about me and you. So let me stay here a little while, at least until I calm down. Please don't say it's all about me. It's something about us, something I like to try. Please don't say it's all about you. That it is all too late, 'cause I don't mind waiting for you. No, I don't mind waiting.
One last match. For the very last time, we go back in with Heroic versus Dignitas. And This will be ending the series on Nuke. Quite a fitting end. Obviously, it was the first map we had at the opening of the tournament, Nods, and now it is going to be the decider between these two teams. They have looked absolutely gigantic in team play, in individual strength the entire time. We've had some huge moments from everyone on the server, but it all comes down to this to see who gets the spot.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this last map on Train. It was all one-sided in favor of Dignitas. On Dust 2, it was a much closer affair, but even so, Heroic managed to claim it. And now on Nuke, it's anyone's game. And in terms of form, too, current form, we've seen Heroic actually looking the best team on that map so far this event, you could argue.
Yeah, I think so. That is definitely fair. I mean, obviously for Dignitas coming back into it, they've played a bit of it today, so they'll at least be warm. Facing off versus North earlier on. Go on to 2-0 that, and that's the reason why we are in the position we're now in. Curious. It's interesting, right? Because obviously Dignitas, they had a really good game on 2, but when it came to actually closing it out, it just wasn't meant to be. Heroic all of a sudden really just start barrel rolling through.
Yeah, it's like double AWP.
Leaks. Yeah, that was one of those big factors that at that point there was just nothing that could be done. So many leaks into the game, and the CT side of Dignitas just crumbled away.
Exactly. And Heroic, they took it. I think the map is now live and will be very shortly. Anyways, the HTV page has just shown me. And they've got their odds. It's split 50-50. Jack, we have to make our odds and our predictions at least. I'm going with Heroic 16-12.
Think Heroic win the 16-12, yeah?
Yeah.
I think we do have to favour Heroic slightly, just based off everything we've seen. Obviously, it being Nuke as the decider, I reckon there's a lot of stock in there. But I don't know, man. Dignitas have been impressive the whole day, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had a bit more to bust out. But here we go. We're coming into the game. Heroic versus Dignitas is about to go live on the final map, the decider for who gets the spot. We have the Betway odds up on screen as well. These ones are tight. Heroic 1.8, Dignitas 1.85.
Oh, yeah, even the betting odds, even the bookkeepers don't know about this one. Neither do we. It's anyone's game, as you mentioned. So, pistol round, going to be going towards outsiders Dignitas as they're starting on their T side after losing the knife. No defuse here for Heroic, so things go down to the wire. Dignitas would be favoured if they get the bomb planted and get right with the opening pick. How did he worm his way between two of what? Oh, they pushed Hobby, okay.
Alright. Already, this is how this game starts off then. Festus goes down, Get Right gets trade by Cadian, and to go from here. Got outside control, Stamp, supported by his teammate as well. They're going to shut Squeaky door. Don't want that wide open, so he gets domed in the back. Instead, can just focus onto one angle straight through main. Need to be paranoid about this elevated position. The fact that Crow's Nest is swarmed by T's, and when they peek out, Nico is doing some very naughty things with that USP, punishing everyone that comes towards him. He just dares to defy him though and does some damage of his own. Now they've got the bomb site. This is probably where Hauser will come online. Of course, it is the P250 Punisher, the harbinger of death himself, will claim the kill onto Cadian. It's all up to Barupt, but he's bankrupt. Nods Hauserk with a follow-up 2K, and Dignitas, they bring that round back.
Yeah, easy there for Dig at the end. 2 versus 1. Cool for the double face. Nico took 2 faces himself off of this. Freiberg and Forrest did not expect that. Freiberg being the first player to jump as well for Forrest to peek. Nico tapped both of them, and even that wasn't enough. Dig take the first round of this final map for that final slot at the Blast Showdown. Hauser aggressive once again, goes through the smoke, even though there could be pistols here for Heroic. They have gone for a force spy, tagged up so far by the scout of Cadian.
Okay. I mean, my goodness, Hauserk. He's still got a whole lot more to show us, it seems, into this final map, Snods. It might be against the pistols, but they've got no chance to do any damage.
In the feed?
I don't think so.
A slight delayed reaction there from you, I wasn't sure, but what is sure for Heroic is that there's no one in towards Radio Room, but Get Right changes that just at the right time, and now this is where he can try and slither in towards the A site through Squeaky or Hart and catch off Heroic. But so far, Dignitas is holding. They have the man advantage now onto Cadian thanks to Hauserk. They can patiently split towards A through A main. through heaven and through lobby.
Putting for now. Nico with the deagle towards Secret. He'll try swing wide and do some damage as he peeks up. Fires out a little bit of pain. Just a small amount distributed. Sets his teammates up to have to do a whole lot more, however. The bomb doesn't exist. And now swarming towards the A site. They can all push in together like a well-oiled machine. Down will fall. And in reality, it's surely got to be another second round. It could actually be a flawless one as well if they play their cards right.
Yeah, right. 50 HP. 2 shots from that deagle would actually kill him. But he has the Mac 10, so he does want to farm cash as well. Doesn't want to give away a gun for free. Forrest, in the meantime, with the Galil, manages to make it just now on the shoulders of Tessus, who... Oh! Nice shot there. It does mean that Tessus is 9 HP, and they know exactly where he is below heaven. I don't really mind too much if he stays to Galil. There's going to be eco for Heroic anyway, regardless, into round 3. And here we have it. 2-0 now for Dig.
2 nice rounds. Could very well be a third as well. You'd imagine they'd be able to convert this one into it. It's Heroic. They're probably just going to go for a burst. Charge in together. Yeah. Is it going to be towards ramp? They do have the hay cheese. Yeah, they could actually hold this. And if for some reason Dignitas were to double back, then those nades would do a lot of damage. But, of course, they're going to get the information. This is actually a play towards outside. It's again, Dignitas are just charging through, playing the range game.
Hauser leading the charge outside. As Heroic have gone for the gamble stack, as you mentioned, with the HEs towards ramp, hoping that they could bait a player in if one of these USPs just overfaced and died, and then following that behind them was 3 HEs. But no. Forrest maybe the first player to spot them out, though, as they line up. Nice headshot there on Super Ruppis. He's going to go for more. He knows they're on eco, so he knows this should be easy. These HE grenades aren't even making it past the second door frame. And actually, they kill Cadian. His team killed himself. Oh, this is so easy now. For Dig, but it's the eco, of course. We can't get too invested into these kills. So we'll go 3-0. Just going to be Nico now. Dispatched off by Halzerg. 3-0 for Dig. And now the buy round for Heroic on the CT side, and this is what we're waiting for.
The AWP is out. Cadian's got it. But again, it's a glass cannon. The first time we actually see him with the weapon. So here's a sniper with a hell of a scope. Will he be able to take out a few troublesome terrorists? That'll be the big question. Towards ramp is going to be where he's playing. Straight down. He's actually rotating towards Secret early as well, which is a good call, because the outside control is, again, the big point for Dignitas. It's what they've been up to, the same old shenanigans, and Freiburg is straight down already.
Cadian doesn't want to miss this first shot. It's very hard to re-peek if they do manage to push him down, as he would be exposed, as Dignitas have the higher angle as he is looking down. But let's see. Oh, he's not going to go for the shot, Jack, and this is the problem. Getting away. This is what I was talking about. As soon as you shoot, the Dignitas players can see you so easily as they charge forward. And yeah, we're going to be coming in towards B now. Thankfully, though, Tessus brings it back into a 4 versus 4.
Forrest playing by front ramp. Did have the Molotov out. The smokes are down on either side, so he throws it towards the right side where it's going to dissipate sooner. They have to be ready. Set up for this push. Hauzerk destroyed by Nico on the face. Exist with quite a disgusting response from that AWP. Being able to hit some snapshots and doing some bright, disgusting things. Finally, he will be bested, and it all falls down to Forrest. He's had a huge day of play, but what more does he have up his sleeve? Needs to swing wide through Decon door. Diffuse coming in. He's playing with the timing. Spams. Doesn't quite take down the bomb plant of those slots. Instead, tags up Tessus, leaving him on 3 HP. If he would have killed Stown, that would have been the round saved.
Or if he'd committed to the spray onto Tessus, it would have been the round over too. Yeah, 21 maps. And 9 of them, 43% have been nuked. But it has been for the best games, actually, hasn't it so far? Mirage and Nuke have been our best maps. And that one Inferno we saw from Dignitas as well was fantastic. Oh, exist. Canadian's taking out the picture. Dignitas, they want to reset Heroic.
Now Zerk just swinging, having a bit of fun with it towards outside as he turns the tempo up a notch again, kicking it to 11. Scoped in, waiting for another man to peek his way. We can add another notch onto the end of that orb. Stound's playing in the smoke, and they've actually pushed past him quite aggressively as well. Not really too focused on main. Plays his cards right. It could be a nice pick, but it doesn't matter. It's out. Oh my goodness.
See you later. What do you even say to that? How do you even comment on that? And those shots are going to be felt by Heroic as he shot their economy too. Eco now here for the CT side, and Dignitas, as long as they stay composed here, should make it 5. They are going to be sending smokes towards outside and slowly gathering intel towards this vicinity of the map. Halzerk again at the front of this Dignitas train. So currently trying into the station. That is Heroic. Oh, and their pistols.
Derailing this one until they start to get it back on track. The AKs come through from the F brothers and they really give it to them. Absolutely giving it into the rounds. It just comes down to one man all of a sudden. Cadian. He's been scalped and Barup just has a CZ in his hand, lurking back round towards Squeaky Door. Does peek out. Was hoping that maybe there'd be someone by him. He could steal a gun and squirrel it away. He's not really given an opportunity to. Nice amount of damage given back to exist, but isn't going to be a frag, and that's another round going the way of Dig. Again, very reminiscent of what we saw on train Snods. Their T side looking on point.
Exactly that. Last time they managed to take 12 buy rounds on their T side of train. But T side nuke is a very different beast to T side train. So, Orc for Cadian. Warping towards heaven. And that's exactly where Halzerk is waiting for him. Takes him down to 5 HP. He's been ferocious so far, this best of 3. Getting so aggressive. Not feeling the pressure, it seems, in a last map best of 3.
Aggressive outside control. They're really staking their claim. Outside's been so easy for digging a lot of these rounds. They've been charging in, basically showing no respect, and doesn't really seem like they need to give any respect against Heroic at the minute. Nico, hearing the audio cue, down or peek, and Nico plays his timing perfectly as well to get the backstab off onto Halzerk. Now there's only 3 of them left. Scratch that 2, as Forrest is chopped down by the lumberjack in Nico. Get right, Starkster makes his move back round towards ramp room. Bomb is in control of the CT though, Snods, and that is really going to be the bigger picture.
Yeah, precisely. The bomb being retrieved is a difficult ask here with 39 seconds left. Get right could come towards under heaven and try backstab them. But no, Cadian is ready for it. Shoots up heaven. As he sends Get right 6 feet under. Now the bomb has to be retrieved and Exist has to clear close secret stairs in case there was a CT lurking there. But if he gets the bomb, Nico's got it covered towards A main. He's got his teammate there towards secret steps as well. That's Testis if it goes towards B. With 10 seconds left, Exist opting to go for the save as he can drop over an AWP next round to Halzerk.
Counter-terrorists win.
That is the way it's going to go. Gets out of there with the AK. Testing the waters, but get away. 5-2. Nice T round so far, though, for Dignitas in the early half. He's showing a lot of potential here.
Well, Heroic, they have enough to conjure up this buy. Or should I say, Dignitas, excuse me. They've still got cash as well left in the bank after that. Exist nearly on 6,000. Forest on 3,000, so... Oh! They are looking good. Halzerk nearly with another entry. Cadian hears the shot of the AWP and he feels that AWP envy. So he wants to be the one to silence Halzerk, but it's Get right with 1. Cadian brings it back into an even exchange. Bomb still left towards lobby here for Dignitas, so they have options.
And they're not waiting around. They've already bailed out. Started to switch this one up. Freiburg really looking to turn things on its head. Does he know there's a player sat by CT Blue waiting by the credit card? who slowly move in. They're linked up, so they can trade for each other if need be. Nico's going to push in, but the timing favors him. Freiburg wasn't ready. Glance back towards main to support Forest. Forest can't really swing for a wild trade yet either. Nico's got a complete rotation back around, so it means one of two things. Either Forest spots him as he goes in main, which he will. Now he just needs to show that trigger discipline. Takes it at the right minute, but heads in when he needs to.
Split in towards A then from a main and Hut. Hauzerk kicks it off with the entry onto Borup. Now Cadian with the AWP finds the first, jumping around, tries to get the reset on the scope, doesn't manage to get it in time, and with 15 seconds left, the bomb can now be planted for a main, but it's going to be planted for Heaven. So Stown, if he gets the kill, he might be able to drop down and just defuse the bomb behind the silo.
Just looking up, having to hold the angles down with the flashbang in. He could drop straight onto the pallet, but he'll also be dropping down to his demise. Exist can spray into him with the hurty-verty. There it is. The vertical angle working well. Still gun him down with the Kalashnikov.
Hurty-verty, I was wondering what you're on about.
Yeah, mate. The painful vertical flick.
Oh dear. 6-2. This is a painful half for Heroic. And they're going to try to take a timeout and call the pause. They can buy for 3 of the players. Stown onto 3.2k, Nico 2.7. Although that would mean no AWP for Cadian, and we know that's important for the CT side of Heroic on train. But when we've seen Heroic play Nuke, we've seen it twice, Jack, and each time they annihilated the opposition. This time, it felt like they haven't played versus something this fast on T side from Dig, and this confident too. I mean, Hauzerk in the middle of outside, taking duels like that versus M4s just 3 rounds in or 5 rounds in. It's ridiculous. It's kind of hard to read this level of CS because it feels like Dig are just doing what they feel like.
It does seem like they're playing a lot just off the spawn, off the aggression towards outside, and having a lot of fun with it into Nuke, it seems. Classic nade stack towards outside. Seen this countless times, but will the outcome be different as they charge through the range game? Definitely working a whole lot better for Dignitas as one by one they annihilate each and every one of the Danish demolition squad that is coming through. Nico, the only one that remains alive, and he is trapped behind the box. If he peeks out, it should surely be a kill for one of the Dignitas boys, claimed by Get Right with a backstab.
7-2. Now the full buy for Heroic. We need to see something change here. We need to see some more control towards outside. Maybe send 2 players close red. That could be quite obvious here for Dig. Dignitas might try counter that by having multiple players silo, or by nading outside early, or by just by waiting for some CT aggression. But it seems like Dig, they're getting towards Garage and they find picks towards Heaven and towards A main. Ooh, and maybe even towards Ramp here.
Left so close to his death. Get Right as well, lurking in the shadows. He had pushed up all the way towards the vent. Had been right by them. They started to slip down back towards the B site. Hoping to give some support towards down, and Cadian, he might have made that unachievable as they're not focusing towards the right side, clearing it as well so heavily. Honed in on Cadian's play. They weren't ready for Tessus, who goes 1 for 1 and puts it now in a 3-on-4.
Nico making it a 3 versus 2 as Freiburg also goes down. Both the players here from Dig are towards Heaven. We saw Cadian rotate towards the A site, leaving Ramp. There are still 2 players here though from Heroic. 1 towards the double doors and 1 towards Dark. Flashbang goes in. I'm not sure. Oh, Exist. Smart nade there. Stown goes down. If the bomb can be planted, there's a chance if a Dig, but without smoke, it shall be very difficult.
That's the bomb down. Forest trying to figure out which angle he needs to hold towards as his teammate backs off back towards the ramp. Forest locking it down by the doors right now. He has ramp control, but he doesn't have control of the situation. Bested by Berupt. Forest will hear Decon swing wide open. Decides that for now the Prioritization will be towards ramp, goes in, bangs through the door, gets the kill onto Cadian, peeks out with the AWP as well. The second as he picks up the frag onto Barupt, he just needs to deny the defuse and waste a little bit of time. A fantastic flurry of frags from Forrest as he wins the round, causing mass atrocity, Snods.
What have we just witnessed there, Jack? Oh my god, the replay can't even render that. Look at that shot there, just leaps in, doesn't care, gets that second shot as well. What on earth was that speed? And he easily cleans up Nico to 8-2. Heroic now going to go for an instant force buy. And they are going to be blown away by that. You can't do anything there if you're Heroic.
That's mad. That's an actually ridiculous play. 1.6 Forrest, just... Oh, Lord of the Mic, Snods. Spitting straight fire into that clutch.
And I stupidly thought Heroic, I say stupidly, I mean, judging by the games we'd seen, Heroic looked so strong on Nuke, but they just had never seen confidence like this from a team. Dignitas are making them look like a shooting gallery here towards outside as Counter-Strike is currently being thrown out the window. And I really thought it was Heroic CT side where they would get the majority of rounds, and then when I saw that they had won the knife too, that was one of the reasons for a 16-12. But Dig, they have other plans. EEST. Oh, tries to get the spam and he manages to connect the headshot too. It feels like everything now going in favor of Dig. As Forrest also comes back down. It's 2 versus 2. But we know Dig, they can win any round apparently.
They got that magic. That Dig magic, it seems. 2 versus 2. Get right. This is move back up the ladder. Peering towards outside, glancing to see if it's clear, and if the timing would have been slightly different, then he would have had a very pretty sight for sore eyes. Instead, Barupt, he's now got the opportunity for a very impactful backstab. Get right is still clutching onto it, but when he peeks straight above, it won't matter. Barupt connects the kill, and he goes down. It's all up to Hauzerk now in a 1v2. Smoke out through the vent. He knows there's a player there. Knowing where both of them is, he gets behind, kills Tessus, peeking, looking for the second, chucks the Molotov to ignite the bomb. It'll land, and Barupt, he can't jump on it, but he gets the connection with the AK. He's still got enough time as well. He should be able to squeeze out this defuse just barely. He didn't have a kit. A couple more seconds is all it would have taken, Snods.
Hauzerk missing that shot onto Barupt towards heaven. Seemed like the final nail in the coffin there for his chances. AWP will be saved as well for Cadian going into round 12. Wouldn't mind seeing a pause again from either of these teams. For Heroic, they need to pause and work out the money. And for Dig, they need to pause and think, okay, how are we going to deny any chance of Heroic having a comeback on Nuke? But no, both going straight in to the action once again. This has been such a fast Nuke map.
Entirely different from anything we've seen from Heroic on Nuke before. Like, it's more just Dignitas as well that are having a field day with it. The way they're playing is so loose. The comms seem so clean. Like, they just look calm. It seems like a bunch of the boys just going in, doing damage. I mean, some of the plays Hauzerk alone has had, right? It's like, why are you even in that position? And how are you doing this much damage?
Yeah. Making it look so easy as well as he does it. Cadian through the smoke. Managing one shot. Rotates towards heaven. As he's holding towards a main. Rotations have been made though by the CTs. Get right with the slow lurk towards outside while the remaining 4 players from Dignitas are here towards B, but Nico, not even a chance. Cadian now making the rotation towards the B side, so there's the rest of the CT side, but Tessus going out as well may mean an instant call to save.
Have to cool their jets and back off, as there's not really much that can be done here. Just save onto those weapons. Losing the AWP on Cadian would be way worse than the potential of them even somehow miraculously salvaging this round. So let's call it quits, go back towards spawn, and let this one blow over.
Yeah. Get back to the Winchester. Wait for all of this.
Wait for all this
just
to blow over.
9-3. Heroic. They were a maximum round loss bonus, but they won one round. Won one round. Whew, tongue twister there. So they are going to be able to drop over some guns. But only one. It's going to be a FAMAS for someone. Someone's on FAMAS duty. Judging by kills, they go to Barup as he's on 3, but obviously that doesn't really matter. It's more about positions and where people play the map that matters what gun they have. So, Heroic have managed to muster up a decent buy with 2 FAMASs, 2 M4s, and the AWP. They actually opted to go for more utility instead of dropping over an extra M4. And for Dignitas, they need to do more of the same. Wait for these smokes to fade towards outside, throw their own 3 smokes outside, and then just play off of field. Who gets picked where? Does Hauser kill 2 people outside? Does Freiburg lurk somewhere? Does Forrest clutch it? Does Get Right have the lurk? Everything is going in favor of Dig right now. It feels like a storyline.
All of the pieces are coming together, Snods.
Yeah, it's really tough too because as a caster we sound biased, but I mean I even thought Heroic were going to take this on Nuke.
Can't find their footing at all. They're slipping. It's like climbing a greasy pole. Not ideal. It really doesn't work. Cadian. Oh, the run
He's
boost. It
climbed the
goes
pole.
undetected. He has no idea. There's going to be a peek from the left side. Oh, hang
Ooh.
on. It's
Ow, how
Cadian
does he know?
Tingle. It's Spider Sense, mate.
Chucks out a Molotov. Oh, and it works.
Yeah,
Works
that was
really
Nico
well.
to get that kill to Freiburg. Forrest is collapsed upon by Cadian. Now we're just left into a 3-on-5. Hauzerk with the AWP spots out the first, uses that as his opportunity to sprint ahead, dive round the corner, Get Right strikes as well in the meantime as he peeks, looking towards window. If he would have kept his gun out, then maybe he could have done something glorious. Instead, he gets tagged, left on 24 HP, and Exist opts to make his move up through the vent. There's someone there waiting on the other side to Get Right has the pounce. The timing's perfect. Get Right, the Jaguar busts out the claws and does the damage. Exist is running with a bomb out, Snods! And Barupt is on the scene of the crime, causing a slaughter.
There was only 4 seconds remaining. It was the only play you could have had, and just pray to God that Get Right would have clutched that 1 versus 4. Yeah, well, round 14. It will be a buy now for both teams. Heroic's economy is still slightly ajar. Thermas for Tessis, besides that, solid buy overall. AK as well for Barup, he's going to be feeling that one. And with the highest headshot percentage in the tournament so far, happy to have the AK in his hands. And with that, more of the same here from Dig. Smokes towards outside, but maybe this time they won't get too aggressive and give away this first picks. It almost feels like they're getting a little bit too confident.
Overconfidence could definitely be their biggest downfall, but right now it seems to be what's taking them to new heights when there's a man like Hauzerk on this server really starting to go berserk with the AK. Kills Cadian, charges in towards the site, and it's up to Barupt to erupt, but he's not able to. Destroyed. A single bullet is all it took from Forrest to drag him down to the Nether Realm and leave it in a 2 versus 5 where Heroic, they realise this round is as good as done already, and they're going to have to save Snods, taking it into the 15th to try and find anything at the end of the half.
Yeah, speaking of what they can find, can they try and scavenge an AK maybe to help them into the next round, as they're not going to have too much cash. They are going to have the round loss bonus of, what, 2.9k, 2.4k, I believe, so they can drop over a weapon from Stown if he survives. Tessus has the AWP as well for Cadian next round, and Cadian could drop over the M4 back to Tessus. That still leaves 2 players potentially down onto FAMASs. It's not the best buy here for Heroic, going into a 10-4 half from Dig on the T side of Nuke.
Hauzerk knows exactly what's going on with the save as well, but Molotov doesn't work, the span didn't connect. He was hoping to get that gun out and make it even easier going forward into the, well, really, the last round of the half. They would have been able to get 1 more weapon out. The buy would have even been worse than it is now, and looking quite scary as it is now. It's 3 M4s, 1 MP9, a single AWP on Cadian, and restricted utility in some places.
Precisely that. They have 1 Molotov remaining, and that's on Nico. And those Molotovs are really important at retaking the B bomb site. Flushing out dark spot, Molotoving out towards Decon door, for example, if it's opened. Instead. All they have to work with here is their weaponry plus the MP9 of Borup. So, 4 players here from Dig towards lower steps. Nico spots out 1, drops a smoke. Ooh, he even gets an extra kill too. Freiburg, 2 overzealous.
As soon as that smoke goes down as well, it's such a tight choke point. There's no point trying to run the risk of charge through. You're just going to get sprayed down and slaughtered. That they hold their ground for the meantime and start to rethink this one. They back up. They're going to go through secret again, up towards ground level. Keep themselves grounded in the round. They've still got 50 seconds. They don't have to rush things. They can take a nice slow approach to it and get right. He might have the winning approach. If he tucks in here towards Squeaky Snods, he could really make some noise.
All comes down to timing. Dignitas are making their way down towards B. Get right spots up Borup. Down he goes, and Forest is towards heaven as well. Oh, they could really do damage here. Get right with another kill. They're already outside heaven towards A. Look at this rotation coming up from Nico. He's walking straight to 3 crosshairs. Oh, and Get right ends it too.
Get right with
11
the ace.
to 4. Was it?
The ace, mate. That was a 5k. Vintage Christopher on display.
That's going to be on YouTube.
Again, it rings in the memory, doesn't it? If you don't know where Get Right is, look behind you. Locks himself down in Squeaky. Takes every firefight one by one. A 5k for the true king. Now Dignitas looking like royalty and living like it as well, with a big buffer going into their CT side. 11 to 4 Snods. It's all tied up in the series. If Dig can take it here, then they will be going to the showdown, and that nade is definitely going to be a bit of a gauntlet for the T's to try and push through, especially when they peek out into some vintage plays as well. The USP spamming down, everyone will crumble away, and it will just leave Cadian as the last man breathing.
This might be a quick final map, Jack. As Dignitas now have a 1 versus 5 against Cadian. No bomb as it is dropped towards ramp. I imagine his thought here is to go heaven and hope that someone's under heaven. Not expecting him here to try and get a free kill, but no, they peek out, they see it. And he may, take a lot of falling damage. But it's going to be Freiberg to catch him. 12-4, and no bomb plant for Heroic, which means, well, typically you'd eco here, but when you're down 8 rounds, you have to take desperate measures. And that's going to be going for the force buy here in round 17. Dig, if they win it, Heroic forced onto an eco, you could be looking at a 14-4 scoreline. Also,
just the fact that Forest, I mean, his actual KD right now, Snods, is really representing how well he's playing. It's elite. 1-3-3-7, 13 frags, 3 assists, and 7 deaths. He's on top of the world. He's living his movie right now in the server. But it seems like there's been a bit of a change in the script into this round. The T's burst themselves out. They caused some turmoil with the Tech-9s to open up the site. Now it's down to Forest and Exist, the duo, once again, holding on to those trusty MP9s. They've got them loaded, but can they hit them with a sublime SMG play?
Exist. Meticulously clearing out each and every angle here towards the 8th side. Ooh, one player's been caught lacking, but he doesn't matter. Borup whips it round and gets the headshot. Forest now forced to save, or maybe just try to go for some exit kills here for additional cash going into round 18. Albeit, Heroic make it 5 off the back of the A-rush.
Forest.
He's going to be coming back with a bigger gun now, mate.
Yep, and that is going to be the bigger picture. He's got the AUG, but it won't matter. The bomb will take him down, preserving the 1-3-3-7 for at least another round, as we do go 12-5 on the scoreline now. Heroic, they need to maintain this, Snod. They can't have these flashes in a pan, though. They've got to keep it clean going forward.
Let's see what the buy is then. 2 5.7s, the CZ for Exist, 2 Deagles as well here for Dig. And for Heroic, they're hoping this is the beginning of their momentum here on the final map as they start things off going 1-for-1. Exist though, fighting back after taking the first kill. Bomb is left towards Radio Room, and Heroic right now are squeezed here towards their spawn.
Yeah, I mean, momentum is definitely what's been upped here from Dig as well. They've swung out aggressively towards ramp, and look how timid this has left Heroic, clearing all of their angles, letting time tick by as they're spooked about the idea of there being a pistol lurking at a close range angle. They do trade out that FAMAS for an AK, and then the MP9 for the FAMAS, playing a bit of gun game as they set themselves up. They still have a minute on the clock as well, sending one player towards T-Roof. Has a smoke on him, so they could still actually smoke through the skylight, and then potentially go for a late round burst on the A site if they want to.
So, they're armed and ready. As they walk in to Get Right and Forest here towards A. Nothing can happen there from Get Right. Forest here with the unorthodox angle. Ooh, in the background, Houseluck with one. Now into a 3 versus 3. And they're all going to be fighting him. So Forest going to be hearing them going down the vent. Sees the bomb too. Can't jump down. They may actually just save the weapons here into the next round as they have got armor to back up these AKs and MP9s.
Ooh. Although Exist goes straight down the vent, and luckily for him, it leaves it all on Forest. But his Deagle's on point, his MP9's even better, and he's in at 1 versus 1. Surely not another clutch from this maniac on the B bomb site. Can he do it? As he tiptoes his way through, holding onto that trusty sidearm, opts to upgrade to the FAMAS. He makes fast moves into the round, making a lot of noise, but realizing it's not worth the risk of the risk. Just back off and clutch onto the weapons, doing a nice amount of economic damage at the very least.
Yeah. That headshot on towards Silo default there at B was perfect. And with that now, 6-12. Gideon does survive with the AUG. The money is still good for Heroic, but with all those guns being taken out here by Forest, if Heroic are to lose round 19, they'll be forced down onto an eco. Look at this rebuy now from Heroic. Only Cadian has cash. Ooh, Dig. This is a big round, but it's their eco. So Heroic should be able to farm up cash now versus the unarmored opponents, which is Forest here with armor and a FAMAS. But he is going towards the right place here, towards Secret Stairs.
Doesn't have any utility though, Snods. I mean, if he had a smoke, he could waste so much more time and really be quite prevalent with that FAMAS. Good repositioning though, as the Molotov came in, gets behind the door and won't take any damage. Hopefully it doesn't touch the handle either. It will be quite warm.
No, just has to peek now when Exist shoots.
USP in hand. There comes the peek. Here's the peekaboo from Forest. And he definitely will scare him, giving him quite a fright as he takes one down. Eco trading it with the Kalashnikov though, and there's now only 3 CTs remaining for Dignitas. None of them armed with a weapon. Down to the pistols. And they're slowly going to fall. Get right though. Sneaky stuff. He'll scavenge that FAMAS. He's got it in his paws. What more can he achieve with a weapon?
Not much, it seems, as the bomb now will be planted towards A. Maybe just Get Right now in a 1 versus 4. No real reason to save the FAMAS. Or actually, can maybe drop it over to someone next round if they want to buy more utility. But much rather going to try get an AK. Ooh, now has one. 40 HP. He's trying to get away. But that bomb explosion going down below the site may take him out too.
He could take a lot of damage here. The one saving grace is the bomb radius on Nuke is actually lower. It's the same as Vertigo. So it's 100 less than any of the other maps in the pool. So as long as he gets back here towards box, he will be fine. But he just had to clear that bit of distance.
Yeah, just a slight tag. Little pinch there. To survive the bomb. Round 20. 12-7. Need some more buy rounds here. From Dig. UMP for Freiberg to have full utility. Org coming out for Howard because he hasn't got enough cash for the AWP. And they saved AK on to Get Right. Is all that Dignitas have here versus the full buy of Heroic. They are 5 rounds up. As Snout tries to get the entry towards Squeaky. Not going to be conceded just yet. HE grenades going in towards lobby will deal some splash damage here onto Tessus. This is down to 80 HP. Which now means 3 bullets from the M4 would kill him up close instead of the 4, sorry. What are you thinking, Jack? Do you believe in the comeback?
The way Dignitas were playing that T half, wow, I'm worried. Get Right's on point. Forest is the true god we've always known he is, Snods, and it's just looking like a massacre into a lot of these rounds. Heroic though, trying to give Dignitas to taste their own medicine towards outside, but of course, Hauserk up on a pedestal, peeks from credit card and finds the kill.
Now, Exist. Slow start to the last game on 4 kills. He's on 13 though into this one. Falling back towards Rambi as the backup as well of his teammate. Get Right here with the AK. I'm not sure they're going to be expecting the off angle here from him. Although it seems like Heroic don't care. Instead, coming back towards lobby. Hauserk, if he's caught off guard here, he may be the entry towards A that Heroic are looking for. Yep. And that should be it here. There's one more player here, though.
It's Freiburg with a UMP. Trying to teach him a lesson as they push him one by one. He trades. Leaves it all up to exist and get right. They are armed, but they're dropping down, and that probably should ring true that get right needs to save. Back off, hold on to the AK, and let this round slip away. Build up some money as well. Obviously, it's not looking too great economically for Dignitas. Round-wise, they do still have a nice amount of rounds to play with, so they won't be too terrified here on their CT side.
No, they're not going to be worried as of yet, although 4 rounds have now been won by Heroic on their T side. As we enter into the 21st round, Dignitas back again onto a weak quasi-buy, armor, deagles, and some utility potentially, but that's really it here for Dig. And for Heroic, they've got cash now building on Cadian, which is their AWP, but he doesn't really need to switch out the AUG yet for an AWP because he realizes as well he's going to be playing versus pistols. Early grenades going in towards the A site. Just trying to deter Dignitas from getting up close, though Freiburg still has managed to.
Oh, mate, Freiburg. He wants to make this one a bit of a shotgun spectacular. Hit with a signature play, but he's not going to be using that Mag 7 to cause some disarray right now. Instead, he goes down through the vent, gets a small tag off onto Nico, tries to put a little bit of fear in him. Actually just pushing for it as well. Depending on the timing, it could really be quite a ferocious Freiburg round. Same could be said for what Hausberg is doing over at the other side of the map, as he's dome 2, and now the advantage firmly favors Dignitas. Considering they didn't really have any guns going into this, they're really now in quite a spicy spot.
Now this is looking like a Dig round suddenly. Ooh, the Dink though wants us down. 3 versus 2. They know where he is. They know he's low HP. Freiburg with the salvaged AK, excuse me. But Cadian's not welcome. Bombs dropped. Has to get it. Coming down the vent, but walking straight into the grasp of Forest. 13-8. Heroic, they can still buy, so something crazy as of yet. But for Dignitas, that's a bonus round, really. You've gone for a quasi-buy. You've already got $2,000 in your bank. You're picking up AKs and weapons off the floor. And now you're left with, Hausberg on 4K, Freiburg on 4K too, so that's a good scenario for them. And they're on 13, so things looking good so far for them.
Change going to be from Heroic. Actually, they've gone for a cheeky little play. Down, looking like MSL, through the vent in a matter of seconds as he slipped in towards the B site. He's already down, he's lurking around, looking to really cause some shenanigans. Will he be given a chance to? Everyone else holding, playing a bit of a default, using their smokes towards outside and giving them the idea that they will be trying to clear. Go for a late round secret push. Actually, I think they're still going A, it's not.
Seems like they shall. Dignitas clearing out positions here as Stout holds the angle. Ooh, doesn't expect the second player there, Hausberg, with the calculated aggression. 4 versus 4, information gathered that there's no one else here, so now they're expecting it towards A. Rotations now being made from Dignitas towards Heaven. Ooh, on cue. Cadian gets his bell rung. So does Freiburg. This time from Heroic. Molotov goes out. A site now in favor of Heroic.
Wow, I mean, it was going to be a 4 versus 3, but they crash into action, and Get Right gets that kill very easily against Nico. A clean frag to pick up, leaving us into a 3-on-3. Tessus, as he sits by, waiting for the push to come in, playing anti-flash. He knows they're going to drop in towards the site. They're taking them down like lemmings. There's only one man remaining now. It's on Get Right to try and clutch it in a 1 versus 2. He can swing wildly if he wants to, but bides his time. Drops the smoke to try and block off the angle. Taps the bomb to force the face. He wants them to push him. They're giving him the opportunity as one will swing. He throws out the flash. He's got to stay on it, but he can't get this round. He knows it's too late, so he'll just play for the picks. Won't look at the explosion. He's far too cool for that. Giving that round across to Heroic, taking it 13-9.
Now, 13-9, as you said. Pause coming out from Heroic. As they lose all of their players in that last round. So now Cadian can drop over an AK to Borup, who can drop him back an AWP, but that would mean no utility for Cadian. And then on the side of Dig, wow. It's Vayforce. Hausberg can afford the AWP, but still has $2,000 in his back pocket, so he can still buy next round if they do lose it. as they are onto a maximum round loss bonus of 3.4k next round, if that does happen. So yeah, they're just going to be buying down some shotguns, pistols, any Kevlar for Freiburg, but besides that, the AWP onto Hausberg being the main salient point here. Can he get the entries after? As there's only one player so far towards our side here from Heroic.
Yeah, right. Going right up against the smoke. There's a small crack in that, and he's going to get his skull cracked in by Nico. Quick on the draw there. That marksman. Take him down. Speaking of which, Hausberg the Hunter going to really do some big game damage. They peek him. That's the AWP. He's set up for it towards Garage. You'll see the leg, and he will get the connection, but it's just a mere tag. He has to fall back. Forest wants to capitalise those knots.
Now, if you're Heroic, you're wondering, gosh, if Dignitas force bought here? Ooh, Forest caught off guard, though. Manages to finish off the job that Hausberg started by landing the tag with the AWP. 3 versus 5 as they're going to be grouping back now towards T spawn. And now they may just go towards A with Molotovs to flush out positions, especially the one Freiburg's in right now above hut. And then just go for the trade game towards the A site. Smoke off A main and make it your round.
I'm very excited to see if Freiburg can have a signature shotgun round. He did it with the Mag 7. He's trying to do it with the auto shotty, but there's going to be no chef's kiss on the end of that one. As Tessus will take him down, back with the AK. Hausberg, he knows his mission now. Survival. Bail out. Get yourself into a spot to clutch onto that AWP because that is the best possible outcome.
Ooh, this is where things get scary for Dig. It's going to be double digits now for Heroic as well on their T side on Nuke. As you said, Hausberg forced to save here. The reason being is, if he doesn't, the cost would be a lot. But no reason to explain that, as he is completely safe. Now going into the next round for Dig. What do you change? So far, Heroic, it's really been the thorn in the backside, this vent position. Stan able to get down towards B. Even just going 1 for 1, if you remember, when he killed Exist and died to Hausberg, it still forced Dignitas to rotate B, allowing for Heroic just to go towards A in that round that Get Right nearly clutched. So, can Dignitas have more presence towards the lower steps of Secret? It's really important to hold that part of the map on your CT side to be able to rotate properly.
Hausberg on the AWP. Just to see if he might try and get a little bit aggressive here, potentially go for a contact play, but he has taken it towards ramp early, and they've actually switched up the setup ever so slightly. Cadian, he peeks hut early on, all firing off his warning shot. They are just running their slow default, not really overstepping the mark, just holding their angles and making a lot of their presence known. Towards outside, though, is where the predicament does start to arrive. As the smokes go down, they're going to push up. A trio of T's heading straight into the waiting arms of Hausberg, scoped in by Secret. So much damage if they push into it and do not clear it. They do have Molotovs. They could deep molly in. They could also boost up on top of T-Red, but instead it's just the straight face. They go for the swing. Out by the box. Hausberg will peek and he'll claim the first. Mollies himself. Here comes Get Right. They didn't expect the swing. And he takes down Nico Snots. 4 versus 3.
Ooh, down towards A. Managing to bring it back more into a favorable position. Freiburg, he's ready for it. Pushes and denies it from Stown. 2 versus 3 now. As Tessus and Cadian both towards outside, although Tessus towards heaven. Hausberg, easy shot. And now Cadian has to retrieve the bomb towards heaven, plant it, and kill 2. Actually, excuse me, 3 as Exist is still alive on 8 HP. He wants to try and win it.
Drops the smoke, grabs the bomb. In comes a HE, and there's the AWP shot. Hausberg, he's packing explosive rounds, Snots.
Yeah, he's ready for that. Shot through the smoke and caught him. 14 now for Dig. 4 players from Heroic can buy. Borup can't. Should see a pause. Yep, there we go. And the reason being is they suddenly realized, oh damn, we're out of cash.
Broken when it comes to money, but not broken in spirit. I can try shuffle this around and figure out what they want to do with it, and that's why they have basically gone for the pause. They have one remaining after this as we go into round 25. Is that play as well? That was the peak that we saw from Hauser that we didn't actually catch before.
Really nice. Sitting on 24 kills, the most in the server. Round 25 then. Khalil for Cadian, CZ for Borup. They have got the smokes to do an outside strategy if they wanted to. But instead, they're coming fast out Squeaky. Wait, no, they've gone down vent.
Forrest has already killed one with the nade. Borup is in. He can actually plant the bomb. So that's already going to be ticking away. Get right on the rotation around. Gets a frag before he's traded back upon. Borup, with this CZ, knows that the aim of the game is to try and get into a close angle or an off angle where you can do a little bit of damage. Talking of which, there's Freiburg still living it large towards outside as Nico is bested. This could be match point if they can win this retake. Borup, he actually takes the opportunity to strike though whilst the iron's hot. He gets given an AWP, and that's the kill onto Forest. And there's only one man that remains, Freiburg, but he doesn't have the time, and he doesn't have the round. This won't be match point. This will be an 11th for Heroic.
Well, well, well. That was not how we expected that one to finish. Borup, bringing it back in favor of Heroic. But only for that round. Looking at the bigger picture, it's still 11-14. 3 more required for Heroic to even make it an even affair. And then beyond that, if Heroic make one more mistake, it's Dignitas on match point. Here's the replay. It's the second shot as well. So calm, picks up the AWP, doesn't overpeak it before the gun's ready to shoot. And chooses the right time. Freiburg to save his AK. Besides that, Dignitas are going to be forced onto an eco. Hiroko for another pause.
Last one. Obviously, after winning that round, now just trying to calm themselves down a bit, figure out what they have to play with in terms of the economy as well as they're going to switch those weapons around. Maybe a little bit of a blessing in disguise for Dignitas as well, as their cash is really not in a good spot, and only having those 2 guns could be interesting. They might actually give Heroic their own treatment, Snods, as they've got the 3 HEs. You could charge outside, bombard them down, and potentially do a bit of damage onto a few of these players.
Yeah, it's not going to work though. The HEs aren't going to land where they needed to. Freiburg pushing outside. Sees no one following it. Nice shot there from Get Right and his scout. And Nico is tagged as well, down to 44 HP. As they are coming in towards B. He's landed 2 more tags though.
They are weakened, but they're still alive. Still got confidence as well. Bomb is going to be going down soon. You'll hear the plant now. Oh, Freiburg with a step forward actually charges through the Molotov to deny us down as he comes off the plant. He also looks for the follow-up frag and did a lot of damage onto Nico, but couldn't eliminate him. Meanwhile, EEST on the other side of things is finding frags with a CZ. Hauser upgrades back into the AK. It's a headshot angle that should favor the T, and it's a little bit of a sticky predicament that he finds himself in. Eventually, he composes himself and gets the kill. Cadian peeks, hearing the defuse come out. He has the AWP, but he wants to try and peek from window and get them off the bomb. They need to stick it. He's got an AK, Snods. He just has to swing and find the frag on the diffuser. Drops into 15 HP, but it doesn't come through. That is the round for Dig, and that's match point.
There you have it. 15 now for Dig. And they are now 1 round away from securing their slot at the Blast Showdown and joining ENCE. Down to the wire. I said it when I saw those 2 tags extra from Get Right. That's when question marks started to arise for Heroic, because those pistols, especially the Deagles as well, if you combine 1 body shot from a Deagle, 1 tag from a Scout, it's a kill. They were so supple. And they were squished. 4 match points now for Dig. As Heroic, they go for the A-burst.
Oh, Forrest, he's already done so much into this game, and he still wants to prove his worth even more. This disgusting man doing dominant things, but Nico will strike back against him, taking down his brother in arms of Freiburg as well. Get Right on the back of the site, kills 1. EEST with a killing blow on Down, and it all comes down to Borup with 11 HP and a dream. There's not really a chance for him into the round. Dignitas will win it. Hauser, how fitting. He gets the final shot off. He's been a mean machine the entire tournament, and that's Dignitas going to the showdown.
Congratulations to Dig. Congratulations to Ents as well. Oh, this was the play. Oh, I thought that was the one from Forest there. Actually, that was just Exist. So many AWP highlights to see throughout this replay package. Most of them being in the hands of Hauserk in that first half. They had, and CT2. But yeah, 16 to 11. And more importantly, the final slot to the Blast Showdown. Oh, this is the play, Jazz.
Even just watching it back, it's crazy. He is literally John Wick.
Oh dear, there's so many nice plays coming out of the most important map of the entire qualifier when it was all on the line. But yeah, the point still stands. It's Ents and Dig to the Blast Showdown.
Yeah, two fantastic teams have qualified. Both of them looking so dominant, and for Dignitas here, a huge day, really. Fantastic best of three series as well. The entire way through, it was filled with highlights, explosive plays from both teams, individual performance that was so amazing to witness. I think a big highlight as well is just Forest alone, this level of lethality he had. Hauser coming out to play now and then, Freiburg as well. Get right with the ace. On that final map, there was just so many caveat moments where just fantastic to watch, Nods. It got the the chef's excellency kiss on that one.
Yeah, looking at the kills as well. Hauserk topped it. CT side, 27 kills, 105 ADR. So we continued that 100 ADR he had in the games earlier versus North, here versus Heroic. And then it was Nico, 22 kills for Heroic. He actually had a few really big rounds. And it feels like actually watching this new Heroic team, Nico starting to step up more as he's getting more comfortable on the roster. But just as closing points here for both these teams, for Dignitas, they've been together now for what, 5 or so weeks. They're looking a lot better than they did initially, and now starting to take best of threes as we saw versus Fnatic. And now they're looking very strong versus, you could argue the tier 2 level of scene, your Heroics, etc., your Norths that are out there, and they're looking dominant, looking to climb the ranks in HOTV. And for Heroic, Jack, my thoughts, I think there's a lot of positives. I mean, you've got a lot of young, untested players, Stown, Tessis, Borup, for example. And you've got the coach now of Hunden to guide this team. I think, again, Heroic stock will rise.
Yeah, they're definitely in a position where they can grow as a squad and do a whole lot more going forward. Because obviously for Tessus, right, it's kind of cool that we're now seeing him in a position like this where he's on a team like Heroic. Initially, when we saw him come in as a player years ago, right, back so long ago fighting in the UK scene, it was cool. And you could see there was a lot of worth in him. He's still developing as a player. And he's in a prime position now where he'll learn so much. We know he had the individual talent, but now he can be molded into an even better player around so many talented individuals. But that is where the tale ends for Heroic. However, for Dignitas, they carry on. They will join Ents, and they will be going to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. It is going to be absolutely fantastic when they get there, and I can't wait to watch that one, Snods. As I think they deserve their spot, really. After that best of three, especially on Nuke, just that first half alone was just incredible CS.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. Good players, and they're very fun to watch as well, which is really important for the fans at home too. So for Dig, they can be very happy with their investment.
Play at the tournament for me as well. Forest were that close.
Yeah, easily. That was play at the tournament.
That was madness.
What were some other big plays? Just before we close this one out, let me look back at the overall standings. Obviously, Ents had their 2-0. We saw lots of clutches from Yampi on Ents. We saw some big plays as well from Ali with the AWP.
Well, we also saw that one round where they finally had the double up setup going on Dust 2, and they just destroyed them. What was it, like three picks for Yampi, 2 picks for Alu? They were just bombarding everyone with the AWPs. Wild, wild.
Oh, Kova as well with Durcaps. He's one of the, highlights, really. I was going to say in the spotlight. He wasn't really in the spotlight considering that they didn't make it all the way to Blast Showdown, but really, he's the player that you want to highlight in terms of the future prospects of Counter-Strike. Well, Caps from Kova, definitely one to look out for.
Because that's the thing, they beat out a lot of other teams, right? And they did at least make it to the playoffs, which is a good point. You went up against Apex, like that's still huge for that Finnish side, and especially for someone that was 17 with Durcaps.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's really scary as well going forward. But how many more AWPers does the Finnish scene need?
Who knows, mate? But that is essentially it. That's the bookend of what we've been building up for the past 4 days. We always said that today was going to be the one you'd want to tune in for, and it lived up to the hype. A huge best of 3, fantastic stuff. The only one we got that actually went to 3 maps, Snods.
Yeah, the rest were just 2-0s.
Yeah, but I'm glad this one did. It was a good game across the board. 2-0 in the end for Dignitas. Then they take that final spot here in the Elisa Invitational, and they are going to the Blast Showdown. Thank you so much for tuning in over the course of this show. It's been a great 4 days. Any final thoughts on this one, Snods, before we round it out?
Gosh, it seems like quarantine has led a lot of teams to increase their level, so the future Counter-Strike's in good hands.
It is indeed. Thank you all for watching. We do hope you've enjoyed our ramblings over the past couple of days. If you have, let us know. Of course, you can tweet about the event over on Twitter as well. Hashtag Elisa Invitational, hashtag Blast Premier. I've been Jackie. He's been Snods. Thank you so much for watching. And hopefully, we will see you next time.
Bye-bye.
blurry smoke and catching my breath. I can feel my skin burning. You light the fire in me, got no regrets. Can't forget, you got me wrapped around it. You feel me, your body wrapped around me. Good mistakes. Oh, you got me looped about it. You and me got me losing sleep. I am in too deep, like an overdose. You're the antidote. Losing sleep, I am in too deep. No matter where I hide, you got me sleep deprived. Blow my mind with a warning. You digging deep within me. I feel obsessed. I can't help myself falling into the white distortion again, again. Can't forget. You got me wrapped around it. You feel me, your body wrapped around me. Good mistakes. Oh, you got me looped about it. You and me got me losing sleep. I am in too deep, like an overdose. You're the antidote. Losing sleep, I am in too deep. No matter where I hide, you got me sleep deprived. Can't forget, you got me wrapped around it. You feel me, your body wrapped around me. Good mistakes. You got me looked about it. You and me got me losing sleep. I am in too deep, like an overdose. You're the antidote. Losing sleep. I am in